Good morning, Mr. Clerk. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have quorum.
I call this meeting of City Council for March 21st, 2024 to order and acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. We have one motion to allow a member of council to participate remotely, which requires the approval of council. Madam Clerk, will you please read the motion into the record for Councillor Chambers?
Moved by Councillor Sharma, seconded by Councillor Eadie, that in accordance with Section 919 of the Procedure Bylaw 50 of 2007, Councillor Chambers be allowed to participate remotely in today's meeting of council.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Please rise for a moment of silence if you are able, and we'll hear from Councillor Sean Dobson.
As we gather here today as members of City Council, we seek to be ever mindful of opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community, keeping in mind always the enduring values of life and exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which future generations can build with confidence. We recognize that we are meeting on Treaty 1 in Dakota Nation's territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. Let us continue to strive to make a better world.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, Wyatt, and Councillor Chambers.
Thank you. We have a leave of absence motion for Councillor Orlikow, who is away due to a personal family matter. Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councillor Eadie, seconded by Councillor Sharma, that Councillor Orlikow be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting due to a personal family matter.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. We have 2 pages with us today. Please welcome Lloyd Burnaby from St. Boniface Diocesan High School, who resides in the Mynarski Ward, and Ayana Goldrapa from College Garden City, who resides in the Old Kildonan Ward. Thank you for serving council today. We'll now move into morning announcements. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to each of us, to each colleague who's gathered here today to do the business and the work of the City of Winnipeg. A couple of announcements this morning. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Saugeen Old Timers hockey team who were inducted into the North American Indigenous Athletics Hall of Fame at a banquet in Green Bay, Wisconsin last weekend. The Saugeen Old Timers Hockey Club had its origins at Saugeen First Nation, a community about 100 kilometers northeast of Winnipeg, with players ranging in age from 35 to 50 years of age. The players are of Ojibwe and Cree ancestry and came from communities throughout Manitoba, and I was just told this morning that when they got and were there at the Green Bay, Wisconsin event, they were still energetic and actually racing one another up to the stage, so they've still got that competitive spirit within them. Specifically, I would like to recognize another inductee, Mr. Kenneth Strathmore. Kenneth was the first First Nation athlete to win an Olympic gold medal for hockey in 1932 at the Olympics in Lake Placid, New York, where he scored a goal in the game against Poland, where they won the gold medal and made history. And today, join us in the gallery is Kenneth's granddaughter, Jennifer Rattray, and her husband, Stacey Daynard. Kenneth, in fact, was an employee of the City of Winnipeg and worked for 999, which was, of course, the forerunner to 911, and I think retired, in 1970 or something of that like. And Jennifer actually brought her grandfather's gold medal with her today, so a special acknowledgement to the two of them. Thank you so much, Jennifer and Stacey, for being here. Congratulations to your grandfather. Last week, I was really pleased to be at the launch of Winnipeg's one 50 merchandise. And I know there's been a strong demand for the items to celebrate this special year, featuring the graphic design by local artist Jordan Stranger of Peguis First Nation. The Winnipeg 150 collection is available at the Forks Trading Company online or in store. So look for more items to come. They've got a whole bunch of items already, but there's more items to come in the future. And please purchase them and wear them proud throughout the year as we celebrate Winnipeg's 150th anniversary. In recognition of Francophone Month in March, the City of Winnipeg will raise its flag of the Société de la Francophonie Manitobaine tomorrow, Friday, March 22nd. Everybody is invited. I invite my council colleagues to join me at 8:30 in the morning for this flag raising. This month serves as a wonderful opportunity to celebrate the Francophone community and the immense value that they add to our city's cultural diversity, and in fact, the key role that the Francophone community has played in the founding of Winnipeg 150 years ago. And finally, next week is spring break for many people throughout the city, and I just want to take this opportunity to wish all my council colleagues and city staff and the clerk staff a wonderful break if you're taking time away from the office, or if you're just going back to your office to catch up on all the things that have been kind of piling up because we've been doing other work. But to all of you, I wish you a wonderful break as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next is Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to rise today to acknowledge Sports Twist on Things. As we wrap up the hockey season, I want to congratulate all of the city champions across all of the age levels in Winnipeg, including a very proud Mama Bear here on council. And specific to my ward, I would like to give a very sincere congratulations to my alma mater, the provincial high school hockey champion Oak Park Raiders, and to the Shaftesbury Titans women's high school hockey team, who became over all odds, captured the city championship. Congratulations to all the teams out there this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Next, Councillor Rowlands.
Madam Speaker, and thank you, Councillor Duncan. Hockey is like politics. It's about teamwork, strategy, adaptation, and leadership. Players and politicians alike work together strategically to achieve their goals and succeed in their respective fields. I rise to acknowledge the hockey team hailing from Seguin, particularly honoring Phil Fontaine, who succeeds in politics and dedicated approximately 15 years to the team. He, Madam Speaker, expressed gratitude for the opportunity to represent Seguin First Nation positively. While Phil Fontaine is widely recognized as a political figure, having served as National Chief of AFN and being an activist and advisor on Indigenous relations, his tenure as a player on the hockey team was legendary, showcasing a different aspect of his life, one that I know as someone who married into the town of Lac du Bonny, was indeed legendary, was indeed a big aspect of his life. As a matter of fact, the team, which is comprised of survivors of residential schools, has been recognized by the Hockey Hall of Fame, and the Fontaines in particular always recall the competitive spirit of the games against teams from around the world, Finland, Sweden, Norway, highlighting the diverse experiences they had in hockey on these matches. I also rise on another matter pertaining to sports, which is uncharacteristic for me, Madam Speaker, concerning Vincent Massey High School. The volleyball, basketball teams, the varsity boys for A, all these A's in sports, Madam Speaker. Is that not what we say? But congratulations to the Vincent Massey teams, the volleyball and basketball. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Rowlands. Councillor Mays, on with sports.
On with sports, indeed. Had I known Oak Park was Duncan's alma mater, I would have cheered even harder for the Dakota boys against them but they lost. But then in the final, Vince Massey, I wanted to congratulate, and Councillor Chambers probably would as well, Dakota Collegiate, the varsity girls, for a provincial champions 3 straight years in basketball. Really, it's very difficult to do. So congratulations, Coach Eric Sung. The Foust sisters were there for it. The Daria Ram, Abby Sweeney, and the wonderfully named Hope and Faith LaRock. Another set of sisters played on these teams. So it's a bit of an end of an era there. Still some returning players, but hard to win 3 straight championships in any sport. Unfortunately, they had to beat the same team twice in the final, Garden City, which I see as more of a track school. Now, given that the work on the track there, so unfortunate that it had to be the same team twice in the final, but 2 terrific seasons by Garden City as well. But the moment may not come again, so I did want to highlight really an amazing achievement by Eric Sung and the players at Dakota. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. Our final speaker, Deputy Mayor Janice Lukes.
Much. I rise to speak today. Between March 10th and Tuesday, April 9th is Ramadan. Hundreds of millions of people around the world are participating in Ramadan. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Islamic calendar, and it has a special significance in Islam. It is during this time that Muslims believe the first verses of the Quran, Islam's holy book, were revealed to the Prophet Muhammad. During this period, Muslims are required to fast and to give charity, to show kindness and patience and strength in their relationship with God. Fasting during Ramadan is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, which lay the basis for how Muslims are required to live their lives. For many of those observing Ramadan, it's a time to become closer to God, and it is also a time of joy for spending time with one's family, for giving to charity and those in need. So there are many incredible iftars, dinners that break the fast after sunset, that are now being held in our city in a multitude of restaurants. You can go, you can buy a buffet and experience the incredible foods from many different countries after sunset. Also, there are some spectacular bazaars that are coming up where you can go to these bazaars and feel like you're just in another part of the world, but you're actually in the heart of Fort Richmond on Silverstone. These are being held coming up prior to the celebration of Eid. So I want to wish all our friends, our friends and neighbors and their families Ramadan Mubarak to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. On to Councillor Brawadi. Would you move the minutes of the meeting held on February 22nd, 2024 be taken as read and confirmed?
So moved.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Our first delegation is Mr. Gord Delbridge, President of QP Local 500, in support of item 5 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated March 12th, 2024, regarding living wage. Welcome, Mr. Delbridge.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council for this opportunity to speak to you. I'll keep it very brief today. I know that you've had a long few days, and out of respect for that, I'll keep it short. I think you've heard enough from me on this topic. So the reason I'm here today is in the event that the recommendation from the Executive Policy Committee on Living Wage is passed today, I would encourage all of you to support the costing of this. But I would also like to ask that the QP be included in the costing process. It's my understanding that the mayor supports this, and I thank you for that. And in the eye of transparency, I would like to be able to come back before all of you and say that we don't dispute the process that was carried out. It was done accurately, and that's the position that we're hopeful to take. This is, yesterday I had a manager actually from the city, I'm not going to say who, shared a text with me that of the top 35 employers in Manitoba. And one of the messages he did have on there, he said, hopefully one day the city of Winnipeg can be included in that. And we're hopeful of that too, and we think that, in the event that living wage is adopted by the city of Winnipeg, that one day that we can be included on that, and we can wear that with some pride and some honor. And we think this would be a step in the right direction. So I'll leave it at that. As I promised, I said I was going to keep things short, but if anyone does have any questions for me, by all means.
Thank you. First question, Councillor Wyatt.
Recently, it was documented in the Globe and Mail how the Meridian Credit Union, one of the largest credit unions in Ontario, made the decision to grant a living wage to all of their employees. And the CEO, she documented in the article about how important it was in terms of morale, in terms of building a team spirit, that they're all one group, right? In terms of your point of view from representing the city employees, QB 500, what do you think that will do in terms of, you know, similar, I guess, in terms of workers, worker morale, and spirit? And if Meridian can do it, a private sector credit union nonetheless, why can't the city of Winnipeg do it?
That's interesting that you raise that, because of that list of those 35 employers, the Assiniboine Credit Union became a living wage employer, and they're on that list here in Manitoba. So with that, I think now more than ever, city employees, they need that morale lifted. And as I said, it's in our best interest, being the union that represents your largest component of city employees, that we want to see the city of Winnipeg successful as an organization. I want to be able to, when I'm having meetings before our members, I want to say that you're lucky, you've got great jobs, this is a good employer. I want to be able to tout that. And, you know, we think this would be a step in the right direction of lifting that morale.
Thank you. Second question, Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, and as somebody who, you know, we're here all hours, we sometimes talk to the cleaning staff. We know cleaning staff who work here have second jobs to make ends meet. And, you know, that's common. But in terms of our city staff right now, the argument being given to us is that we can't do it because it's not going to be affordable to the city in our budget, that there's going to be a cost here that will be brought to bear that will be impossible to accommodate in the budget. What are your thoughts on that?
Once again, as I've mentioned before, I think the cost is going to be very minimal. I do appreciate the fact that we're going to be included, we're going to be at that table, so that we can hopefully come back and say that the costing was done accurately, and present back to you that it's a very minimal cost in return for the morale that you're going to get on your workforce, our members. I think that's very important, and like I say, hopefully one day we'll be added to that list of the top 35 employers in Manitoba, and this would be a step in the right direction to get us there.
Thank you. Second question by Councillor Schreier.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps Mr. Delbridge can give us some advice on this in terms of research. Is it not the case that in the past, even within our lifetimes, but earlier, maybe decades ago, maybe not so long ago, that the minimum wage and the lowest wages here at City Hall were more livable than they are today?
Oh, yes. I mean, there's no question a number of years ago. I mean, it was, you know, if you got a job with the city of Winnipeg, it was, you wore it with a lot of pride. It was an opportunity. People stayed. They you know, worked their entire careers here. My mother worked for the city for 30 years. Both my brothers worked for the city, and, you know, you go back a number of years ago, that used to be the case. It was, this is probably the amount of turnover and issues we're having with recruitment and retention is at the worst I've ever seen it. And so we've got to start taking some initiatives if we want to become a competitive employer and compete with this current labor market right now. And I think we can do that. We can get back to that. And maybe we'll get on that list of one of the top employers. It would be a good goal to try to achieve. And I think this will be a step in the right direction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delbridge. Seeing no further questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation today. Our next delegation is Kenneth Ingram in support of item 6 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated March 12th, 2024, is regarding welcoming Winnipeg, the renaming of Edison Park. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, and Council, for the opportunity to appear here today and speak on a subject that's really important to me. My name is Kenneth Ingram. I've lived in the area of Northwest Winnipeg my whole life, and I became deeply interested in local history over the last few years during my degree at the U of M, and especially after moving to the historic neighborhood of Seven Oaks in the summer of 2022. So much so that I began a history blog, Stories of Scotia, and I've begun to reestablish a historical society for the area of Northwest Winnipeg, the Seven Oaks Historical Society, with support from people like Len Kaminsky, the past society president, Ted Barnett from the Bleak House, who's graciously allowed us to use their facilities once a month, and of course, Councillor Eadie, who's been extremely supportive of our endeavors. So history is extremely important to me. And I recognize that history for many years was not an accurate reflection of who lived in Manitoba and the events that occurred. I was fortunate enough to take classes at the U of M from Indigenous scholars like Dr. Kiera Ladner, who I believe to be one of the best scholars on Canadian and Indigenous politics at the entire university. And I'm making sure that the Society for Northwest Winnipeg places an emphasis on Indigenous history because of its importance. So when I see the goals of Welcoming Winnipeg Committee, I see admirable goals. However, when the goals are put into practice, I found the committee to be particularly problematic. In the Welcoming Winnipeg report in front of you, which was written by U of W history professor Aaron Millions on behalf of the committee and endorsed by everyone on it, there are some obvious issues, including some outright misinformation and factual errors. The background is that these Matheson millstones are some of the few remaining artifacts of water milling on the Red River from the time period it was most prominent, which is around the late 1820s to around 1870. During that time, only 9 water mills, not 4 like the report says, but there was actually 9 existed in the greater Red River area. But from what I can tell, there are only 4 millstones in terms of artifacts that we have remaining, 3 of them which are here in the city. There's Cuthbert Grant's mill on Sturgeon Creek, Louis Riel's father's mill on the Seine River, and the Matheson mill on McLeod Creek. Millions' conclusion based on that information is the Matheson mill itself is not particularly important to the history of milling at Red River. And I'm going to repeat that in case you, like I did, thought your ears were deceiving you when you heard it for the first time. Again, this is Aaron Millions, who has a PhD in history from the U of M, who's giving a lecture at the University of Winnipeg in a class as I speak. This is her conclusion. The Matheson mill itself is not particularly important to the history of milling at Red River. This is not only a demonstrably false claim, but it's an extremely irresponsible one when it's made by an academic who should be credible in the field of history.
I think we're engaging a bit of decorum when we're concluding that an academic, we're skating into territory where we're considering an academic's reputation.
And questioning an academic's findings is perfectly legitimate. We're not questioning the academic's credibility, we're questioning the argument of the academic. I've never heard anything so more
Thank you for your
ridiculous in my life
remarks,
from a member of
councillors.
council.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Ingram,
Councillor
please
Wyatt.
continue with your presentation. We'd like to continue with the presentation.
I'd just like to be clear on something. I believe I heard a classic ad hominem attack, an attack against a person that's permanent. Perhaps the speaker wants to clarify, but I heard a permanent negative quality assigned to a person. That's an ad hominem attack. So if the speaker wants to clarify, but I don't think that's allowed around here.
Okay. I'm going to continue.
I'll have the clerk clarify.
This
Mr. Ingram, if you could continue, please.
Yes,
Thank
of
you.
course. Again, this is an academic who has a PhD in the field of history making this argument that the Matheson mill is not particularly important to history of milling at the Red River. Again, it's not only a demonstrably false claim, but it's extremely irresponsible. The Matheson mill was in operation between 1829 and 1832 and now operates as a museum. The Riel mill only operated between 1850 and sometime later in that decade, and the millstones are now prominently displayed outside the St. Boniface Museum. The Matheson mill was operational from at least 1860 to 1870, in operation longer than the 2 aforementioned mills, and so it's objectively more prolific than the other 2. So if we were to apply her line of thinking objectively, the next logical conclusion is that Millions is making the case that the Grant and Riel mills, built by prominent Métis men, I'm going to add, are not particularly important to the history of milling at Red River. But of course, no one would make such an obviously false claim, based on nothing but a misunderstanding of history and baked in historical revisionism. And so I ask millions in welcoming Winnipeg to think, and I ask council and everyone else watching at home to think to yourself, why was it made in relation to the Matheson Mill? Millions goes on to argue that what is significant about the Matheson millstones is they represent Indigenous-led food production and Métis people in the milling trade. And if we're talking about the Grant and Riel mills, that would be a historically accurate assessment and a fair point. But when we're talking about the Matheson Mill, it simply is not factually accurate to say that we have evidence to suggest that Indigenous people milled on McLeod Creek between the late 1820s and 1870s. Historians like Jim Smith, who specialize in the history of Northeast Winnipeg, have long searched for it, tens of thousands of hours, and have found no evidence to support that conclusion. But the Welcoming Winnipeg Committee had upwards of 3 years, which is when they started assessing names, about a half a year after this particular name was proposed, to demonstrate some type of connection they claim exists between the Matheson millstones and Indigenous food production. And because they were unable to find one, their argument against the name with 83% support from the public is simply one based on symbolism. And I think it's an exceptionally weak one. But this isn't the first time that the Welcoming Winnipeg Committee has sent an erroneous recommendation that was later disregarded by EPC and then Council. In the fall, a proposal to rename the park Appletree Bridgeland Drive North Park in Bridgewater.
Speaker is confused about, as a member of EPC, what my intent was by voting, which is, impugning.
I think I heard him
Can we-
speak to
I
the
heard
facts of the
something.
report. Continue with your presentation, please.
Anyway, it was later disregarded by EPC and then Council. In the fall, a proposal to rename the park Appletree Bridgeland Drive North Park in Bridgewater to Emikanadi Park was proposed to honor Nigerian-Canadian Emikanadi. He received his bachelor's degree at the U of M in landscape architecture and through his group played an instrumental role in the designing of the entirety of Bridgewater. Anyone who's seen Nadi's TEDx talk knows he was born coming off the heels of the Nigerian Civil War, contracted pneumonia as an infant, had a less than 1% chance of surviving, and yet pulled through to become the inspiration that he is today. His story is one of the most inspiring you'll ever hear. Over 90% of people surveyed supported that name change, yet Welcoming Winnipeg similarly recommended to EPC that the park not be renamed to honor a person of color and clear inspiration, not just to people of color, but to everyone in Winnipeg. By making these types of glaringly historically inaccurate arguments and similarly erroneous recommendations, the committee only undercuts its own credibility.
This troubles me there. Unsuccessful would be,
Sure.
it is an advisory committee. We don't have to follow it. That's why it's called an advisory
Sure.
committee. But
Kenneth, please make your point about
erroneous-
the report in front of you.
Correct.
And if you could do so in a respectful manner, please.
Looking to my area of Northwest Winnipeg, I think of all the important people who have been deservingly recognized through parks and plazas. I think of physicist Louis Slotin, World War II pilots Louis Greenberg and Andrew Minarski, journalist for the Winnipeg Tribune and historian Vince Lee, Mayor of the North End Slaw Rebchuk, and longtime politician of the working class and vocal communist during the height of the Cold War and Red Scare, Joe Zukin. And I don't know if anyone could say with complete certainty that the Welcoming Winnipeg Committee would get behind even a single one of their names if it were proposed today. And so while these heroes may not have received the recognition they deserve, all because nowadays names put forward are reliant on the impulse of a committee that has proven itself unreliable to possess a proper understanding of the history of our city and clearly cannot determine what names are appropriate.
Mr. Ingram, I had just cautioned you to make your presentation in a respectful manner. Shall we go to questions? I think you've made your point today.
I'm almost done.
If you could please wrap up.
Okay. It's demonstrated through its own reports, like the one you have in front of you now, that in order to further its own agenda, it has no issue with devaluing the importance of other cultures
Mr. Mayor?
and improve.
Wait. And I'll ask a question in a moment. The agenda of Welcoming Winnipeg Committee has been set by council.
That's right.
Right, and so we have created Welcome Winnipeg. I'll explain this more in just a moment. for the purpose is to try to begin to acknowledge the errors and grievous omissions that have been made in history. And so Welcome Winnipeg plays a key role in our collective journey of reconciliation. And I don't dispute the fact the speaker can question the findings, but I'll be just straight up. The tone is too much.
As I've cautioned you previously, Kenneth Ingram, I think we should go to questions now.
But can I just finish up, please?
20 seconds.
I'm here because I think your decision today has the power to set future precedent and in a way just demonstrate that the type of delay that this type of proposal has received isn't acceptable. So regardless of whether it does that or not, it really just comes down to whether or not it makes sense to rename a park currently renamed after an American inventor and contains 2 Matheson millstones and has for 60 years, Matheson Millstones Park.
We'll take questions now. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I guess the question ultimately will be an are you aware question that Welcome Winnipeg was established in the last term of council by the previous council and mayor with a vision to begin to address some of what had been complete omission in acknowledging when naming places First Nations, Indigenous peoples who've been on these lands since time immemorial were often overlooked, often not recognized and understood. It is an advisory committee. I think what has that is volunteer-based. And I think what has happened, I don't know if you're aware of this, what has happened in following the process that we have established, the Welcome Winnipeg process, the sheer volume of work that has come that committee's way, I think is something beyond what anybody expected. And therefore, that's one of the reasons for the delay or the timeline that it takes to get reports back to us. I don't know if you're aware of that. But here's my question. Are you aware that I have committed to Mr. Cecil Svensson, the head of Indigenous Relations, and the Welcome Winnipeg Committee, and our own Executive Policy Committee, and here today to tell all of Council, committed to working with, as a council, working with Welcome Winnipeg to make sure we collectively improve the process. It's a work that all of us have to do because we have to be on the path of reconciliation. We must. And so to question, I guess, the motives or the work of Welcome Winnipeg, I don't think is appropriate at this time. I think that they are doing the best that they can in these days, but I think that there's work that we collectively as a community need to do to improve the process and improve the outcomes for everybody's benefit. Are you aware of that, sir?
I was not aware that you had introduced a motion to improve and expedite the process, and I'm really, really glad to hear that.
We do have another speaker on this item. If I could just hold questions and hear from the next speaker first. We'll take that momentarily. I'd like to call up, thank you, Mr. Ingram. Oh, it's not on this topic? Okay, sorry, Mr. Ingram, if you could come back. It's, they're in opposition, that's right. Councillor Wyatt, your question?
Yeah. And I hear what the mayor's saying, and I agree with what he indicated. I guess, when we want to build a bridge, we hire an engineer, right? When we want to build a building, we hire an architect, but we hire them. And we've relied on volunteers. It is maybe one of the things we might want to consider, just your thoughts on it, is, naming has become very controversial for various reasons, right? And you see this now with even this report. And, I have an opinion on it because I believe that it should be based on the best historical information we have at hand. And in the case, I agree with the arguments put forward by Mr. Smith and yourself. But having said that, if somebody can demonstrate to me differently, I'd like to hear that. But I prefer to hear it from experts who are actually have a skin in the game, maybe getting paid. So, maybe, what are your thoughts in terms of potentially, right now we have a volunteer committee, they're overwhelmed. We should be looking at potentially bringing in a permanent body, which would look, not a permanent body, but an ad hoc committee that would be on a per diem basis to give us expert advice, historians in their field, no different than you would hire an architect for a building, you'd hire an engineer for a bridge. That we should be bringing in people who would bring that balance, that volunteers, for all good intention they may have, may not necessarily have the expertise at the table to be able to do this. And for the intent that Welcoming Winnipeg started out at this, maybe it needs to evolve into something else in light of the importance of naming. What are your thoughts?
I think it might be a great option to look at, because when I think of some of the best in the field, it could be academics. It could also be people as part of Manitoba Historical Society. Gordon Goldsboro, I think it could be people from the various museums around the city, like Aaron from the Seven Oaks House Museum. There's a whole bunch of people who I think could offer great insight into some of these names because they have the knowledge and the expertise. And I think if it came down to paying them to do it, I think in order to expedite the process, I think that would be worth looking into.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Wyatt.
The worst thing in my mind, what are your thoughts on that? Like, to correct the errors of history, wouldn't it be a tragedy to make errors again going forward in the rush to correct the errors of the past, which we risk doing with the present process we have presently in place from what I can see?
I think we are in the danger of potentially doing that, and then it just causes a whole host of other issues as soon as we have to get into renaming, and this whole process repeats itself. But I just want to expand upon this because I was in Victoria exactly this time last year, and they're actually about 10 years ahead of us in terms of renaming stuff. And I was particularly taken aback when a friend of mine told me to visit a street, because his brother lived there, called Trutch Street. And I couldn't find a Trutch Street. And I looked into it, and they had changed the name to To-It Street, or Sue-It, which is Lungwinjin for truth. And I was nearly moved to tears because of how well that they had implemented a name. And I'm just going to mention Joseph Trutch was their first lieutenant governor and was looked upon very poorly because of his views on Indigenous people and how he lowered the size of lands that they had. And their implementation of these names is exactly something that I think we need to be looking into for our council.
Next question by Councillor, final question, Councillor Wyatt.
And I'm not a fan of the cancel culture, but sometimes names, as you mentioned on this last example, need to be reflected in a different way as part of history, but not necessarily on a street which is very high profile, right? So in other words, we're not putting them in the context of when they lived, what they were part of, but maybe it's part of their name is in a museum, that documented fully, that this is why they decided to do these things. They weren't necessarily evil, but they were living in the time they were living in.
Exactly. And by naming something after someone, you are in effect celebrating someone, which is why some of these streets, like Brandon, should be renamed. But at the same time, we need to be doing it effectively and through historically accurate sources.
Okay. Next question by Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To you, to the delegation. Are you aware that, many years ago, Winnipeg was not, Winnipeg was a very homogenous society and did not address the Indigenous people that lived here, or as we 50s, 60s, and 70s saw the influx of immigration diversity that we celebrate today, that we need to be reflective of those who've made significant contributions as our city continued to grow and as we expanded in terms of diversity.
I am aware of that, and I'm fully supportive of the goals of the Welcoming Winnipeg Committee wholeheartedly.
So in terms of looking at our history and trying to be a welcoming society and a welcoming city that reflects the population or the diversity we now have, we have instituted a Welcoming Winnipeg and a policy that addresses how we can grow as a city and how we can welcome individuals and make them feel at home here, because there are individuals who have contributed and made our city even that much greater.
I am aware of that, yes. And like I say, there are countless examples of great recommendations by the Welcoming Winnipeg Committee. One is Tommy Prince Park and the stuff that was named after him on Sinclair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins, and then Councillor Chambers.
I'm
Councillor
aware that Dr. Ann Lindsay, Mary Jane McCallum have undertaken significant efforts to highlight and bring to light the rich and extensive histories of the First Nations and Métis communities in the area, and that their work, including public presentations, research, and advocacy, has shed light on the historical narratives and experiences of Indigenous groups in the area, particularly during the period when the mill was in operation. Are you?
So I saw when that was mentioned in the report. I was not at that particular presentation in Glen Elm, but from what I read, they were talking about both the parishes of St. John's, which is across the river, as well as the area of north, as well as like the area east of the river, which is where I believe the Métis connection to be.
Thank
Although,
you.
again, I wasn't.
Second question, Councillor Rollins.
So again, relying on their scholarship, they have understood the longstanding presence, contributions, and resilience of First Nations and Métis people in the region. Dr. Lindsay in particular, Dr. McCallum's efforts serve as a powerful antidote, I think, to historical erasure. Do you?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Lukes moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favour? Contrary? Carried. Third question, Councillor Rollins.
Again, their work not only honors the past, but also contributes to ongoing efforts of reconciliation, education, and awareness building regarding Indigenous histories, cultures, and contemporary issues. I think this is important. Do you?
Yes, I do strongly believe in the importance of all of these histories and highlighting it. And I'm proud to say that I visit the Seven Oaks House Museum every single year, where I think that the curator does an outstanding job of doing just that.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for still believing in local democracy here. It's an advisory panel. It was set up that way. If we're just to rubber stamp things, I don't know why we would set up such a mechanism. I do also think we need to have a debate here about what constitutes decorum when you have the mayor and Councillor Chambers criticized very harshly, well, quite strongly criticized, because they took exception to a delegate saying that the police get $312 million a year and the police kill with impunity. The assertion, I mean, Councillor Chambers tries to enforce decorum when someone says that and is much criticized for it. I don't think these remarks approach that. So I think we probably need to have a council discussion about decorum. What improvements would you like to see made in the process? My frustration with the process right now is, it's advisory, but it's taking years, and also we have people saying, well, you shouldn't name things for individuals. Well, then all the stuff that's in the pipeline now should be grandfathered. I've spent quite a bit of effort I've named a lot of things for women because that's a historical wrong here. We don't have enough stuff named for women relative to men. That's why I'm trying to rename William Johnstone Park for Louise Johnstone, who was a very successful school trustee. There's also a William Johnstone Street, so we could probably do without the park for William Johnstone. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that. So I guess my question is, what improvements would you like to see in the process?
I think the process needs to be expedited. That's pretty clear when this one has been in the process for 3.5 years. And at the end of it, the committee just comes back with a rejection and says, come bring us another one. And in addition, I think that it mostly comes down to that time frame. Just we need quicker reactions to these types of names when they're proposed. And I think that maybe I was wrong, but I was watching a recording of one of these names brought forward, and even the city clerks themselves had said that this was not exactly how the committee was supposed to be working at the time it was introduced. And that's part of why it's so backed up.
Thank you, Kenneth Ingram, for your presentation today. Our next delegation is Rihanna Marasti, Chair, and Angelina Pelletier, who are appearing on behalf of the Welcoming Winnipeg Committee of committee members in opposition to item 6 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated March 12th, and it's regarding the renaming of Edison Park. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker, His Worship, and the rest of Council. My name is Rihanna Marasti. I'm the chair of the Welcoming Winnipeg Committee of Community Members, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the rest of the Welcoming Winnipeg Committee, and I am joined by Angelina Pelche, one of our new members. And the statements that I'm going to read to you today comes from the rest of our members within our committee, which include Raymond Solowski, Aaron Millions, Dr. Mary Lemaitre, Honoré Black, and also Albert McLeod, which are all very highly members of our community. The Welcome Winnipeg Committee of Community Members, from here on will be referred to as the CCM, is guided by values and principles established by Winnipeg citizens through a public consultation process in 2019 and refined by the committee in 2020. These include honoring the original peoples of the land, their descendants, upholding the treaty relationship, respecting Indigenous rights, and recognizing and affirming traditional Indigenous laws, ceremonies, and ways of being. And I really appreciate the statement that Mayor Scott Gillingham has made in terms of his commitment to making this a better process for all. In respect to item 6, renaming Edison Park, we stand by our recommendation that the park not be renamed Matheson Millstone Park and direct the Indigenous Relations Division to engage in further consultation to rename Edison Park and provide an interpretation that reflects a much more inclusive history. The mandate of the Welcome Winnipeg initiative is to recenter Indigenous histories and perspectives in how we understand and reflect Winnipeg's past. The Matheson family's connection to the millstone is already commemorated at the park in an existing historical plaque. Based on these requests, the CCM developed guidelines by renaming city assets after individuals and groups of people. This guideline proactively utilizes a lens of inclusion, balance, and Indigenous perspectives. And the guideline weighted is by one important criterion, a person or group's contribution to the promotion and reclamation of First Nations, Métis, Inuit language, rights, culture, spirituality, and/or traditions. Based on this guideline, the CCM concluded that the name Matheson Millstone Park is not ideal for the park, and we will outline why in a little bit. However, the millstones provide an opportunity to highlight the long histories of agriculture and food production that predate Winnipeg's incorporation as a city in 1873.
Hello, good morning, bonjour, Tanche, Angelina Pelche Dishnekashun. As Rihanna mentioned, my name is Angelina Pelche. I'm here on behalf of the CCM, and I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague and peer, Dr. Aaron Millions, who was referenced by our previous speaker. Dr. Aaron Millions, a faculty member in the Department of History at the University of Winnipeg and a historian of the Red River settlement, submitted the CCM's reasoning for our recommendation in writing to the EPC's March 12th meeting, but her submission was not addressed. Only Jim Smith's in-person comments were responded to. In this portion, I'll recap some of the letter that was submitted on behalf of the entire CCM. Further information on this research, as well as Dr. Millions' response to Mr. Smith's presentation, was submitted in writing by Dr. Millions for today's council meeting. I do have a copy if you don't have that on hand. The millstones at Edison Park are from the Matheson Grist Mill, built before 1861 by Angus Matheson. Matheson was a Selkirk settler who arrived at Red River in 1823 with his parents and several siblings to join his brother, John Matheson. Contrary to claims made in the application, the Matheson Mill is not particularly important to the history of milling at Red River. It was one of 4 water-powered mills in the settlement in this period. The proponent argues in the application that the new name and new sign would help tell the historical story of Northeast Winnipeg that has largely been forgotten for present and future generations. Concerning the Matheson family specifically, their contributions to Winnipeg, history as Selkirk settlers and founding members of the Lord Selkirk Settlers Society have been well documented in historical literature and commemorations throughout the city of Winnipeg, including an existing historical plaque, as Rihanna had mentioned, in Edison Park and Winnipeg's Matheson Avenue, which was named for Angus's nephew, Alexander Matheson. What is historically significant about the millstones is that they represent long histories of Indigenous-led food production and agricultural developments at the Red River, including in the Métis-dominated milling trade. The proponent is correct that the longer agricultural histories of Winnipeg, including North Kildonan, need to be better reflected in Winnipeg. However, it is the CCM's position that naming the park after one non-Indigenous family limits the opportunities to interpret critical aspects of Red River history at the park, and it could be argued misrepresents the Métis-led history of milling at Red River. Thank you.
And now I'd like to respond to some statements that were made towards welcoming Winnipeg. One of those is, which was mentioned previously, is that there was no Métis settlements within the area. This is wrong, as it outlines in reports commissioned by the city in the past 2 years, written by noted historian of Winnipeg and Manitoba histories. There absolutely were First Nations and Métis occupancies in the area in the time period that crossed with the mill. And it's the refusal to acknowledge these histories demonstrates why welcoming Winnipeg's job is not just to respond to the public, but to draw on the committee's expertise and center the Welcoming Winnipeg mandate. Another statement that was made is that we are unknowledgeable. And I believe it is disrespectful to say that we are knowledgeable and shameful to use that reasoning to justify this renaming. This comment is an extension of said their colonial weaponizing and devaluing our knowledge and education. To let you know, we are highly educated individuals appointed to this position based on our expertise in heritage, history, and Indigenous engagement. Welcoming Winnipeg membership is comprised of professionals, including 4 university instructors representing both the University of Manitoba and the University of Winnipeg, a retired history teacher, a current museum interpreter, 2 specialists in art and museum curation and conservation, an elder, a community economic practitioner, and myself, an intern architect who is working on the Hudson's Bay redevelopment here in downtown Winnipeg, and also working on projects within Nawi-Odina, the former Kapiong Barracks site. I have spoken internationally on Indigenous urbanism, reclamation, and inclusion at 28 years old. And I have dedicated my life and my work to this project. And other statements were made is that they are also volunteers. The committee comprises of volunteers dedicate their time to a public service initiative. All of the appointed members advocate for the betterment of the Indigenous community. Another statement was made is that of the date that this application was created, and that was in 2020. And I just wanted to highlight that we have developed this from scratch. There is no precedent for this within all of Canada. We have had to develop the application process, the terms of reference, the assessment tools, and we take the time and resulted in a delay of processing applications in a timely manner. And also what was mentioned is that there's a large percentage of persons who completed the survey who were in support, and I just want to address those percentages. We are very seriously consider public feedback on welcoming Winnipeg applications. However, we are not here to respond only to public feedback. Following the lead of the majority, which is the majority of non-Indigenous people, is of that percentage. Which is why the Welcoming Winnipeg policy came to be, because for 150 years, Indigenous histories of Winnipeg have been erased in our public memory and public spaces. And I just want to address some of those public feedbacks. In regards to the renaming of Edison Park, which was very low compared to other Welcoming Winnipeg applications, there was only 26 responses, and one of those was Indigenous. And they stated this: "This respect is an example of how this Welcoming Winnipeg initiative can be used to completely undermine its own objectives. Sure, rename the park, but to name of settlers who laid claim to already occupied lands to signatories of treaties that have not yet been upheld by settlers, it should be shameful to approve this request." And I also want to address the renaming Apple Tree, Bridgeland, North Park, and our reason behind that as a reference. There was only 4% were Indigenous within that public feedback of almost 400 respondents. And one person stated that this request in no way honors the Indigenous history of the land. The renaming it will do nothing to teach about the first inhabitants of the land on which the park is situated, nor about the treaty obligations of those who use it. The request continues the colonial history of naming, which Welcoming Winnipeg was developed to address. And in closing, we just want to talk about our experience. As a committee, we are exhausted and as though our voices are unheard. The committee's work feels oftentimes performative, and often as if we're here as tokens for the city to say that they have consulted Indigenous groups within the process. Although we are advisors, we should be seen as valuable advisors. And we are volunteers who for the past 3 months have been repeatedly taking extra time above and beyond our usual time commitments to the CCM, meet, discuss letters, write letters, and attend council or committee meetings in person to defend our recommendations. All of committees wanted to be here, but otherwise who had full-time jobs, and I am taking unpaid time away from my job to be here as a volunteer. A series of decisions by the city regarding our work has over time diminished our trust and the city did not allocate additional funds for Indigenous Relations Division to support Welcoming Winnipeg. Would you like to talk about it?
Yeah, I can speak. Again, just regarding item 6, renaming Edison Park, we stand by a recommendation that the park not be renamed Matheson Millstones Park.
Councillor Schreier moves extension, 2 minutes.
Thank
All
you.
in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Thank you. We stand by recommendation that the park not be renamed Matheson Millstones Park and direct the Indigenous Relations Division to engage in further consultation to rename Edison Park and provide an interpretation that reflects a much more inclusive history at the park. Welcoming Winnipeg, the Council, and the Mayor must align in centering Indigenous perspectives and histories in municipal spaces. We call on the Mayor and Council to demonstrate their commitment today to the principles you voted to implement through the Welcoming Winnipeg initiative, that you commit to through Winnipeg's Indigenous Accord and the principles of reconciliation in general. Our job here is not to reflect the community majority in Winnipeg. That is how we got here in the first place. For 150 years, Winnipeg's history has been told by the majority, non-Indigenous. Indigenous voices have been pushed aside. Some final questions for Council. Will you continue to uphold this history of erasure in Winnipeg? Is your commitment to continue pleasing the majority, aka the non-Indigenous community members? And if you are unwilling to implement or commit to a Welcoming Winnipeg and indigenization policy, is there a point in us being here today? Marcy Miigwech.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll now take questions. Councillor Wyatt.
First of all, thank you for coming here today. And the Q&A often is not the best forum for getting to know each other. And in no way, shape, or form do I want you to walk away thinking that anyone in this council chamber does not appreciate the work that you've done, including myself. Okay? And the volunteerism that you put in, and the passion that you have, and the sincerity that you obviously have as well. So, do you think, and I just want you to know that, just to recognize that and to the, you know, to allude to the fact that we're talking about bringing in experts does no way in shape or form, in any way, take away the work you've done or what you've brought to the table. And Welcoming Winnipeg, by the way, was created before I arrived on council. So, and no idea that you're burnt out and all the time you've put in and everything. We're not informed of this, right? This is all news to many of us. So I just want to make sure, first of all, are you, just to let you, more like, I have to ask you a question. So it's like, are you aware question kind of thing. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah.
Your response?
Sorry, I was not aware, but thank you for that.
Thank you. Secondly, I really believe that there's room to reflect both histories. The one that's been forgotten, especially, and I agree, but also to recognize that there are those, the settlers, the sad story, of course, of the Scottish settlers is how, you know, Chief Peguis did so much, right, for the settlers, and then often later on they forgot it. But you believe there's room for both, that we can't just wipe out one history to place it with another, but there has to be a rebalancing, let's say, we call it that, but necessarily not by diminishing one at the expense of the other, but that there's room for both.
Yeah, this is something that we've often discussed in previous applications. So sometimes we combine the two, but what we're really trying to do is that further investigation. And I do believe that there is space for both, but I think there's ways to do so in terms of sharing a name is another big thing that we've discussed.
Right. Good idea. It's a very good idea.
Final question?
And my final question is, I have an executive assistant who has a PhD, he's a lot smarter than me. And I've asked him to look at the BC model, you know, just now and what they're doing out there. In Vancouver, I understand the BC government's led a lot of the initiative there versus the municipalities actually. And would you welcome us looking at retooling or giving more, in light of the fact that you're doing so much with so little, kind of repurposing, retooling, giving support that maybe that's not there today to look at the process as we have right now, to make it a better process. Especially since we always hear in Winnipeg, we forget, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, especially when if somebody jurisdiction is way ahead of us in terms of this than what we're doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. We welcome those conversations, and I believe Mayor Scott Gillingham was going to have those conversations with us as well as the Indigenous Relations Division. So whatever tools and resources that you have, we welcome them.
Can I add something? Just to note, I work across a national perspective with communities, Indigenous and Northern communities across the country of Canada. And I do work with the community in British Columbia. And I will note that British Columbia is unceded land. This is Treaty 1. This was the first treaty that was agreed upon and signed. British Columbia is miles ahead of all other communities in the country. So it's important to note that that land is unceded, and the sovereignty that exists for Indigenous communities is much more greater and unfortunately deeper than it is here in Treaty 1, the first treaty that was signed in the history. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Gillingham?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I first of all want to thank Ms. Morasti and Ms. Pelletier for your presentation and for your work as well. I'm welcoming Winnipeg community members. I guess my question is, it's an invitation on behalf of all of council, and I'm going to, take a step and commit all of council to the conversations with Welcome Winnipeg so that we can collectively improve the process. I think what's been reflected here on this one item, and to be quite frank, regardless how this item turns out, I think what we've kind of brought to bear on this council floor is the bigger discussion that needs to happen. And I'm looking at this from kind of more of a journey of reconciliation process. And I think on journeys that, on any journey, there's moments where everyone's making good progress and you're clipping along, and then there's moments where things happen and you hit a pothole, as can happen here in our city, if I can use that expression. But there's time just to say, let's stop for a minute, gather ourselves again, and improve the progress that we need to make collectively. And I think we're at that point, frankly, in Welcome Winnipeg. I've had discussions with others. I think Welcome Winnipeg plays a critical role for our community and will continue to play a critical role. But I think we as a council need to understand more and learn more. Mm-hmm. I think on the flip side, I think that we need to be engaged with Welcome Winnipeg so that there is a clear understanding all around of how do we do this together? How do we journey our future together so that when we're naming and renaming places that we can do so in a manner that is that gets us collectively to where we want the future to be, while also acknowledging the importance of what has been missed or overlooked or intentionally ignored in the past. So the question is then, you've already answered it, but will you and Welcome Winnipeg work with council? Can we work together to improve things for the future?
Yeah, I do welcome that collaboration. I think this could be the start of a really good relationship with each of you, and I really welcome that. So also our purpose and also our direction doesn't get lost in translation within this process. So I welcome that dialogue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I guess my follow-up was, will you please express on behalf of all of council our appreciation to all of the members that are doing the work. And I can appreciate, because I've heard directly, that individuals can feel pretty deflated. You talked about your own experience of just, feeling kind of worn out, my words, not yours. But please, could you please express on behalf of all of us our appreciation?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gilroy.
Madam Speaker, I just want to also thank you. I have to do this, and as you are aware, I really appreciated your presentation. This is the first time that I've actually heard from the Welcoming Committee, so I really appreciate hearing from you. And you are trailblazers, and you are making history. And I wanted to really thank you for your work. And I will be not supporting the EPC recommendation. I think that there is a new motion. I think somebody's circulating a new motion, but you spoke very, very articulately on this subject. I do believe in what you're saying, and we are here to change history, and you are our guiders in that. And I really respect and honor your decision-making process here today. And I think it was really important that you did come and speak today, because we just had budget yesterday, and I wasn't aware of this issue, and so now I am. So I appreciate you taking the time and all the work that you're doing. I do know volunteer work is very, very hard, and it takes a lot of work, so kudos for you, and just let you know, I want you to know that you're making history. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Allard, followed by Councillor Santos. Councillor Allard?
Councillor White's correct. This is not a great way to have an exchange like this one. I wanted to thank you for coming. I was there. I first met the Welcoming Committee when we were talking about the renaming of Bishop Grandin Boulevard. I heard some stories there that brought me to tears. Apparently, I'm not immune to tears. I was in tears in this council chamber just a couple of weeks ago. Last week. Feels like a couple of weeks ago. But I want to thank you for your work. I didn't know that you were working that many hours. I do believe at some point compensation is in order, especially for the type of work that you're doing. I also want to agree with you that this is not a process that we do by referendum. I've learned so much reading 21 Things You Didn't Know About the Indian Act. I've read Jean Taya's book, and I heard anger today. I heard anger from a young man. I think I heard anger from a young man who
Question, Councillor Allard.
Well, it's not really. It's probably a rhetorical question, but it feels to me like this delegation is the one that should be angry, and they're the ones that are coming in peace.
Thank you.
You
Your
don't need to-
response?
Thank you, Councillor Allard.
Okay, that concludes our questions for your delegation. I also want to thank you for your tireless work, as was remarked by the mayor and others in the council chamber today. Thank you so much.
Point of order, Madam Clerk. Could I move extension, move a motion for extension? I do want to share
Councillor
a
Chambers,
couple
you
of words.
have a delayed response, I believe. We just wrapped up the delegation. Okay. Councillor Gilroy moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. The next speaker is Councillor Santos. Okay. Councillor Lukes. And then Councillor Chambers.
Thank you. This is more of a did you know. I'll start off by thanking you very much for coming down and speaking to us. I know all of us really appreciate it. Did you know that we're working on a governance review for City Council and how we do things? And one of the aspects, Councillor Sharma is the speaker for the Governance Committee, and one of the aspects that we're working on is to actually have more interaction with Indigenous relations and having a better, I'm not saying a better because it isn't bad, it's just sort of non-existent relationship. You know, it is existent, but I think we can do better, and in our governance review, we're working on that. So it was more of a did you know, and I want to thank you for your presentation.
I did not know, but thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Lukes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers, your question, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation this morning. It was very well worded. Did you know that after being elected in 2018, the first Black History Month that I participated was in February 2019, and I created a T-shirt with some great work that was done in the community called Know Their Names. And on the back of the T-shirt was a inventor that was Black that contributed to, different inventions that allowed the world to go forward, and were not recognized as the inventor of that specific project or item that the world now uses and accepts as part of the Industrial Revolution. And so I see your process as something that allows us to get familiarized with historical figures, historical facts, and allows us to move forward in a spirit of reconciliation. So thank you very much for the work that you do. And, I appreciate the fact that we can now work together in a spirit of collaboration and work not just from the sense of erasure, but did you know? So thank you very much.
I did not know, but thank you so much for that. I will look more into the did you know the names and do my own research on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our question period. Once again, thank you for your valued contributions and for being here today.
Thank you, Council.
Our next speaker is Jim Smith, President and Historian, Archivist, Northeast Winnipeg Historical Society. I want to clarify that you're in support,
I'm in
sir.
support of the EPC recommendation.
You were listed in opposition.
Yes,
We've
no,
corrected that to support of item 6 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated March 12th, 2024.
Is there not strict rules about support and not support at council? Are we waiving that right now?
No, there was an error and the individual was marked in opposition, and we're clarifying
Okay.
that. It is in support.
I clearly
And,
made
Okay.
that.
Okay, and
Okay.
if I could just ask you to stand down momentarily, and I'm going to have council take their seats, and we will start momentarily. Okay. And it is the item March 12th, as we all know, 2024, regarding welcoming Winnipeg, renaming Edison Park to Matheson Milestones Park. Okay, I'll ask council to take your seats, please. Councillor Wyatt, Mr. Mayor, and we'll have the delegation. Okay, I'm going to call for a short recess, 5 minutes. Thank you. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of March 21st, 2024. We're on delegations. Next, we have Mr. Jim Smith, President and Historian, Archivist, Northeast Winnipeg Historical Society, in support of item 6 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee, dated March 12th, 2024. It's regarding welcoming Winnipeg, renaming Edison Park.
Thank you very much, and I will try and be respectful. And when I first suggested this back in 2000, first to the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee, I didn't think there would be any controversy. I am not looking for controversy. I'm not looking to try and upset people. That's the whole point. When I refer to the area in my talk, I'm referring to just Elmwood, East Kelowna, and North Kelowna. I am not referring to other parts, okay? So everything refers to that. And I am well aware that the Métis in 1870 made up about 80% of the population of Manitoba. So it's not that I'm not aware of that. I have spent about 15,000 hours researching the history of Northeast Winnipeg. Again, Elmwood, East Kelowna, and North Kelowna. Okay, so that's what I'm referring to. We've put out 3 books. Now, in our volume 2 book, we talk about the history. Now, the millstones, the history of Northeast Winnipeg specifically is not very well known, and it really doesn't get much recognition. And this is the point that I am stressing. So I thought, because there was millstones close by to where the park is, Edison Park, everybody agrees it has no relevance as a name, and it didn't even have a name until 2015 or somewhere around there. It was an unnamed park. So I suggested it first to my colleagues in the Northeast Winnipeg Historical Society, and then we brought it up to first to the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee. Now, I know you've received a package, a 2-page thing from Dr. Erin Millens. I am not here to criticize her. One thing I'm going to say, that those pictures that were sent are actually not the way it looks now. First of all, the plaque to the Mathesons there was removed approximately 3 years ago by the Public Works Department, and the millstones have actually got mosaics on it. And that was a public works that I'm not really aware of. I just saw it after the fact, so I don't know anything about that. When we're talking about the history, as I said, of Elmwood, East Kildonan, North Kildonan. Now, because I have studied I've been to the Manitoba Archives. Now, if you go to the Manitoba Archives and look at who was listed in living in the Red River census in the 1830s and up to the 1871, before Manitoba became a province, you will see that all the people that did settle in the thing were actually all Europeans. There were no Métis. Unlike most parts of the city, this is just the facts. And you can see that if you go to the records, and if somebody doesn't believe me, go to the Manitoba Archives, look at this material. We have done that. Our historical side, we want to be factual. We don't want to be misinformation. There's enough of that out there anyway. So this is what we're trying to do. And this is why I think that this is an important thing. The Matheson family is basically, I guess before maybe we started this, was probably not well known at all to probably most of you never heard of it. People that are listening probably never heard of them. And it's because our history of this Elmwood, East Kildonan, North Kildonan, basically you don't see it in books. Really, there's one history. So anyways, this is what I'm trying to stress. The information we have, okay, that there were no Métis. Now I know that there's been, for the Glen Elm Society, there was speaking about Métis history, and I am not in any way criticizing those things. But in our area, and I'll say what the Glen Elm area, for example, which is the area west of Henderson Highway in the Elmwood area. And the reason why that was actually not the last area to be settled, because it was actually a very swampy area. So when people were setting up the farms and that, they didn't want, obviously, you want to put your house and your thing in the middle of sort of a marshy area. There's reports even from the newspapers from the 1880s, people used to go there to hunt in the fall for ducks and that. So, and I'm sorry, they're just, in our area, again, in Elmwood, East Kildonan, North Kildonan, there was no settlement of Métis people. Now, I'm not in any way trying to badmouth Métis or Indigenous people or anything like that. I'm just trying to be straightforward and say, and that's the reason why I think it should be to honor this family.
Do you require more time, or does that wrap up your presentation?
No, that's basically, so that's all just bring up that, all I want to deal with is the facts. That's, whatever the facts are, that's all I'm interested in.
Okay, thank you. We'll take some questions. Councillor Lard.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the tone of the presentation. I'm hearing just the facts, and I don't think facts are. I don't think we have a shared vocabulary anymore when it comes to facts. I think we've got some work to do as a society on like what a fact is and isn't. You have to start with certain assumptions, and I don't think those are shared. I guess my question is, I understand the argument that this is strictly a very small part of.
Yes.
I understand that, but it's also part of Treaty 1, and it's also part of a much larger discussion. Would the Speaker, Madam Speaker, not acknowledge that?
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Yes, it is. But again, I guess the reason I want to stress this point and trying to, because our area doesn't get any recognition. Like historically, people think that there was nothing here, like in our area. I hear this all the time. People have told me. I mean, I just want the information, the information so we get some recognition. I'm not related in any way to the Mathesons, by the way. So I have my ancestors first came here in the 1880s, so it was after this period, so I have nothing, any kind of a thing that I'm trying to sponsor my family or anything like that. But we've lived in the area. Our family goes back in the area to the 1880s. And I'm referring to Elmwood, East Kildonan, North Kildonan area. Just, so I'm just trying to, I don't want to badmouth anybody else or try and, but I'm just saying in our area, and it's to recognize justice, because we don't really have anything on our area, okay? Really historical plaques and that, there's really, or any, there's very little. Unlike other parts of the city, we're just sort of ignored. And that was the whole emphasis why I wanted to start the Northeast Winnipeg Historical Society. And I've been the president for, well, I guess about 10 years now, historian archivist. I even have city members of the city administration refer things to me because they don't know the answer. And they refer other people to me. And I try and present what I know. If I don't know the answer, I'm not going to make up stories about something that's not true. So that's all I'm interested is just trying to, our story. And as I said, we have 3 volumes. We're working on a 4th one because there is no history of our area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's only way we have to ask this as an are you aware. I just want to thank you for your presentation. Are you aware, just to assure you that I don't think anyone here certainly is questioning your sincerity nor your motivation behind your work. And so just thank you for the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dobson? I didn't see your hand. I will come back to you in a moment. Councillor Dobson?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a simple question. The millstones on the property, they belong to the Matheson Mill from back then?
Yes, from in the period 1860 to 1870.
And they're on the property right
They're on the property. They've been there since 1966. But the Matheson family never got any. In fact, there were a whole bunch of them in the area, very close by, within a couple of months, and never got any recognition. I just wanted to, give the family recognition. That's all my motives were.
I just wanted to confirm that
Yes.
those millstones are from the Matheson
Yes.
Mill and they're on the property.
Yes, and
Thank
there's
you.
actually also 9. There was 9 mills, not 4. And that can be shown to it. But anyways.
Thank you. Councillor Lard, second question.
Yes, I believe the previous speaker said that there was almost no evidence of Métis in this area. I'm hearing now no evidence. So, which is it? Almost no evidence, which would mean evidence, or no evidence, which would mean no evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
What I'm referring to, if you look at in the census of before 1870, including 1870, okay, you don't find, and they describe them Europe, white, Métis, if they're indigenous, they'll be listed, and there's none listed. It's just a fact. I know that's not true in other areas, like for example, in your area, that's certainly not the case, but so in a sense, it's different, I guess, than other areas. And that's all I want to, I'm not trying to.
Councillor Schreier moves extension for 5 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Councillor Eady?
Mr. Smith, Madam Speaker, Mr. Smith is very thorough when he undertakes the work of his passion and for Northeast Winnipeg. And so I just want to maybe to demonstrate maybe why this family, the Matheson, should be noted over on the other side, on the east side. Is there any connection with this Matheson family and the Matheson family that the Matheson Avenue is named after on the west side of the river? And if you could also cover off, there were woodlots under the first treaty between Europeans and the Anishinaabe. They had designated under treaty woodlots on one side and farming land on the other side. So is there connections with that as well? If you could just help me out, just give me a little history lesson.
Well, in regards to the Matheson, I've talked to a lady who's a direct descendant of the Mathesons. And I asked her that question, are you related to the Mathesons on the west side of the river? And she said, certainly not a direct line. Perhaps second cousins, like the original, they weren't split. I mean, they're not, it's not a direct thing. And I know well aware there's a Matheson Avenue, for example, on the other side of the river. I mean, it's been, I don't know how long. But anyways, now in terms of the river, yes, there was wood lots, but it didn't take very long because prior to the early 1820s, there was people, Selkirk settlers, that had settled, that had moved to the east side of the river. And they set up. I mean, a few to start with, and then over time, I guess, like everything else, it enlarged. But yeah, so that's the history. Like people, John Pritchard, that you may have heard of. There's a school named after him in the area. Well, where John Pritchard School is, that property was actually, he started sort of farming that actually before, probably in the late 18-teens. 1819, before there was ever any, I guess, official thing from Lord Selkirk or the Hudson's Bay Company. He sort of, and then of course he later arranged it. So there is, as I said, there's a long time history. The Henderson family, of course, they go back a long time. That's another family that goes back. You know, Henderson Highway is named after them, and a number of things. So there is a lot. Basically, at this stage, there's over 200 years of history of settled. And I'm just referring to settle. I'm not going to, get into the Indigenous because I'm not qualified to talk about that, and I'm not going to, it's just, it would be irresponsible for me to speak on that subject.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Eadie? No. Councillor Gilroy?
Just are you aware that I'm not going to be supporting EPC's motion here today. I think we're trying to, and I do want to thank you for your presentation though and all your work, because history is important. The stories that we learn is critical, and obviously the young man that spoke before, you've made an impression on him. So you are also, encouraging other young people to follow suit in what you pursue, and I just want to thank you for that. And thank you for coming, because this is not an easy topic.
No, I know a lot of people don't want to speak here.
No, they don't. And this is history, and it's changing itself. But the reason why I am going to support the committee is because we hired them to do the difficult work in trying to find a balance between equity in our city. And we have tons of people that were named because of the settlement. And the word settlement is even very hard because a lot of the people were nomadic, right? So to say that they didn't step foot, right? And those are conversations that are difficult to have. But history also isn't about maybe the first person that laid the ground.
Councillor Gilroy, the question.
Okay. Did you know the history is not about the limestone that was first laid? It could be about 15 years ago, somebody who did a very impressionable thing in the community that may have also been Indigenous. So are you aware that our history will tell its stories, but our job right now is to look for those Indigenous histories that really share that voice?
Yes, I'm very aware of that history, and I have studied lots.
Councillor Schreier moves extension for 5 minutes.
History's been my passion
All in
since a young
favor?
age.
Contrary, carried.
And just my second follow-up question is are you aware that I am pleased that you came today? And I think that you do have a voice, and I'm glad you're writing books and you're sharing that, because I also think that that's important for us to learn from. So thank you for all your work. Are you aware of that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier, then Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Jim Smith for his decades of dedication to what I call the Henderson Strip. Elmwood, East Kildonan, North Kildonan. He's done more work on the history of the area. I think history will show, if you want to be meta about it, that he is an individual who's done more work on that. And the information he's brought forth today is sincere. And we have to deal with that. My question is that because of Mr. Smith here today, it has spurred on some consideration, some thought, some very real thought that's going to come to action in terms of naming a place within Winnipeg, or probably a renaming of a park or something to do with Indigenous food production because of Mr. Smith being here today, which is an excellent thing, because isn't that the point of moving forward and having progress? So I don't think I'm misinterpreting. We'll see what happens. Because of Mr. Smith being here today and because of the welcoming committee, the question is because of Mr. Smith's expertise and his dedication over years and decades on his own, spending his own money, and Councillor Brawadi and I have helped to some extent. Would he give his advice and his expertise to help? Given that we've heard today from the CCM that this place in particular wasn't necessarily important for milling in the Red River area per se. It is for North Kildonan and East Kildonan, yes, absolutely. And that's why we're here. But it was, would Jim Smith help find a place that's more appropriate for a naming of a place in Winnipeg that makes more sense regarding Indigenous food production?
Yes, I would suggest, isn't there an area at the Forks? There's specifically, like that, and that is, you know, obviously a lot more people go there, and I think that would be the place to indicate that, because that was a meeting ground of people, Indigenous people going back, you know, thousands of years. That's my personal, if you ask me opinion, that's, I think, where it should be. And I would never speak up against anything like that. Never.
Second question.
I just want to get this straight. In North Kildonan, East Kildonan, that millstone is important to East Kildonan history and North Kildonan history, which we can't ignore as a community, among the many things of the research that Jim Smith has done. However, in dealing and to be consistent with what the Welcoming Committee has said in terms of the relevance of food production, you're saying the Forks would be the most relevant place.
I think
they said this is not. Report relevant to Red River.
That's where, if you're asking for a recommendation, and there is an area, isn't there an area specifically at the Forks? I'm trying to think that, yes, and that's why, you know, I think that would be a more representative. And
Final question, Councillor Schreier.
You're here, because you're here now, we're talking about this now, it's a pretty heavy conversation. Could you even recommend off the top, or maybe later, even a second place in the city that's more appropriate to do with, given what we've heard today, relevant to the Red River and food production as pertains to Indigenous food production, rather than local importance of this millstone to North Kildonan?
well, I guess there's certainly other places in history. If you think, I can't say I know what's at the junction of the Seine River and the Red River, where the Riel mill. I plead ignorance on that. Is there anything like that? Like, I think that might be a good location.
Yes, Councillor Wyatt. Next question.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, are you aware, or Jim, are you aware, and I'm no doubt you're not, that in the last year that this council actually voted to put in abeyance? So we are talking about the importance of naming things, Indigenous history, Mother Earth Nature Park, 25 acres, that we were going to have all the kids involved in the community come and plant trees and everything else in honor of that heritage. But EPC voted, this shows you how much of a priority it is to them, to put this plan on hold with no budget allocation, but made it subject to a budget which they did not allocate in terms of the planning. So how important is this really today to members of EPC who are now making this an issue, in light of the fact that we had a report to do something about with regards to what type of another naming
That concludes our
location?
question period under this delegation. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Okay.
In order to move a layover of an item that is further on the agenda, given we have no further delegations on this item?
Not at this time. We'll deal
When would I be in order?
You want to move layover of an item that's on today's agenda? Let's do it at that time. Yeah. Okay. We have Patrick Stewart. We have a next delegation, and I'd like to get on with the meeting. Patrick Stewart, consultant.
Madam Speaker?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Just a moment, Patrick. We'll be right with you. Okay, we'll deal with this momentarily after this delegation. Thank you. Patrick Stewart, Consultant, Independent Living Resource Centre, in support of item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development, dated March 7th, 2024. It's regarding the Portage and Main intersection implementation of a phased approach to below and at grade improvements.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can hear me?
Can you hear me, Patrick?
Yeah, I can hear you. As long as we have audio, that's okay.
Do you have
I
video?
apologize. I would have liked to be. No, I would have liked to be in person, but I've suffered an injury recently, and am doing this call from the place that I can do it at the moment. As long as you can hear my audio, though, we should be okay. And I'm assuming you can still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Patrick.
Okay, thank you very much. Apologies for the confusion there. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today and for your public service. My name is Patrick Stewart, and I'm a consultant at the Independent Living Resource Centre, for a Winnipeg-based nonprofit promoting the full independence of people with disabilities in all aspects of life and in all places within our community. We've been around since 1984 and always on Portage Avenue, first in the Somerset building, then Portage Place for over 20 years. And in late 2021, we moved to the Grain Exchange at Portage and Main, bringing the intersection's long-standing accessibility issues right to our front door. By the summer of 2022, we had already begun investigating, compiling our Four Corners report, which we have submitted to this meeting. I hope you've all had a chance to see it, and made publicly available a few weeks ago, that illustrates the serious physical, navigational, and policy barriers that often prevent citizens with disabilities from accessing the underground concourse simply to cross the street. In 2022, we were also contacted by Argyle Consulting and HFTC, the authors of the Portage and Main Revitalization Study, regarding our perspective, which we were more than happy to share, which is basically, we, like everyone else, hope to see a dynamic and engaging space that celebrates the significance and the history of Portage and Main. But from our perspective, all redesigns are going to fall short if all members of our community are not able to even get there. And I'm happy to say that they listened. We were overjoyed to see the community's concerns addressed in their final report and vision, which we had anticipated showing up to this meeting and encouraging council to adopt. But to our surprise, the conversation pivoted significantly a couple of weeks ago when Mayor Gillingham announced his intention, the intention to at last open the intersection to at-grade street-level pedestrian crossing and to close the underground concourse and circus. ILRC is here today to unequivocally support the opening of Portage and Main, and to attempt to illustrate for you the confounding series of barriers a person requiring an accessible route of travel experiences under the status quo, which I have no doubt you will agree has established a discriminatory two-tier system that can no longer be accepted by our community. Now, the challenge to describe the very idiosyncratic network of lifts, private entrances, public entrances, elevators, different hours of access, and various signage experienced by anyone requiring an accessible route of travel is kind of the point, and what our Four Corners project attempts to do. It can be tremendously confusing for anyone with a disability or not that is familiar with the space, let alone someone who's visiting for the first time. But I'm going to try to paint you a picture. If you were on the east side of Main Street, heading south and wanted to cross the intersection, you would arrive at one of the 4 public entranceways to the underground, which are all stairs only. There are no public elevators. You would also find a wayfinding sign that indicates your position, but provides zero information regarding an accessible entrance or route. Your options would be either to proceed all the way down Portage Avenue East to cross at the ballpark, or if you were able to ask someone for directions, they may let you know that there is an elevator to the underground available in the lobby of the Richardson building. Now, the first thing you need to know about these private elevators located at all 4 corners in the different buildings is that they not only do not operate according to the same hours as the public stairwells, they close at 6, while the stairwells and concourse is open to past 10 p.m., but they're not even open on the same days of the week, meaning that if you use a wheelchair and you wish to cross on the weekend, you are simply locked out. And if that isn't discrimination, I don't know what is. For the sake of argument, let's say it is a Tuesday afternoon and the elevator at the Richardson building is open and you're able to make it below ground. To access the circus required for crossing the intersection, you'd have to use one of the city's 4 wheelchair lifts that are, frankly, quite old and very often out of service. In which case, you would have to turn around, go back above ground, and try to find a different way, which is very difficult as the various pieces of wayfinding signage do not include any accessible information. If the lift below the Richardson building was operational and you made it to the concourse, you would then head south underground to the only lift with the city seal on it beneath the old Bank of Montreal. It would be reasonable to assume that by taking this lift upwards, you would then be on your way to street level, but you would once again be greeted by a stairs-only public exit and a set of one-way locked doors preventing you from accessing the private elevator, in which case you would have to turn around and start figuring it out all over again. These barriers take on great significance as they are the only option for many individuals. By keeping the intersection closed to at-grade pedestrian crossing, we are forced to encounter them or are simply locked out. Accessibility is not always a straight line, but in this instance, it kind of is. By opening the intersection, these unnecessary barriers can be avoided, and Portage and Main can finally be a place for all Winnipeggers, and we urge you to take this historic opportunity to do so. Finally, the intention to close the concourse was also a surprise announcement for us with unknown implications. We urge caution on this front and taking the time to understand the economic and mobility impact of such a decision. The underground concourse connects thousands of workers at the intersection's high rises to the Skywalk system, a vital and accessible artery for navigating downtown Winnipeg, especially in the wintertime. Thank you all very much for the opportunity to address Council today on this important matter, and I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Questions for the delegation? Councillor Mates?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Patrick, hope you're on the mend.
Hi.
We missed you. It's Brian Mays. Missed you at the town hall meeting the other night that I know you wanted to attend. So I just want to be clear. Yes, you would have enjoyed it. We would have enjoyed having you. So for clarity, your ILRC is saying yes to the surface reopening, but also keep the concourse open, take your time thinking about the concourse, or, I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Can you just clarify, you're registered in support, but I think somewhat conditionally,
Yes.
you do want to see the concourse. Well, what would you like to see with the concourse? Can you clarify that?
Sure, thanks very much. Yeah, when I registered as a delegate, there was sort of 2 boxes to select, either one for or one against the motion. There wasn't, select a nuanced position wasn't one of the options. So yeah, number one, absolutely, we are 100% in favor of opening the intersection. As I mentioned, it is a very confusing route, full of a lot of barriers, a lot of opportunities for things to go wrong. And when people are sort of forced into that system, into that route, well, then they have no other choice but to deal with these barriers and sometimes be rerouted. We ran, we took various tours of the underground with all sorts of different individuals, with disabilities, without disabilities, and sort of timed how long it would take coming from different angles. And in some instances, it took 45 minutes to just circumnavigate the intersection. So opening to pedestrians at grade is the simplest, clearest route. And that's what universal design is all about. It's not about creating special systems for different people. It's about creating kind of one solution that meets the needs for everybody. And certainly opening at grade to cross and do so. When it comes to the concourse, though, as I mentioned, that was a bit of a surprise to us. And we're not here to sort of say, yes, keeping the concourse open and investing in it is the right thing to do, or saying, no, close the concourse as quickly as possible. What we're saying is that the intersection closed in 1979, and we've spent over 40 years as a community kind of wringing our hands to figure out whether or not we can open it again, what's the right thing to do. And considering that, making a decision to close the concourse in a couple of weeks does seem very quick. What we're encouraging is that the process plays itself out, that we understand, what the true cost is, understand how that cost might be impacted by the property owners contributing to the revitalization, and understanding the economic impact, the mobility impact that it might have. So there's a lot of engagement, I think, that has to happen before we decide whether or not to close the concourse. But whether the concourse stays open, whether it stays closed, clearly the status quo can't remain. And whether the concourse is open or closed, opening the intersection to pedestrians is absolutely the right thing to do.
Thank you. Second question, Councillor Mays.
How could I follow that up? That was so eloquent. I will leave that standing, and no further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Stewart, for coming and presenting in his injured state.
Thank you.
Lots of injuries happen when you have disabilities and you're moving around, right? So, and Madam Speaker, I used to be the financial manager for the Independent Living Resource Center in the early 90s. And it's a cross-disability, independent living, as it states, and systems and everything need to change. But, it's interesting that I'm glad you moved out of Portage Place, because the director at the time, that's after I was there, moved into Portage Place when it wasn't accessible. So my first question is, when the IRLC looked at the grain exchange building, did you consider the accessibility of the whole area?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good question. We are connected. The grain exchange is connected to the underground concourse, and then onto the Skywalk system as well. So visitors and our membership are able to access it. Our center through the front doors. We're on the first floor and have an accessible loading spot there, but are also able to access it through the underground as well.
Yeah. So there's probably a number of persons with disabilities. There's different levels. That's why universal design is supposed to be considered. Not, this isn't being done just for wheelchair users, right?
Yes.
Although this as a teenager with lots of ability, I used to cross that intersection and cringed. So no, I'm just gonna anyway. I'm just pointing out. You could say it wasn't a decision to ban persons with disabilities when they closed the pedestrians from crossing at Portage. It was to smooth traffic out and to protect people, because that was the worst intersection for accidents back in the 1970s. It was always at #1 list. Now, Madam Speaker, I just want to ask, I don't know why you have to look further in depth and study the use of the underground. There are seniors who have limitations. There are many people who use that underground in the winter, and these are people with disabilities. I don't know why you're not coming out and saying don't close the indoor concourse. I know it's not. Anyway. I don't go down there by myself. I go with others. But would you not agree that the disability community, the independent living people who are trusting themselves and live independently, don't you think that they're going to be quite upset that the concourse got closed? And I don't know why you're not taking a position stating right now not to close the underground concourse.
Well, you're right. There are absolutely some very tangible benefits to having the concourse open. Benefits that extend well beyond the disability community, really to anybody that is navigating that space. That being said, the barriers that we have identified in our Four Corners project and ones that are well known within our community are often barriers that are simply not known by the general public. We're all aware of the plebiscite in 2018, but my recollection of that conversation did not include information for the public regarding the different hours of operation, and that just at its most basic at the most basic level, by locking people out on the weekends, by closing access of people with mobility limitations after 6 p.m. when the general public is able to access it much beyond that. I don't doubt that the public would be very sensitive and appreciative to and not accepting these types of kind of policy, not just physical, but policy-based barriers. When it comes to the concourse being closed, frankly, there's something that I use every day. I'm through the concourse every single day, and I certainly benefit from that type of access. But what I do see also are lifts that are just as often out of order as they are in service, wayfinding signage that does not identify any accessible route of travel.
Thank you,
And it just
Patrick.
kind of adds to the confusion. Sorry, I'm just trying to answer the question. But so closing the concourse is kind of a new item on the menu, and it has been sort of framed in relation to a $75 million price tag. And whether or not that is sort of worth the investment, well, that's really up to everyone in this meeting that can vote, myself excluded. That's the decision that you have to make. What we are urging is that this is a very, very important option for people with disabilities to move around underground, especially in the wintertime, and that due diligence needs to be taken to sort of to understand that impact.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick. Next question, Councillor Reedy.
Yeah. Would you agree that merely close it is to discriminate against people who have not the worst, not the most difficult types of disabilities? Would that not be discrimination, just closing it for those people who use it in the winter?
Councillor Wyatt moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? There's just one speaker. 5 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
ILRC is what we stand for is choices. We believe that we all have an inherent right to make choices for ourselves. For some people, crossing at grade would be the accessible route for them, and for others, traveling underneath through the concourse. So yes, it absolutely serves a very valuable purpose, and we do hope and urge council to find a way to keep it open. But as mentioned, this is we're just beginning that process of understanding sort of the cost benefit, what the ratio is there, and we're just at this juncture just really urging council to engage stakeholders, to engage our community, to engage the community at large, and to certainly engage the property owners who should be responsible as well for maintaining this piece of public infrastructure that benefits them as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. And that concludes our questions for this delegation. Councillor, I didn't see your hand. Councillor Wyatt.
That way.
Now,
Patrick.
Before you do that, if you could move a motion that we work through noon, seeing the hour.
I'm not moving that, but I'm going to ask a question.
We do have a few more delegations, so I think it's important to hear them.
Let's finish the delegation.
Okay. Councillor Lukes moves that we move through lunch, and we will take a break shortly, but I do want to get through the delegations. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. And Councillor Wyatt. your
Patrick, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. My question is are you aware that at one time the city had a vision that we wanted to create greater connectivity throughout the downtown, connecting people both at grade and below grade and above grade, that we wanted walkways, we wanted connectivity, we wanted action across the city, but to enhance the value of not only the downtown, make it safer, but to enhance the value of properties and to encourage and spur development in the downtown, and the concourse is directly related to that. Are you aware of that?
Am I aware of that? Yes, of course.
And are you aware as well that with the closure of the concourse, there will be a direct write-down of assessed values, namely Winnipeg Square, the shops at Winnipeg Square, and all 4 towers will be directly affected through their reassessments, negatively hitting the city permanently on its property tax revenues coming back to the city, and that there's been no analysis pertaining to that. Are you aware no analysis has been given to council pertaining to the write-down that we're going to no doubt see thanks to the closure of the concourse?
Yes, I am aware of that. I've read the public services report many times, and when it comes to closing the concourse, it does spur many questions in terms of the cost, in terms of the impact, not just economically, but in terms of mobility, and that livable downtown that we are all undoubtedly trying to achieve, even though we may have different ideas. But that is those are some very important studies that need to happen, and engagement that needs to take place. But what we really want to get across today, because this has become, just when you think the Portage and Main conversation couldn't become more interesting, it has, is that the motion that's before you today, what we desperately want to see happen is that the intersection is finally opened to at-grade pedestrian crossing, because that is the quickest and surest way to ensure that everybody, citizens with disabilities, and to the public at large, are able to cross the street, are able to keep moving through downtown. And that being said, of course, we acknowledge, I think we would want to be at the head of the front of the line to acknowledge that the Skywalk system, the concourse, and these routes that we have during the wintertime are absolutely vital, things that we need to maintain and find opportunities, I would hope, in the future to expand.
Okay.
And are you aware, finally,
Final
Patrick,
question.
by setting this precedent, that anytime we now have a problem with any kind of concourse, below grade or above grade, especially above grade throughout the city's responsible now be, we're going to shut down the concourses, whether it be over Portage, over Broadway, over Donald, over Smith. Our policy now will be to shut concourses down. Are you aware of that? That's going to be our immediate response?
Well, I'm not really sure how to answer that question. It is a bit rhetorical. What we're here to do is we're often here. ILRC stands for accessibility. Obviously, we want people to have choices to live their own lives.
Thank you,
able to access
Patrick.
all public spaces.
Patrick, thank you for your
Okay.
presentation. The clock has
Sure.
timed out. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, well, we're going to move on to the next delegation, but Councillor Lard, I want to address you first. You had wanted to deal with an item at this time that's on the regular agenda, and that's...
Yes, am I allowed to speak to it,
That is
Madam Speaker?
unadvisable. It really disrupts the order of business
So
here
it's
before
not,
us.
so it's not practice, but it's also not against the rules?
We also have delegations that are waiting,
Okay.
so we would like to get through them.
I believe
Are you asking for suspension of the rules?
I would like,
And I'm not calling for that because it's unadvisable. I'd like to continue with the delegations.
okay, I would like to call suspension of the rules so that we may deal with the item that we have been discussing
Okay.
and the motion that's been circulated.
Okay. Okay.
I understand.
And I am not calling suspension. We do have an amending motion as well that needs to be recirculated. There was a numbering issue, so again, we're going to continue with delegations. Thank you.
Allowing for the
You
vote
can
on
certainly
suspension?
challenge the chair if you like, but I am not calling
Well,
for suspension.
I
of the
will
rules.
challenge the chair then.
Okay.
I think we can call for a vote. Why not call for a vote?
As I said, it's unadvisable. It
I have
disrupts the
challenged
order of
the
business,
chair.
and we have never done this. Okay. Okay. There is a, I'll put a vote to challenge the chair. So all in favor of allowing a vote for suspension of the rules? It's to challenge. All in favor of challenging the chair, please rise.
Councillor
Madam Clerk,
Allard.
those opposed, please rise.
Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Berwadi, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rowlands, Santos, Schreier, Wyatt, Chambers, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 1, nays 14.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll continue with the order of business as presented today on the agenda. Our next delegation is Judy Watiek, who is appearing in opposition to item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development, dated March 7, 2024. It's regarding the Portage and Main intersection. Welcome, Judy.
Thank you. I have 2 pieces of good news. Number 1, I'm quite sure I've just contributed a parking ticket to the city's coffers. Number 2, as an old television journalist, I edit right up until airtime, so the verbal presentation will be much shorter than the written one. The $73 million number for the concourse involves a full rebuild of the intersection with something I've heard nobody even mention, $13 million in major sewer and water main replacements and upgrades the City Water and Waste Department says it needs to do. If the concourse is closed, do we still go ahead with the $38 million in total it would cost to do those? Because that also means ripping up, then rebuilding the intersection and the 5 years of rush hour traffic jams that are so worrisome. Given the recent huge sewage spill in South Winnipeg and a closed community center daycare thanks to another sewer line break, both in the last 6 weeks, I'm thinking if Water and Waste says they need to do something, we should listen. Direct project costs for concourse repairs alone add up to just 35 of the 73 million. Without the 13 million for the sewer and water line work, it would be 60 million for the concourse. The city's public service estimates it would cost up to 50 million, maybe more, maybe less, to shutter the concourse, another 10 million for surface crosswalks. That's also 60 million. But what if it only costs 20 million to close the concourse, plus 10 million for crosswalks? That's 30 million. Well, what if the concourse was repaired through 50-50 cost sharing with the corner property owners? That could cost the city as little as 30 million, but the public service was not permitted to pursue that option, although that was what they recommended. This motion gives the public service permission to talk with property owners, but only about decommissioning costs, and only after you vote to close it. Fait accompli, no going back. And nobody even knows if those numbers are accurate, because until March 1st, it occurred to absolutely no one to even think about closing the concourse. And you'll all have to wait until after you vote to close it to find out what it would actually cost. How would it work? What would the economic impacts be? We don't know. We know nothing that we need to know about the ramifications of closing it. Now, we all do know it's the primary job of a city to maintain its civic infrastructure. This is part of that infrastructure. If it matters, you maintain it with taxpayer dollars for the benefit of the taxpayer. We rebuild our roads constantly, spending wads of money and creating great big traffic jams. The public service budget for this year is $1.7 billion. A lot of it is rebuilding and repairing civic infrastructure over and over and over again. What's different about this? Not a single stakeholder at Portage and Main was consulted regarding the mayor's decision to close it. No one, not property owners or businesses, not the arts community, not the public, was asked if they agree. The property owners, through the building owners and managers of Manitoba, do not agree. The mayor has his numbers all wrong, they say. The downtown biz does not agree. Businesses they encouraged and nurtured would be hurt or killed off outright, they say. They could both be right. And what about your constituents? A radio station straw poll 2 weeks ago found 70% of people who voted want the concourse to stay open. And you could only vote once. I tried. A Free Press poll published just today shows 60% support now for opening the surface of Portage and Main. But it doesn't address closing the concourse. That, says the Freep, wasn't considered by most of the probe survey respondents. That's it for public input. This motion says you'll get public input after you agree to close the concourse. Isn't that kind of putting the cart before the horse? I have a vested interest. My husband's massive sculptured concrete wall. The Royal Canadian Academy of Art, the most prestigious national arts organization in Canada, agrees that work must be saved. But that important Western Canadian contemporary artwork will almost certainly be buried if the mayor has his way. Once he realized it was there, he did ask for a study into what it would cost to move it elsewhere. That study hasn't even begun. Well, I watched how that wall went in. It's an integral part of a key load-bearing wall. Good luck figuring it out. The price tag is unimaginable and I am sure will prove completely indigestible. And the additional time the Public Service was granted a week ago to refine its wild-eyed estimate of 20 to 50 million to close the concourse, that's not done yet. And yes, the concourse may have to be done all over again in 40 years. Again, that's what you do with public infrastructure that matters. It costs taxpayers money, and then, when necessary, you do it all over again. The city's public service told the mayor they want to proceed on the project and they expected property owners would cost share. That was not the decision made. And your executive policy committee, for reasons I can't even begin to fathom, then passed the motion that sits before you. The Public Service doesn't yet have even a remotely accurate closing cost estimate. The request to undertake cost-sharing discussions to keep the concourse open was denied. Instead, we have this vote before you, 14 business days after announcing the closure of the concourse. 14 days? So, spend maybe $60 million to shutter the concourse and open crosswalks, maybe less, maybe more, and get literally nothing but the joy of frostbite in January for that money. No traffic jams for the 5 years the project would take. There will be those niggling little pauses in traffic that would be created forever by pedestrians trying to cross 8 lanes of traffic in -30 with 40-kilometer-mile winds. Oh, and those sewer and water mains on the potential verge of falling apart. Might that not be the biggest sinkhole you ever saw right in the middle of Portage and Main? Or maybe spend the same amount of money for something Winnipeg can continue to be proud of. And again, properly upgraded sewer and water lines mean tearing up the intersection anyway, and we need those. What sense does any of this make? Do you not think it makes sense to get the real numbers, to talk with the stakeholders around the intersection, to find out what the public actually wants here? To consider that you would almost certainly be destroying the biggest cultural legacy Bruce Head could give to the province and to the country? Think about all those things. Stop, think, and then make an informed decision. Is that too much to ask? Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. We have another delegation on the same topic, and I'll ask you to wait on the bench, and we'll take questions shortly. I'd like to call forward Aaron Doliniak, Executive Director, Manitoba Trucking Association. He's speaking on the same topic, also in opposition. Welcome.
Good afternoon. As stated, my name is Aaron Doliniak. I'm the Executive Director of the Manitoba Trucking Association. I'm also the chair of the City of Winnipeg's Goods Movement Advisory Committee. It is important for Council to recognize the fundamental role commercial goods play in Winnipeg's economy, which is based on trade. Goods movement is what puts groceries on store shelves, meals in restaurants, parts and materials in factories, and takes Winnipeg's products to the outside world. Goods movement maintains our economy and enables it to grow, serving the places where Winnipeggers work and where Winnipeggers are served as customers. Let me be clear. I'm here on behalf of the Manitoba Trucking Association not to object to the reopening of Portage-Germain for pedestrian traffic. The MTA is concerned that the recommendations made by the Public Service in its report to Council do not include the need to accommodate truck traffic, especially on Portage Avenue East. The Public Service has recommended that Appendix 7 be approved by Council as the guiding vision for renewal of the infrastructure in the public realm at the intersection. The at-grade vision for Portage and Main that is articulated in Appendix 7 of the report to Council does not envision traffic lanes for trucks or any other motor vehicles except buses on Portage Avenue East. This is not a vision that the trucking industry can support. The MTA supports a vision that maintains the current capacity for truck movements in all 4 directions at Portage and Main. The traffic lanes that are wide enough to safely accommodate commercial vehicles as well as all other road users. For this reason, the MTA is requesting, as part of your decision today on this matter, that members of Council move to pass a motion requiring that any final design for Portage and Main must include traffic lanes that safely accommodate all road users, including commercial trucks, on Portage Avenue East, Portage Avenue West, and Main Street. In 1974, after many years of public debate, the City of Winnipeg chose not to build freeways in Winnipeg. 50 years later, Portage and Main remains as it has always been, the hub of our transportation system, connecting all 4 directions of the compass. Then, as now, we continue to use Portage and Main just as Winnipeggers have always used it for goods movement. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take questions. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Sorry, I don't recall the name of the Aaron.
Judy, if you could please come forward as well. Judy
Thank you.
Watik and Aaron Dolinick.
Judy, you made some very good points in terms of your presentation. I guess the one that struck me the most was how quickly this is all happening. And you were able to obtain a lot of information from people that you know in Winnipeg and talking to. What are, the rush to make this happen? It's not like the concourse started to crumble all of a sudden and that we all of a sudden have to make a rash decision here. I'm all in favor of making quick decisions, but at the same time, we got the Arlington Bridge sitting over there in the air, and we're not rushing to be rushing on that one to knock it down or rebuild it. But here we are rushing on this one. What do you think is driving that? Why do you think this is happening now?
I don't know. I have no, it doesn't make any sense to me. I just don't get it. The concourse has been leaking for, well, really since the Dillon report. Back in 2018, there have been leaks happening. The consultant's report came out at the end of September 2023, and that was 5 months ago, and now all of a sudden, we gotta know now! I don't understand that. It just, to me, I'm an old journalist. You do your research, you do your homework, you find out everything you can find out before you make a decision. You don't go, we're going to do this. We'll figure out why, how much it costs. Oh, we'll do all that later. You just, I'm sorry I can't give you an answer because I don't have one.
Second question, Councillor
Since
Wyatt.
you're
The
an old-
questions and answers through the chair, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm an old elected official, you're old journalist. So if I could ask.
I probably covered you, sir.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Maybe I'll throw a hypothesis out at you. Maybe it has to do with election cycles and the fact that, you get it done now, 2 years before an election, people are forgetting about it.
question,
Yeah, it will happen next
Councillor Wyatt.
year. Right? The election cycle is in 2006, the re-election campaign for the mayor and company. So maybe that would be it. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, if you do the math on that, and you say the choice was made to repair the concourse, the election cycle would be happening about halfway through that 5-year traffic jam. So there's that. I don't know. I have no idea. I would hope that civic politics is above that kind of thing.
Final question, Councillor Wyatt.
And when you answered the last part of the question, you implied something. You hope it's above it. You hope it's about long-term planning and vision. Is that what you're getting at? What do you mean by that?
That's what I would hope. There's a time-honored tradition that, you know, mayors and councils change. And when the old one comes out, the new one comes in, and it's all new and exciting, and then it's just a question of hanging in there until the next election and trying to make sure that you stay where you want to be in power. I would hope that our city, which has the potential for such a vision at Portage and Main that could include a vibrant concourse if we cared enough to make it one, I would hope that our city would include that vision and think ahead far enough to be able to make that vision possible. We could go above ground, we could go below ground, we could do both. We could make that corner into something that could be the envy of the entire country. Or we could not.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier, followed by Councillor Lukes.
Sure. Thank you. A question for Mr. Doliniuk. Thank you for both of you for your presentations. In this case, maybe I didn't get it straight. You are concerned of making sure that we have proper routes for trucking at Portage and Main, including Portage East. Do we at this time have proper routing?
Yes.
Okay. And could you give us an example so we can deal with this in terms of your concerns, an example of where, in your opinion, in your advice, we'd have inadequate trucking routes at an intersection, so we have some sort of comparison?
A current challenge?
Yeah. Is there any place in the city where you think we aren't doing a proper job of truck routing, truck lanes, et cetera?
One that's actually recently come up is if you're headed westbound, I believe it's on River, coming from Main Street, and you want to turn on to, I guess that would be Smith going northbound? Is that correct?
Well, he's talking about adequate truck routes, and I just want a brief concept of reference. It's been a long day. This 1 minute, that's on our own time. I would like that advice. I think council is going to benefit from it. We've been here 3 hours. We ask a question like this, and this is irrelevant. This is about Portage and Main, and what to give respect to this fellow for being here today. What routes?
Councillor Schreier, continue with your question, please.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to know, since he's here, and he's talking about benefit of truck routes, briefly, yes, 1 minute, an example of what's a bad truck route, so we have an idea of some context when it comes to Portage and Main. I think it's a really valid point he's making.
So
Thank
right
you.
bound off of River onto, I'm guessing it's Smith going northbound. They're removing the yield there and making it no right turn for trucks. So if you are a food service hauler and you're, let's say, supporting restaurants along Marion Goulet, and you want to go into the downtown, before the best route would have been turn right onto Smith, but now you're in a situation where there is no right turn, you have to go way around, right? So it all boils down to having accessible points to serve the needs of other industries, and that's our job, safely.
Thank you for that practical advice as we move forward on this.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Councillor Lukes.
Thank you, Mr. Doliniuk, for your presentation. So Portage and Main has been the hub of our economy for, decades, centuries. And trucking, goods movement, is the backbone of our economy. So I guess this question is did you know? Did you know that I'm working with Public Works and Transit? We're going to organize a meeting. We're going to sit down and talk about this. It's a very preliminary meeting because I know Transit's not done any detailed design. It's a lot of conceptual, as have Public Works, not done a lot of detailed design. So did you know that we're organizing a meeting to sit down and discuss this? Because we need goods movement in our city, and we can't completely shut down trucking at that intersection.
Thank you. Mr. Doliniuk.
I didn't know until today. That's great news. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Mays.
First, I just want to I can't remember the woman's name, but very good presentation, and I...
Judy, if you could come forward, please.
I would, no, I'm not going to ask her a question, because I agree with everything she had to say. Anyway, my question just for the Trucking Association is, I'm confused about, concern of movement of trucking, and yes, our trade highways in Winnipeg right from the beginnings was Main Street and Portage Avenue. So, but I'm having a hard time conceptualizing recommendations from the trucking industry, which includes people who drive 5-ton trucks, I believe, not just big semi-tractors and so on and so forth. Why, in the circumstance of Portage and Main, you're concerned about opening it up and slowing down traffic, but at the same time, when it comes to the Arlington Bridge, the Trucking Association says they don't need it. Can you help me understand what's the difference between them?
Sure.
When you're driving your 5-ton food truck and trying to deliver in a timely fashion?
I would say in the case of Portage and Main, the concern here is not necessarily delays, it's having access to that intersection from all sides like we currently have now. That's what I've articulated here. When it comes to the Arlington Bridge, it hasn't been a truck route. It's not an accessible point for our industry for a 5-ton truck, for a 1-ton truck, or for a semi-truck. Right. So our industry has worked around that infrastructure for decades.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam
Second
Speaker,
question.
Madam Speaker, did you know that my son drove a 5-ton truck and delivered and would have preferred to use the Arlington Bridge to make some deliveries from the Polo Park area, because McPhillips is untenable.
Thank you. Mr. Doliniak? Okay. Councillor Mays moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Councillor Mays?
Thanks. Question for Mr. Doliniak. One of the things that came out of the town hall meeting I had last night, and thanks to Ms. Wojcik for coming to the first one, which was 2 nights before, but one of the things that came out of the discussion last night was this, what you're talking about, Portage East, if we're going to put a full-on transit hub, stop, center, whatever, soaking up a lane, that has some traffic implications. We've heard also, well, we might have vehicular traffic just one way, or maybe not at all, maybe just transit. So obviously this just means more people turning right at some point. I mean, just mathematically, if you're coming east and you can't get through, you got to go somewhere. Maybe not the buses, but everybody else. But I think Councillor Lukes provided some of the answer, which is she's going to engage with people. The Fairmont, though, comes up. Fairmont's renovating, as I understand it. Does your group have any contact with the Fairmont? I would be surprised if they would favor a complete ban on car and truck traffic in front of their hotel, but I don't know, since they don't seem to have been part of this. So has your group had any contact with the Fairmont on this Portage East issue?
We have not.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentations today, both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes delegations. Council will now recess and reconvene at 1:45. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of March 21st, 2024. We're on the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated March 12th. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise and would like to move reports number 1, 3 to 12, and number 6.
So you're standing down 2?
Standing down 2 and...
6 has an amending motion.
Okay, so stand down 2, 6 has an amending motion, stand down 13 as well, and move the rest of them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gilroy? 3, Engage Winnipeg policy. Councillor Mays? Same. Okay. Councillor Wyatt?
1, 2, 3,
Okay.
5, 6.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on. Just name them all. 12, 13.
I'll call the question on item 4, 7 through 11, and 14. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. Madam Clerk?
Item 1, approval of business improvement zone levies 2024.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Wait to hear from my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. This was stood down by Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, Madam Speaker, through you, Madam Speaker, the Chair. I rise today to speak to this just simply because we often don't speak to this. It's the annual biz levy report that we have come before us. And I just want to take a moment to thank my business improvement zone for the hard work that they do, both staff and the board members, the volunteer board members, as well as biz members who participate in the zone. I'm proud to be able to stand here and say that we are now the 4th largest zone, the Transcona Biz, in the entire city. When I first arrived, our budget was quite minor, and we've been able to look at expanding the territory of the zone. We did an expansion in terms of the land in question. We successfully petitioned and expanded the zone. We now have a growing zone in terms of the amount of businesses. At one time, the zone was somewhat unstable in terms of the assessment base because of the up and down nature of business at that time. I'm glad to say and report that that is somewhat stabilized, that we have, through the Transcona Planned Development Overlay for downtown Transcona, stabilized the downtown, and it's hard now to get office space for a successful retail operation there. Through the Transcona Yards Area Structure Plan, which involved all of the industrial yards and the major stakeholders, CN Rail, Palliser Furniture, New Flyer Industries, to name a few, participated. We have now, in many ways, stabilized that economic development zone and strengthened it by other activity that now takes place there. One of the largest grow-ops in Manitoba. They don't like that advertised, but I'm not going to tell you where specifically it is. But it's created a lot of employment and employment activity, while at the same time working hard to reduce the amount of conflict that does occur between employment lands and residentially zoned lands. Furthermore, I just want to give a shout out to the Transcona Biz for the work that they do annually. The programming they do is remarkable. Ever since we created the Transcona Centennial Square in the heart of the community, which is a quarter-acre public park, we have yoga in the park, we have farmers market in the park, we've had the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra come and play on the pavilion, Archibald Pavilion. We've had numerous events that take place, and it's become we have movies in the park on a Friday night where a big screen is rolled out and residents come with their lawn chairs and enjoy a movie on a Friday or a Saturday night with their neighbors. Popcorn is given out, I think, for 25 cents a bag. It's remarkable. And it really has brought the community together in an amazing way. You know, I've been reading about, and I think we all saw this latest UN study on happiness. Happiness, a lot of communities, it's not necessarily a matter of wealth, but a matter of connectivity and people identifying with their place that they live in and live with, and those they live with. And we strive hard to make folks welcome, no matter what their background, no matter how new they may be to the community, where they're from, their arrival, or if they've been there for generations. And so those are, the Biz also does, coming up very soon in May, we're going to do a large community cleanup involving all the schools in the area. All the students at school get involved. We do the Transcona Biz spearheads the annual firework display at Buhler Recreation Park. puts on probably one of the largest fireworks in the entire city in honor of our country's birthday. And the list goes on in terms of the activity that they do, but the staff do it with relatively few resources. They do an amazing job, as well as running the day-to-day operation of the board of directors and applying for grants, securing grants for summer students, the flower program that they have, the plantings that they do, which are extensive now, the banner contest that we have with all the schools, getting students involved in painting and contest in terms of all the banner posts. They always have a theme every year. It's just really brought the community together. I don't know what we would do without the Transcona Biz. I want to recognize Leela Dance, the executive director, Rob Guesswin, the president of the Biz right now, and we are actually in the process of moving to a new location, which will be larger, that we can store the Gator in, and actually have a facility that will hopefully assist us, because of all the programming that the Biz is doing, to give the extra space we need both for storage and programming space and office space. So they've done a remarkable job over the years. It's really evolved into something amazing, and I want to thank the volunteer members of the board of directors and the staff for their ongoing hard work. They often don't get recognized, and so I'd like to take this moment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Mr. Mayor, to close.
Yes, I just want to thank our Biz Zones for all the work that they do. I want to echo Councillor's comments. They do great work in our communities, and with that, I invite you to call the question, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. Madam Clerk, item 2.
Item 2, initiatives funded from the first installment of the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a report that we've been looking forward to of the $122 million that was committed by the federal government to the City of Winnipeg. This really represents the allocation decision on how to allocate the first up to $30 million, which is the first installment of the first tranche of that money that has come to the city from the federal government. The focus of this report calls on us to move forward with primarily funding one of the 8 initiatives that we committed to pursue in our application, specifically the incentive program for multifamily dwellings in downtown and corridors. The report does lay out the fact that the focus of this allocation will be to encourage and to incentivize development of residential units in our downtown. And there is funding that is granted or may be granted to eligible recipients, successful applicants, I should say. The downtown market projects of up to $25,000 a unit. It's nonprofit affordable housing up to $35,000 a unit, and affordable projects located in the downtown are eligible for both grants listed above to a maximum of $60,000 a unit if they meet criteria. This is good news. We have talked consistently in this council over the last several months about the need for more housing in our city, and specifically more affordable housing and more housing in our downtown. We are unapologetically focusing in our downtown as a council. We have put great emphasis and effort on encouraging more people to live in the downtown and encouraging developers to build more multifamily units in the center of our city, in our downtown communities. And so I'm glad to support this project and look forward to the applicants coming forward once we adopt this, and just to see what gets built in our downtown so that more people can live in our community, and more people can have access, hopefully, to affordable housing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mays.
Thank you. As you will know, Madam Speaker, I was one of the 3 councillors to vote against the HAF proposal when it came through, and I was on the losing end of that. But unapologetically, I'm going to continue to point out some of the discrepancies that appear in these documents and some of the questions that I continue to have. We have said we need to keep up with other cities. Remind you, yesterday people voted for a budget which included the chart that showed that we had one of the lowest tax rates for municipal property taxes in the country, And if you look further down on page 73, Winnipeg's housing market remains one of the most affordable in the country. So we'll come back to this, I suspect, as we get more into the details of the HAF project. But if the idea that, like other cities, we have these same problems, I don't think we do. I think the budget we voted on yesterday reflects some of that. And if we're keeping up with other cities, then Councillor Wyden and I will be very keen to get on that LRT committee, and we can get going on some light rail or a subway. But we aren't keeping up with other cities in that regard. There's some things to praise in the housing, in the HAF document. There are some things to question. What is to be praised? The staff have made it clear they're moving forward as council directed. In November of 2023, they're moving forward with a series of changes. The incorporation of the infill guidelines will be the next change. They seem to forget that there were some height limit requirements in those documents, but I'm assured that that will be part of the next approval, which is coming shortly, to incorporate the infill guidelines into bylaw form. What will be coming next year, as we directed, what will be coming next year, as we directed, or at the very least toward the end of this year, so all community committees can consult, are the provisions around the federal requirements. Malls and corridors, the fourplexes, the 4-story limits. There's a number of wording details I won't get into. About also perhaps then we can get the map that's referred to and referenced in the frequently asked questions document. We don't have the map, but the FAQ says, well, if you look at the map. So some discrepancies there. I continue to await the map, which is referenced in the city's own FAQ page. So the good news, as we indicated in November 23, there needs to be a long process. There needs to be a lot of work done before we consider those steps on malls and corridors, the fourplexes, the 4 stories. The SPAP does not say, go ahead and do this. There's some references claiming that. Look at 2.8 of the SPAP strategic plan. It says to encourage along malls and corridors. It doesn't say as of right. It doesn't say as of right because I got those words pulled out. They were later added back in, some very straightforward drafting by Mr. Kelsey in the November document, but this SPAP does not say that we're going to give as of right development rights. It just doesn't. We read it does, it doesn't. I have to point this out, whether for good or ill. What do we mean by as of right? Here we turn to the FAQ. Elimination of public hearings is inherent to the meaning of as of right. It's inherent to the meaning of as of right. We will be eliminating public hearings. Perhaps we'll come back to this under item 3 on our agenda about how we're engaging and consulting with everyone. We are eliminating public hearings through the as of right. We have some councillors putting out documents saying there'll still be public hearings. There will be a public hearing in front of this body, and then, if passed, we will have no further public hearings where there's as of right. If you live near the St. Vital Centre and several hundred units are planned to go up, you'll just have to welcome that with open arms or deal with that. There will not be a public hearing. There still will be if you perhaps live on Hansard and are upset about the 150-foot lot next door being split through a variance. Well, yes, there'd still be a public hearing. But there aren't going to be public hearings. No dancing around that. It's inherent in the meaning of as of right. What does the staff say? The public service will undertake fulsome due diligence. Not sure what the difference between fulsome due diligence and due diligence is, but the public service will undertake fulsome due diligence to ensure design standards meet the as-of-right requirements, but also preserve community needs. I'm a little troubled when I'm told it's the public service who will be determining what the community needs, not the elected official, but I lost that vote. So we will have, it'll take some time to get that fulsome due diligence to make sure we have the appropriate standards. We still have no clarity on what development agreements can be demanded on malls, on corridors. We have at least 3 positions out of the Mayor's Office of Public Service. Hopefully that will be rectified when we get there late this year, when we start having the community committee consultations on the malls and corridors, the fourplexes, etc. So, no public hearings on as-of-right developments. That's understood. That's straightforward. But to the staff, to their credit, are following what we said in November. That's not coming right away. That's coming in the fall, so we can have the community committees, and then this body hears does the bylaw review. And we'll have, the devil will be in the details, as I think one of our media outlets said. What do we mean by lot size, height restrictions? What do we mean by environmental standards? There were a couple of things that troubled me, though, in the document. The assertion, we've unfortunately dug up again items we took out of Complete Communities, page 15. You'll remember a debate here about 3 years ago in which we were told how the settlement area of the city had grown by 92% or almost doubled, which if 92% is almost doubling, I'll be using that on the fair wage calculations, believe you me, to my own advantage. But leaving that aside, 92% growth in the settlement area has now morphed into 92% growth in the built-up area or the built area. I've asked Mr. Jack to clarify how that could have happened. What do we mean by that? The answer we got last year was, well, in 1971, we didn't have a Assiniboine forest, for example. So we've grown as a city. So that's the built area, Assiniboine Forest or Bois des Esprits. That troubles me. We have a lot of people saying, please don't build on Assiniboine Forest, but as I've said before, we need the public service to speak with one voice. If the planning department is saying, well, we need to have more people in the built area, then in theory we should be tearing down Assiniboine Forest then, shouldn't we? Or this ends the debate about LeMay right there. But we appear not to be saying that with some other wing of the civil service. We appear to be saying, let's have discussions of a national park or saving the forest. I tend to go with that. But I'm not going to go back to Glenwood or people in my ward and say, well, we have to densify to a great extent here, even if you don't like it, because the built area of the city has grown up. Oh, by the way, we're making some of it a national forest. It doesn't really hang together for those people. Secondly, we have the remarkable assertion that the water and sewer pipes, each person in the city is now responsible for 70% more of water and sewer pipes than several decades ago. Why would that be? Well, it's probably because, A, we didn't hear it on sewer pipes. Last year or 2 years ago when we had this debate, it was merely water, and we established the number was inaccurate. But now we're throwing sewer pipes in there, trying to convince councillors that we've had this great growth. Why would that be? Well, probably because we have separated sewer pipes in the newer parts of the city so that we don't have raw sewage going into the river. If our view is that was a mistake, then we probably should stop the billion-dollar combined sewer work that we're undertaking, because the expenses, we're adding more sewer pipe in the older parts of the city, and the people paying for it are throughout the city. So I'm not going to go to people in Sage Creek. I'll need a brief extension, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Rollins moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favour? Contrary? Carried.
We need accurate information. We need accurate data from our staff. We can't have people saying the evidence that we need to consolidate, the evidence that we need that the suburbs are at fault here somehow. It's all sprawled. Here's our evidence. Everyone's responsible for more water and sewer pipe. Then simultaneously keep putting more sewer pipe into the older areas, funded in part by everyone across the city. What am I to do? Go to people in Sage Creek and say, it's your fault. It's all your fault that there's not combined sewer downtown. I don't think that hangs together too well. So, to reiterate, some good work by the staff saying, yes, this is going to come in waves. The first bit is the infill guidelines. Some of that will get overrun, but at least we'll have it for a while. The second tranche to come in the fall, the stuff about malls and corridors, the stuff about fourplexes, the stuff about 4 stories, and then we're to review that as a body with all of those preconditions from what we said in 2023, lot size, height, environmental standards. We need that package to review. But in the interim, can we, Mr. Jack, please ensure that we aren't repeating some of the myths that we dealt with back there a few years ago and took out, to Mr. Kiernan's credit, took out of the Complete Communities document? Because if we're saying that Assiniboine Forest is built area, I really don't know where we're going. I mean, I brought along my Arthur Kessler book here to talk about some of the, you can't just keep saying that you can't just say the ends justify the means. It's all in service of a larger good. So if we're shading the truth, that's all fine. Surely we haven't come to that point yet. So I will be asking at Water and Sewer, somebody come on down to my committee from Water and Utility and explain to me how we're now saying this is terrible, all these new sewer pipes, because we're putting $1 billion into building new sewer pipes. So we got to get one public service talking with one voice here.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. Next speaker, Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, the report before us regarding the first initiatives that we're planning to fund out of the HAF is concerning. I read in the report how, at first glance, approximately 10% of the funds are going to be used for administration. You read further on in the report, though, that actually it's more than that. That it's actually over 20%, 20.31% of the total amount, 5.6 million, is going to be used for administration. Since when did we use this? When we had the seminars on this originally, we stressed the importance of keeping down our administrative costs. Our administration told us they were going to keep those down in around the 10% range. Now I'm reading that, no, it's beyond that. Specifically, I refer to the next steps on page 10, where it appears to me that now we're using the HAF funds to do what we should have been doing in the first place as a city in terms of our planning department. Establishing a land enhancement office, an infrastructure program to support new housing, and amendments to the local area plans and digitalization of the development and approval, permanent approval process. Well, these are things that we should have been doing anyway as part of our day-to-day requirements as a city with regards to the planning department. But 3.1 million is being set aside for this, plus communication, which again is administrative in nature, website, portal, not to mention the amount of funds, Madam Speaker, that we're now going to be using on the first tranche, again, to justify the administration of the program, that it appears that we're going to be using this to build in the systems that we didn't have in the first place throughout the entire initiative. In fact, we're going to be using it to come back with the exact things that Councillor Mays was talking about, which is the rezoning process. Frankly, Madam Speaker, in any other city there would be already the capacity to do that, but we're actually having to hire and use this money to make up for the money that we did not spend or have not been budgeting properly for in terms of our planning department and the resources that they need of a city of our size. This really concerns me because this basically means that every dollar that we're spending on administration is one less dollar going into programming. But putting that aside for a minute, even more concerning is where the money's actually going to be going. The downtown is great. I think the fact that downtown is being focused on first and foremost, fantastic. But from what I could see here, it's the concern that I expressed before when we had the seminars, and the concern that I'm going to say right now, that there's a very fine line, Madam Speaker, between this program being seen as one of driving up housing and the needs, addressing housing needs in the city, and one of becoming a slush fund for the developers.
Carlos?
And it appears to me that we're on the slow slope of becoming a slush fund of the developer. The first program, the Downtown Markets Project, up to $2,500 a unit, $25,000 a unit, I stand corrected. The projects must include 10% of units to be affordable below market units, and 10% affordable is being deemed based on CMHC 30% of median rental income at $1,100 a month. CMHC, madam, it's not mid-market rents. You got a problem with your microphone, madam? Or okay.
Technical issue. Thank you.
It's an issue, Madam Speaker, that we need to address. This is not what we wrote the program for. Mid-market rents, in my mind, based in Manitoba or based on Manitoba market values, not CMHC. CMHC takes, for those that you don't know, CMHC levels take in Toronto and Vancouver and all of the other higher. Can I just wait a minute while the Speaker figures out what she's doing? Okay, thank you. I just don't know if I have the Speaker's attention. Okay, thank you. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm concerned that we have a program that we're rolling out that seems to be of the benefit of industry over those who we're supposed to be actually doing the program for, and that's the people who are going to be living in the housing. Furthermore, in terms of this, downtown market projects, 10 years is what we're giving the affordable rent for. So in other words, typically, when you go to market, when you're building your own multiple family housing building, you're going to go and borrow money, 25, 30-year money. You now basically have locked in only for 10 years in terms of 10% of the units in the building. That's not affordable housing, Madam Speaker. This is just another way to say, here's some free money.
build some more units. Yes, we do need more people downtown. Yes, we do need more people living, making the downtown more vibrant. Absolutely. Then why don't we just say that? Than pretending that it's an affordable housing program, because it is not. And there's 3 tranches, non-profit affordable housing unit, 35,000 a unit, 35,000 a door. And then there's the affordable housing top-up for projects located outside of the downtown. But nowhere in here, Madam Speaker, does it say how much of the 25 million, sorry, 25 million minus 3.1, because that's less, how much of that is actually going to be going to every one of these projects? We're leaving that up to the administration. We're letting them decide how much of Roman numeral 1, 2, or 3, they get to decide which groups, or maybe some others get to decide which groups are going to get the funding, the lion's share. Well, I can tell you where the lion's share is going to be taken up. It's going to be on Roman numeral 1, because those are the projects that are going to make the most sense. They're going to be the quickest to apply. They're going to be the quickest to be taken up, because their requirements are the least. And anybody who has any ability to, in terms of development, will want to tie up as least amount of their funds and maximize as much public money as possible with as little rules and requirements on them to fulfill in the long run. Because the other programs have longer periods of time of tying up their money and longer obligations, especially the top-up outside of the downtown that has a minimum of 20 years. So right away, you know what's going to happen. They're gearing the program one way and one way only to drive up the numbers in downtown, not about affordable housing. This is not about affordable housing. This is driving up housing numbers in the downtown. Now, if Councillor May is 100% correct, the issue inside of the city of Winnipeg, housing is not necessarily the issue. The issue is affordability, but affordability on the far end of the spectrum. And that's a challenge in terms of those who are most marginalized. But the program that should be driving that is the third program, which I think is actually going to get probably the least amount of support based on the way this is written. I don't know what our staff were thinking or if they were given direction in terms of this. It's disappointing that this is the first tranche of money we're getting out, that we could have been doing much better, that we could have been basing it on median market rents, number one, Manitoba levels, not CMHC, in terms of rent geared income, that we should have been basing it on affordability, number one, first and foremost, not units that have 10%. 10%, come on, of units affordable. And the rest, 90% market. We might as well just,
So Schreier moves
what's the
extension
point
of
of
2
the program?
minutes.
And
All in favor?
to sprinkle it over as
Contrary,
many
carried.
developers as possible so they can all get as much as they can of the public purse. Maybe that's what the Liberals really wanted, federally. But just because they wanted that doesn't mean we have to do it. We could do the right thing and ensure that this money goes to those who can't afford to get a half-decent place to live. And that's what it should be about. And also not about creating jobs for the public service, jobs that should have been already created based on what I can see that they're going to be doing, work that we should have been doing already in terms of our planning department. That is not happening, that we're playing catch-up on, and we're using the federal program to do so. I feel less angry about that than I do about what the funds, the majority of the funds are probably going to be spent on. That irritates the heck out of me. And then combine that with the fact that what Councillor May speaks about, that we're going to have to go through all sorts of contortions in terms of our zoning mapping of the city to do this? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That we're going to go and remap the whole city without Winnipeggers actually getting the trade-off that was promised. There's something very wrong with this picture. It makes it really hard to support the remapping coming forward when we know that the funding that some of us wanted to see for affordable housing, why we supported this back in December, is not happening. I can make the case to my constituents that we need to do this because there's people out in our community who can't get a place to live, a decent place to live, who can't afford the rent, and we're doing this now for them, but I can't justify it now on this and look them straight in the face, look them straight in the eye honestly and say this is what we're doing, because this is not what we're doing. Those are my words, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Next, thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
What trade-off?
Next, Councillor Schreier.
Look,
if you're not naive, you knew that this was a possibility today, that the conversation was going to happen as such. This might be the way it was going. Nonetheless, we put our best foot forward because we really wanted that federal funding. So we went through some contortions and then a last-minute new condition put on the federal funding to deregulate our development codes in Winnipeg at City Hall. So that's what happened. And we went for it because we were told if we didn't deregulate our zoning codes beyond what we had already been doing during my time in office, as I faithfully went through the mantra of density and did so in my ward. I'm not the only one, but yet that wasn't good enough. The mantra of density, as we pushed forward in my first 2 terms, was really strong, and I did my part. But that's not good enough, so we had to deregulate further in order to get that federal funding. So we did this, and we were told it was all going to be great. Well, I knew it wasn't all going to be great, because sometimes when you do these things, it can abet inflation. When you say, well, you got a cost problem, well, give it some money. Well, guess what happens? The costs go up again. I'll give you a good example that people can relate with. So, electric cars, a few years ago, a number of years ago, I can't remember when, the federal government said, well, we'll give you, because electric cars are expensive, we'll give you a subsidy of $1,000 or so towards your electric car. And guess what? The cost of electric cars went up $1,000, okay? So, that's economics. That's the interplay, in our society economically. And so bear in mind, that takes place too. So I am wary when we abet inflation by giving it more money, because it just abets inflation. However, we got a crisis here when it comes to affordable housing. Not only because, not just in Winnipeg, but in Winnipeg, in the lower income communities, we've had the largest increase in mortgage costs, in rent. And as Ross Eady pointed out, my first 6 months, I didn't quite understand it all my first 6 months on council, or he was explaining this to me before I ran. I didn't quite understand it all, and I don't know why. It's not that complicated. But I did finally get it because I did assist him in his presentation when Ross Eady did explain, and all the research he did on his own, which the city could have done, and the city can, which he compiled on his own, which is really rather impressive. But explaining how during the time when we said we didn't have any net increases in taxes in this city, well, we didn't have an increase in net tax income in the city. But that didn't mean people's property taxes didn't go up. In the lowest income areas is where property taxes went up the most. Mortgages went up the most. Rent costs, obviously, therefore, went up the most. And in fact, in some of the more affluent neighborhoods, in fact, a few specific houses which Councillor Eady mentioned, which is not necessary to mention today, but it's all on record, is that in some of the more affluent areas, the property taxes, the mortgages, or the rentals, or rentals another thing, but the property taxes and the mortgages actually went down. The cost of the mortgages actually went down because of lowered assessment value. So you see, we're caught up that even in our poorest neighborhoods, we've already had, for years, if not decades, the highest increase in costs. One of the reasons being is people are competing in a market for cheaper housing, so there's more demand in those neighborhoods, and therefore it goes up more. And that perpetuates competition in those neighborhoods for buying houses, which quasi-ridiculous. But nonetheless, the day comes here today. Things we have. If we don't, grateful, because I need to know, because I was told when we were going to do this, oh yes, we're going to have our public consultations. And I really admire the way Councillor Wyatt explained these things, because these were my fears, but I go ahead with it, and he's saying, sure enough, this is what's happening. I need this. I need their arguments specifically shown not to be the case. As an example, before the vote, I was told, so I need to hear that. Otherwise, I'll be voting for with Councillor Mays on this one. Why should I hear that? Because I deserve to hear that. That's what I was told. Brian Mays is putting this into question. So I need to hear that before the end of this discussion, before a vote. And I want to hear Councillor Russ Wyatt's arguments refuted before we have this vote. If not, you know how I'm voting. I voted for this in good faith, even kind of queasy about it because I kind of knew how things were going to go, and sure enough. So we need some answers today before the vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Eadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak to it, but I find I need to rise to speak to some things I heard. We did debate a lot of this stuff, but first thing I'd just like to clarify, Madam Speaker, a little humor for the day is I think I'm going to ask for Councillor Schreier's resignation because my study was on property taxes. Mortgages still stay the same because the $1 million house goes up, but it doesn't go up as fast as the $200,000 house, Madam Speaker. And so what happens is the share of the pie for the ones that increased more than average pay more property taxes for the most part. Mortgages, mortgage is a mortgage, right? You bought the house, there's no up and down related to that. And if your interest rates went up in your mortgage on your $1 million house, then that was an increase. But the property taxes do go down. And I'm not really calling for Councillor Schreier's resignation, but sorry, Councillor Schreier. You know, this whole median market thing, what we're really doing here is, you know, if 25 million is going towards real affordable rent geared to income, that would be something which I totally, that's affordable. The median market rent and all this stuff, whatever it is, $1,100. What we're doing there, Madam Speaker, and you know, it's okay. We know that the middle class is struggling to a large degree, especially the lower middle class is struggling, Madam Speaker. And this, you know, the $1,100 rent, well, that helps them, Madam Speaker. But you know, we have this whole dialogue about a real serious problem with affordable housing. Well, the affordable housing that people are needing, who are down there on the lower chain, who aren't making a living wage, Madam Speaker, that's not helping them. But I mean, it does inspire some building. I think that's important for downtown, that more housing gets built. so we have more people living downtown. I think all of council would agree with that. I mean, that's been what the city's been pushing for decades now. So if that housing's available, people will rent it. But at that, I'll be voting for this. And I too await the details of later on. But we already passed that motion that other details that Councillor Mays has pointed out, Madam Speaker. I mean, the vote went through. We have to deal with them, and it will be very interesting to see what appears after we're allocating the first year, most of the first year's funding. So I'll leave it at that. I'll be voting for it.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Rollins.
Madam Speaker, it's hard to not stand and rise to the challenge of my colleague who clearly wants to vote in favor, but wants to hear some concrete responses. And as the chair of housing, I feel equal to that task, but I'll let you be the judge. And certainly I understood the challenge insofar as it weighs on Councillor Schreier. So I'm going to make my best pitch right now. Madam Speaker, to those who express skepticism about the efficacy of our proposed initiatives under Housing Accelerator Fund, I say this. I believe we're not merely proposing superficial solutions or engaging in wishful thinking. That I believe these strategies include and will include the analysis, data-driven decision-making, and deep understanding of the complex factors contributing to the housing crisis in Winnipeg. And yes, a public hearing on any and all of this, and continued work at the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development, which is why we voted unanimously to move this forward. Our proposed initiatives with the Housing Accelerator Fund are not the panacea for housing, Madam Speaker, nor do they claim to solve all housing challenges overnight or even through the course of this program. But they do represent a strategic roadmap. They do represent evidence based by research, expertise, and a steadfast commitment to addressing housing, I believe, as a human right, Madam Speaker. And I'll just go over the key pieces here that we'll be moving today. Capital grants. That impact, Madam Speaker, we know from last term of the RHI. It housed people that are living there now. While some may question the immediate impact of providing capital grants to developers in the private and public sector, I think it's crucial to recognize that these incentives can act as a catalyst for the construction of much-needed affordable housing, Madam Speaker. What about the staff recruitment and project launch? Well, I congratulate Manager Lissy Rappaport, our new manager, Moira Gear, and the team, and the vision for Centre Venture that some of us passed in budget yesterday, Madam Speaker. Doubts may arise about the ability of additional staff and consultants to drive significant change, but we too around this chamber play a role in navigating complex initiatives, Madam Speaker, fostering community engagement and ensuring the successful launch of projects aimed at systemic reforms in housing. What about the bylaw amendments and local area plans funded by this? Some, again, may question the efficacy of rapid amendments to zoning bylaws and local area plans. And Madam Speaker, you know I stand as a councillor who voted against the infill guidelines because of that skepticism, because I thought it would mess with my multifamily large, Madam Speaker, as I said last term. But the analysis that is revealing, I think, of a strategic approach is why councillors who feel skeptical should move this on. And finally, the digital transformation and infrastructure supports. I know some may doubt the impact of the permit process, digitizing it, infrastructure support programs. I understand that too. I believe this analysis underscores the transformative potential, not just for the length of the program, but beyond. The housing needs assessment, Madam Speaker, I waited for that last term, waited very impatiently, and no one understands that more than my council colleague, Councillor Gilroy. It was among the first fights we had, Madam Speaker, on two councillors that are otherwise united on the housing front. But the value of conducting a housing needs assessment, I don't question any longer. Analysis really reveals the profound insights we gained, that I continue to use this term of council, and that we'll be proceeding in that way is what I hope gives my colleagues comfort that this is not just a proposal, but it can be seen as a bold declaration of some unwavering commitment to equitable housing solutions, economic revitalization, and some community prosperity. We move it along maybe for pragmatic reasons, maybe having to take a bit of leap of faith what to come, but I hope the words on the record provide some comfort to my commitment to seeing it all public and transparent and at a standing policy committee and at hearings. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none. Councillor Chambers, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The mere word accelerator means hastening. We find ourselves in a housing crisis, and citizens living in our streets, living in our bus shelters, living on our riverbanks and our parks speaks to the acceleration that we need. There are certain barriers that are in place for developers that, will take time in terms of addressing this housing crisis. And that's why we voted to accept the funding for the Housing Accelerator Fund. We have to move quickly. We have to have the guidelines in place. And we talked about that, the development of this density along transit corridors, 880 meters, I believe, is what we're speaking to. But again, it's all about hastening or accelerating. And some of the guidelines have to be looked at in terms of how we can remove some of those barriers to unlocking investment, to making sure that we have the density that's required downtown to address the critical housing shortage. As Councillor Rawlings alluded to, it's not a situation like where it's going to be the panacea to address the critical housing shortage. We also have to have investments in mental health and addictions to ensure those individuals that are, chronically unhoused because of their mental health status have the supports they need to sustain housing that is, making them or getting them well on that journey to wellness from a mental health perspective, that they can sustain housing. So again, it's not the panacea, but this is a way of removing some of those barriers that have been placed by developers in terms of building the density that is required in a downtown area. So I support this motion that's going forward. I have seen the plight of many Canadians who are suffering, those that are chronically unhoused, those that are suffering from mental health and addictions. And we as Canadians have the opportunity to assist those individuals. And here in Winnipeg, we have the will of so many strong developers that are out there that have come and said, this property, that property, we're willing to work with the City Council to ensure that we can create that density that's needed to address this critical housing shortage. So again, I've heard the comments from other councillors that have concerns with respect to the bylaws, to the changes that are required, but we're either visionary or exclusionary. I'd rather be part of the visionary. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lard.
So, Madam Speaker, I have said that Vaclav Smil, resident of St. Vital, one of my favorite authors, I'm going to read from his book because part of the housing crisis, Councillor Stryer, you should be listening, or you might have to resign, because it is about why, just kidding, why houses are going up in price so much. And I think the zoning bylaw is in part because of it, and our planning processes are in part driving this. So, and I quote, if it's allowed, is it allowed, Madam Speaker, to quote? Yes? Okay. But not news, right? Something like that? Okay. And yet another counter involving the shrinking size of American families, so our families are getting smaller, has been the increasing size of American houses. So please allow the thought experiment, since we're talking about Canada, not the US, but we did import zoning regulations sort of almost in whole or in part from the U.S. I think not really knowing what we were getting into, where the U.S. was about. I think it was about the politics of race there, and here I don't think we have the same. The politics here are different. Anyway. So houses in Levittown, the first post-Second World War large-scale residential suburban development in New York, were just short of 70 square meters. Apologies for the metric, but that's what the world uses. We and the Americans don't at times. Well, the Americans never, us at times. The national mean reached 100 in 1950, topped 200 in 1998, and by 2015, it was a bit above 250 square meters, slightly more than twice the size of Japan's average single-family house. American house size has grown 2.5 times in a single lifetime. Average house mass, with air conditioning, more bathrooms, heavier finishing materials, has roughly tripled, and the average per capita habitable area has almost quadrupled. And then there are the U.S. custom-built houses whose average area now has reached almost 500 square meters. As expected, larger houses have larger refrigerators, larger TV screens, and then it gets into other things that have gotten large that are not houses. So I wanted to read from that. I made a Twitter thread the other day about the size of vehicles, which any gains in energy efficiency in vehicles we're losing because the vehicles themselves are getting bigger. And so if we're paying as much as we are today for the houses that we want to live in, it's in part because the market that we live in is producing these types of houses that are very expensive and for many out of reach to people who want to buy a home. And those numbers were compelling to me, how the houses are getting that much bigger. And we have to find our way into a place where people can afford to live without spending more than, I think the number that CMHC uses, 23%, Councillor Eadie, you would know. But we're spending a lot more on housing than we ever have, and it's having a huge impact on people's ability to pay for the basic things in life. And this goes in the right direction, so I'll be supporting this this report. I think we need to do what we can on the supply side. We need to do what we can on the demand side. We just have to do all of the things at the same time, everything we can, to try to tackle this this wicked problem that we have. Wicked problems in public administration being those that are really tough to solve. You hit it with one thing and something else happens. Yeah, I'll be supporting this report, and thank you for those who have brought it forward.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the comments of others. I think to close, Madam Speaker, I'm going to address several of them, and I'm going to do it through you and to specifically one and all of councillors, but one councillor indicated my words needed more information to understand the decision they're about to make. First of all, I'll say that there have been no less than three seminars put on by the Public Service on the Housing Accelerator Fund. 2 in 2023 in June and in November, and then one just a little while ago, a few days ago, on March 19th of this year. So we've had plenty of opportunity to hear from the Public Service. I know all councillors were not able to be at the meetings, but our Public Service has provided a lot of information on the Housing Accelerator Fund. In addition, of course, they are available by phone or by email. I'll give three primary reasons why we should all unanimously be voting for this report. The first is that an allocation or use of some of this funding to go towards staffing is a very timely and appropriate use of the money, unlike one of the arguments that has been made so far. Traditionally, housing has been the responsibility of the federal and provincial governments. City really has had no housing program in any big way. Increasingly, federal and provincial governments have taken over that file. Until this federal government, some time ago, brought out certain envelopes of funding, including, among others, the Housing Initiative Fund, which we as a council have voted on funding and allocated some of those funds to programs or to developments within the city of Winnipeg, and now the Housing Accelerator Fund. What the federal government did in essence is bypass provinces and send the money directly to the cities and charge cities with administrating the funds. We really didn't have a housing department of any means to successfully and faithfully administer the funds that have been given to the city to be sent into the community to get housing built at a time when our nation, and specifically our city, needs housing, requires that the city of Winnipeg hire staff with some of these funds so that we can administer the funds and make sure they get to where they need to get to build housing. Second of all, that leads me to the housing. We need housing, and we need housing now. The vacancy rate in our city has dropped by 70% in the last year. In 2022, the vacancy rate was at 2.7%. January of this year, it is down to 1.8%. We need housing, and we need housing built now. The average two-bedroom rental unit went up 4.4% just in the last year alone. The average single-family house went up about 8% in 2023 in its sale price. Why? Because there's not enough product on the market. There's not enough units. The demand is strong, the supply is low. Adding to that, I'm now told that we are around, if not already crested, 800,000 people in the city of Winnipeg. The rate of growth of our population is something like we haven't seen in many, many decades. There are more people coming to Winnipeg, more people living in Winnipeg, which puts more and more pressure on our housing. We need housing now. Why vote for this? We need housing now. That's the second reason. The third reason is that if you take a look specifically at page 8, if there's a concern, we do want to focus on the downtown. There's no doubt we want to get more people living in the downtown, so incentivizing development of multifamily units and housing units in the downtown is key to making that happen. When you look at the second point on page 8, the nonprofit affordable housing of up to $35,000 a unit, the projects must include 30% of the total units rented at either of the following affordability criteria: less than 80% of the median market rent for the area, in line with CMHC's Affordable Housing Fund criteria, for 20 years. Or at the Province of Manitoba Affordable Housing Rent, see Appendix 2, and that's included in this report on the last page of this report. But I want to also note item number 3, affordable housing top-up for projects located outside the downtown of up to $15,000 a unit. And if you take a look at the bullet points there, you see that at least 50% of the units are rent geared to income, which is greater usually than an 80% of the median market rent, so more deeply affordable, and can be demonstrate confirmed operating funding for a minimum of 20 years. And notice this one: include on-site supports and target priority populations, including people experiencing homelessness. If you as a councillor or me as a mayor want to invest in units that get built quickly, that have a better chance of helping people get off the street with wraparound supports, this is the motion to vote for.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, I will call the question on item 2. All in favor? Call for recorded vote. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, Chambers, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillor Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 14, nays 1.
Motion 2 carries. Item 2 carries. Madam Clerk, item 3.
Item 3, Engage Winnipeg Policy 2019 to 2024.
Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to introduce the item.
I'll wait to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 3, Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay this over. The mayor is supportive of this layover. With the budget and everything, I haven't had time to really read this in depth, and would like that opportunity for a just 1 month layover.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Mays.
Are we able to speak to the item, or is there a vote on that forthwith? Or?
Well, Councillor Gilroy, you moved layover. to the next meeting of council, so I shall call the vote on that. There is an opportunity for the mayor to rebut, Mr. Clerk, speak to it.
Yes.
You can call the question. I'm supportive, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so I'll call the question on the layover. There's no opportunity to speak to it, no. All in favor?
Aye.
That's carried. That didn't go over well earlier. Item 5, Madam Clerk.
5, living wage.
I'll wait
Mr.
to hear from
Mayor.
I'll wait to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. This was stood down by item 5, living wage.
Councillor
Councillor Wyatt. Councillor
No,
Gilroy.
I didn't say it.
Councillor Wyatt.
Councillor Edie. Councillor Edie.
I believe it was stood down by Councillor Wyatt, actually. But Madam Speaker, I'm just going to rise to speak just quickly to this. It's my understanding, that there's some people being put together to look at what the cost implications are related to actually the city paying people a living wage. And just hope that QP 500 is invited to be part of those people who are doing the cost analysis of what a living wage might mean to the city of Winnipeg internally. The original call was for us to ask contractors to pay living wages as well, but anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
I voted against the sending it out for costing at EPC. I don't think much rides on it, frankly. It, in some ways, probably good in that when Councillor Nason and I got through a motion to bring some of Transit Plus in-house, we were using it based on a year-old costing. The honest costing that the Mayor Bowman then asked for was wildly greater, which I'm not sure why we're employing people to not give us honest costings in the first go-round, but that was another lost fight. So we'll see where this one ends up. I do have to say at EPC the talk was, well, yeah, it's in our Winnipeg that we'll do this, but we sort of take some of our Winnipeg, for example, all the stuff about densification in your ward. We'll do that, but others it's sort of a shopping cart or words to that effect. I suppose that was the weakness in the last term. We passed all sorts of grandiosity and didn't fund any of it. I think that's a fair comment. If I'm paraphrasing Councillor Lukes, I think probably accurately. The trouble is, though, at some point, what is it you believe in or what is it you don't? And to sit here and be told our Winnipeg binds you except for this is a little unfair to the working people. I got into this line of work partly to try and help out the working poor. Here we have a chance to actually do something about it, so let's get this costing done. My concern is not so much with the bargaining unit staff. The mayor is actually got a very good point, which is you can bargain. If you want to have more at the lower end, go bargain it. But this is much broader, in keeping with what was in our Winnipeg, which the staff put in, which is it should affect everybody. Everybody who's got anything to do with the city, we have to pay a living wage. So that's what we voted on in our Winnipeg. We'll get a costing to the best of the ability that we can. Obviously, though, an 8% increase is completely fine and immaterial, since we just heard a little while ago there that the staff said 92% is almost doubling. What's 8% increase between friends, I suppose? So I look forward to at least having some proposal to give an increase to the people who aren't on our immediate staff. I think that's a fair point from the mayor, that that's a collective agreement issue, and we'll come to that. But clearly, we've got a whole lot of people who are doing contracted out work. We, in some cases, have no idea what they're being paid, was the evidence that we got on Transit Plus. In fact, we were then told at committee, well, part of this increase in budget is going to help pay for the increased pay. We're then told later, actually, we don't know what they're paid. We don't know the old rate. We don't know the new rate. Very troubling. So perhaps then we'll get some idea of what it is we pay people who do our services, and then we can address what it would cost to see if we can give them a living wage.
Thank you. Next speaker. Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, to close.
You can call the question, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. Item 6, Madam Clerk.
Item 6, welcoming Winnipeg, renaming Edison Park.
Thank you. I will note we have an amending motion with this item. Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I introducing and speaking to the amending motion?
You certainly can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't be supporting the amending motion today. I think the discussion that happened through our delegations, our various delegations, I think exposed, not in a surprised us way, but exposed in a laid bare, finally way on the floor of this council. I think some of the challenges that we, and I say the collective we, have been having related to Welcome Winnipeg. And I'm not saying that Welcome Winnipeg is the challenge. I'm saying that all of us, Welcome Winnipeg, our administration, the community, and council, including myself, there are some challenges around Welcome Winnipeg. I was looking up the fact that it's been 5 years, January 29th, 2019, that then Mayor Bowman announced Welcome Winnipeg, and those of us that were here, I think most of us, or many of us, if not all of us that were here, were supportive. I don't know how the vote went that day, but the initiative, and I commend him for it, because I think I commend all of us for the spirit behind it, was to be serious about finding ways to express reconciliation, to do better in the future than we as a city have done in the past. And so establishing the Welcome Winnipeg Community Members Committee and establishing some initial policies around the initiative was really to ensure that First Nation, Métis, and Inuit names are reflected truthfully in Winnipeg stories, historical markers, and place names. I think the Welcome Winnipeg Committee has done what they have been asked to do. And I believe that when they bring forward their recommendations, they are doing so as they were set out and established to do as a volunteer group. Councillor Mays points out consistently, and he's right, as others do as well, their recommendations that are brought forward, and ultimately council makes a decision as to whether or not to agree or concur with those recommendations. But I think, obviously, when ultimately the decisions come down by this council that don't align with or don't agree with the recommendations Welcome Winnipeg makes, that is, I think, has become, unfortunately, increasingly a point of separation. Not intentionally, I don't believe, but inevitably. And so I think more work needs to be done. We know more work needs to be done. All of us together working to improve the process so that we can continue to meet, I think, the ultimate goals of reconciliation that is behind the establishment of Welcome Winnipeg, to find a way to ensure that our community, through its place names, markers, and naming of areas, reflects Indigenous communities past, community members past as well, but also finds a way to acknowledge those in our community who perhaps are not Indigenous, but have had significant impact on our city. So I don't think it could be an either or. I think we will end up, on two different roads if we do an either or. And I don't hear anybody here saying we want either or, we want to completely set aside Welcome Winnipeg and do away with it and disband the group. I don't hear that at all. But we have to find a way that the work that we ask Welcome Winnipeg to do when it comes back and we come together ultimately does reflect the reconciliation that all of us are sincerely seeking to pursue and accomplish. So there's work to do. And I'm certainly committed, and I, when one of the delegates was here said, on behalf of all of council, so sorry colleagues, whether you appreciated that or not, but I think on behalf of all of us, I would ask that we be committed to working together to find a better path and a better outcome. So that's going to take meeting together, understanding one another, and finding a way to improve this process and the work that Welcome Winnipeg is doing. I want to sincerely recognize them once again, every member. Her name's escaping me right now, Rihanna, and her entire team. And I also want to recognize on this matter the other delegates we have, Jim, and his work as a historian. And I think what is clear for me is that both of those individuals are very sincere and committed to trying to best bring forward the best information, right? The information that will help us make a decision that can truly mark the area that we're talking about. There's work for us to do. And rather than us shy away from the work or abandon the work, I think all of us are up to the task of rolling up our sleeves and coming forward with a commitment, open hearts, and a commitment to make sure that we're working in such a way that we shape the future so that it's better than the past. And I know that we can do that if we work together. On this specific item, as I said to the delegation, no matter how this item goes today, my commitment is that we work together with Welcome Winnipeg to improve the process and to improve things. I'll wait to hear from my colleagues on this matter, but thank you for the opportunity to introduce it today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Santos, your opportunity to speak to the main item and your amending motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the Mayor, I do appreciate his comments, and I don't disagree with him at all. I think there's definitely a lot more work that can be done on the welcoming mini processes. So I rise here today not to create division, but rather to reinforce the bonds of reconciliation that are essential for the well-being of our community. As a representative of Fort Douglas Park, located along Waterfront Drive, a place steeped in the rich history of the Selkirk Settlement Treaty, I feel a profound duty to honor the spirit and intent of this treaty. Overall, the Selkirk Treaty is an important historical document that sheds light on the early interactions between European settlers and Indigenous peoples in Canada, especially here in Winnipeg, and the challenges they face in establishing peaceful relations and resolving disputes over land and resources. Now, in the context of the Matheson Mill, we heard from delegations that the establishment of the mill did not involve the Métis people in its original construction. But we know that the Métis people played a crucial role in the history of the Red River settlement, now known as Manitoba, particularly during the Red River resistance of 1869 to 1870. This resistance, led by figures such as Louis Riel, was a response to concerns about land rights and the encroachment of settlers on Métis land. While the Matheson Mill is a part of the broader history of the region, it is correct to state that the establishment is not directly linked to Métis people. However, upholding historical treaties between Indigenous peoples and settlers is recognizing its significance and rights it grants to Indigenous peoples. That's why I bring it up today, to bring a little bit more awareness and understanding of the Selkirk Treaty amongst the general public and this government. Given that the Matheson Mill was established on Indigenous land, it's important to acknowledge the Indigenous people, including the Métis, who have lived in and interacted with the land for generations. Renaming the park after Matheson Millstone without recognizing the Selkirk Treaty or the contributions of Indigenous peoples could continue the historical narrative that Indigenous voices and experiences are being ignored. Instead, a more inclusive approach would involve consulting with Indigenous communities, including Métis people, and considering their perspectives and input in the renaming process. It is within this context I bring forth an amendment to this motion. This amendment is not an act of opposition, but rather a proposal that we take a momentary pause in the process of the renaming. A pause that is not a rejection of the progress, but rather a moment of reflection and consideration. We must ensure that our actions are not merely symbolic gestures, but meaningful steps towards true reconciliation by allowing IRD to undertake the renaming process with the intention that the name honors Indigenous food sovereignty as a response to the presence of the millstones as a whole. As stewards of the lands, it's incumbent upon us to uphold these promises and to ensure that the principles of equity, respect,
and partnership are upheld in our actions and decisions. In moving this amendment, I have a responsibility to the communities that I represent, to the principles of keeping an open mind. I hope each of you will consider the importance of this amendment. Let us not see this as a wedge, but as an opportunity to strengthen the foundations of reconciliation and to build a future that honors the dignity and rights of all people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins, followed by Councillor Eadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there's a message on the website, if you go to Welcoming Winnipeg website, regarding delays in response times due to high volume of requests submitted to Welcoming Winnipeg. And I want to speak of this, Madam Speaker, as indicative of a systemic issue that should be addressed and that routinely is not. Criticism can be directed, I think, towards the lack of adequate funding and resources allocated to Indigenous Relations Division and Welcoming Winnipeg. They handle the influx of requests, and there are significant delays, there are a backlog, and we have seen this in report after report coming to Executive Policy Committee, coming to Council on both Welcoming Winnipeg and Indigenous Relations Division. And we can see, Madam Speaker, I think some of that evidence within the Indigenous Accord and the city's response to the Indigenous Accord, which is not as fulsome as other organizations within the city comparatively. Like I say, reports come forward, meeting requests, and they go unanswered. And this is really frustrating. And I think this is a frustration that was born again in full view of Council today by Rianne Mirasti, the chair of Welcoming Winnipeg. The situation, I think, highlights a few things. I think it highlights the importance of prioritizing funding and resources for programs like Welcoming Winnipeg, programs that have been seen and heard around the world and showcased as something special that Winnipeg's doing on our path to reconciliation, which holds for me some ironies. When we have a chair that has been celebrated in international discussions on Welcoming Winnipeg, its structure, its convention, overseas, and then held, I'm not thinking, in my opinion, without the regard that perhaps we should. It does play a crucial role in engaging with residents and addressing needs that were expressed through engagement process that this council read, understood, and then motioned. That insufficient funding that can be expressed not only within Welcoming Winnipeg, but what the whole of the city was invested in really recently, the naming of Abenouji Mikuna, which we again have not funded properly, which again IRD is struggling to fund themselves, Madam Speaker. And we will all likely be invited, hopefully, to go and attend unveilings that we have not funded. And I feel a little bit of an irony here, Madam Speaker. There was also a very uncomfortable race and gender-based analysis that was at play while the speakers were here. We have quite a few women academics that provide their volunteer time, and when they're routinely characterized or dismissed as volunteers and that we should get the support of research or observations from other academics, that is something that I think we're going to have to, it's going to give us pause this meeting in terms of visibility and recognition, implicit bias, stereotypes, systemic barriers just for women academics, their representation, their leadership roles, and indeed, I think it extends to women academics and their research and funding opportunities. But dare I say, it all amounts to a feeling to me, Madam Speaker, as very disrespectful to the female academics and professionals that we have working as volunteers and those that are transgendered on the Welcoming Winnipeg Committee. Welcoming Winnipeg does attempt to address disparities, and it requires proactive measures such as promoting diversity and inclusion, implementing equitable funding and promotion, challenging implicit biases. So recognizing and amplifying the contributions of those that are not seen. I oppose the renaming of Edison Park to Matheson Milestone Park, Madam Speaker, because it goes against the principles of welcoming Winnipeg that I voted on, that aims to prioritize Indigenous histories and perspectives in our understanding of Winnipeg's past. We have heard the Matheson's family connection to the milestone is already acknowledged in the park's historical plaque. We have heard the recent decision by the Executive Policy Committee to reject Welcoming Winnipeg recommendation is concerning to the Welcoming Winnipeg initiative, and that's enough for me, Madam Speaker, but I'm really concerned about undermining other things, like the Métis-led history of the Red River milling trade, the academics and historians like Dr. Ann Lindsay and Dr. Jane McCallum and more. I remind Council, Dr. Ann Lindsay last weighed in on our golf repurposing study to import. And it wasn't just, as speakers have said here, around let's stick it at the forks. Nope. If you recall, Madam Speaker, I pledged to, together, perhaps in another Councillor Brawadi, Councillor Rowland's motion to do something at Kildonan Park. Why? Because that was the import that this council heard in that report from Dr. Ann Lindsay with respect to the Indigenous and in what an Indigenous marker, may be implied in terms of her work. So I do think Council is at risk of compromising the commitment to welcoming Winnipeg. I appreciate the efforts that the Mayor is looking at on a go-forward basis to look at that. I would like to be involved in that work. I have my hand up to be involved in that work. But I will, if I'm involved in that work, I will want to continue the strength led by Mayor Bowman last term on welcoming Winnipeg. I will want to strengthen and honor in doing that the work of the committee that I think are on tenterhooks, Madam Speaker, which is why they came here today. And I'm on red alert about that, Madam Speaker, today. Their work honors the past, but also contributes to ongoing efforts of reconciliation, education, and awareness building regarding Indigenous histories, cultures, and contemporary issues. They do it in the face of, I think, Madam Speaker, microaggressions. And yep, I do think it sets a precedence for acknowledging and valuing Indigenous perspectives in this chamber. And discussions about our history and identity in this chamber. And I would like us to do better, Madam Speaker, by resourcing it properly and being a lot more respectful of people's time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Brawadi is next. I had Councillor Brawadi in the queue and I missed his name. I've got you, Councillor Gilroy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amending motion and support of the original East Kildonan and Transcona motion back from 2020, prior to even the establishment of the Welcoming Winnipeg process. We do need to recognize our history, and particularly the lack of history that we've done in terms of recognizing our First Nations, Métis, and Inuit naming of significant items. I do support that thoroughly, and I support the Welcoming Winnipeg process. In this case, we also need to, I think, at times recognize other history. In this case, recognizing that fact that there is an historic mill piece at this park is a good way to recognize that it's there. I would bet if you ask the majority of people in Northeast Winnipeg and North Kildonan, people living within 3 blocks, they aren't even aware that this millstone is there. Unlike other parts of Winnipeg, North Kildonan, East Kildonan does not have a museum. Many other parts of pre-Unicity Winnipeg, we are still supporting the funding and operations of historic museums. Northeast Winnipeg, we have Jim Smith and the Northeast Winnipeg Historical Society. They've really done a lot of good work for Winnipeg over the years, and some of that history has recognized, our Indigenous history as well. When we were doing historic panels along the Northeast Pioneers Greenway, we consulted with the Northeast Winnipeg Historical Society to give us some context and some historical information for those. They led the process, in fact, on historical panels that we put up on the construction of Chief Peguis Trail. Again, no direct operating support. We give them occasional grants or some of their projects like their books, but we haven't given them, an operating grant as we have for all of our city's museums, for example. Speaking of Chief Peguis Sure, it's on the west side of the river in West Kildonan, Old Kildonan. It's important to note that, again, we haven't done enough, I acknowledge, for recognizing our Indigenous leaders and our Indigenous past. Kildonan Park, though, is home to the statue for Chief Peguis. Any guesses as to when that statue went up? 1923, over 100 years ago. It's not good enough, but it is something, and we can build from it. We do need to continue our relations. So, oh, and by the way, the historical plaque that was in that email or the submission here to council, that was removed a couple years ago. A couple years ago, we did a fairly substantial renovation of that park. It was quite tired, and it was quite a public corner with a lot of bus traffic, and a lot of people transferring buses, and right beside a nice seniors home. So we did a pretty nice job renovating that park. At that time, somehow I missed the fact, but those plaques that recognized the Mathesons were removed at that time. And in fact, there was some embellishments of sorts added to the millstones. Some people like them, some people don't, but there was some work done with some art that was sort of done there at that time. So regardless, I do appreciate and respect the work of the Welcoming Winnipeg process. I think we do need to, look at our processes a little more in depth, so that, there are still opportunities to recognize our histories in other ways, both Indigenous and non. And that's how I'm voting today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't be supporting the amendment. I'm going to vote for EPC's recommendation on the matter, Madam Speaker. It is kind of unfortunate that Mr. Ingram well, let me put it to you this way. Lots of us, we're products of our descendants, right? And part of the reason we have the Welcoming Committee is because of, our foreparents and grandparents and great-grandparents and great-great-great. I just want you to know that Mr. Ingram is reflecting the tenacity that his grandfather demonstrated many a time at the West Kildonan curling rink about whether or not there was a foul or whatever. Anyway, regardless, studying the history can be very, different people sometimes come up with different interpretations, Madam Speaker. And I want to use an example in that, and I trust Mr. Smith's extensive research on it, but both of those gentlemen who I really appreciate all the work they do, both of them were quite upset when I convinced council to rename the Redwood Bridge the Harry Lazarenko Bridge. And then the arguments came up about, well, the historical thing, and you're taking away a historical recognition of, and here's where the problem existed. First of all, why didn't they call it the Hespeler Bridge? The farmer on the other side. The Hespeler family owned all that land in there at one point. But Redwood stuck with the family that owned the old Molson property, that whole property from the Red River immediately to the south of St. John's Park, which that land was owned, Madam Speaker, by St. John's Cathedral. Thus, the name of St. John's Park. But, and here's where history can be really weird. So, one historical research that was done quite long ago said that the Redwood Bridge and Redwood Avenue was named such because of the red-colored wood shingles on a basically kind of a trading store that was built near the river. There was another house that was closer to Main Street on kind of where the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is today. So they said, well, Redwood comes because of that trading post that was part owned by an Inkster and some other gentleman, family. And the other historical fact is that the people who owned the land, I believe it was the Boyd family. You got a street called Alfred and a street called Boyd, Alfred Boyd. But apparently the family that owned the land there, the first sarsaparilla plant, I think, or whatever, whoever owned it, they used to vacation in the redwoods in California. And that's the other historical research that was done as to how maybe that street and bridge got its name. So, quite clearly, either way you can say, but the bridge itself just assumed the name of the street is what happened. And anyway, so we can argue and discuss historical facts or historical research, and but we shouldn't get too tenacious about what you think is right or wrong, because this is where we have the problem. I mean, I signed on to the Indigenous Accord. Reconciliation is really important, very important. And the same people that were very angry with Mr. Ingram, they were very angry at me some months ago. But when I signed on to the Indigenous Accord, we got to watch out. Like this amendment, this is a knee-jerk reaction. And I heard somebody talk about the Selkirk Treaty. The Selkirk Treaty was like 1817. And the territory that we're talking about that was under the treaty for the Selkirk settlers was drawn out on a map by Mr. Peter Fiddler, a very historical figure of which my sons are actually descendants, and therefore they are Métis. However, we have to study, the difficulty is the mayor has pointed out. We don't want to argue, we want to do what we think is best. The case for Matheson Millstone Park, I think is a fair one. I don't think it's trying to stamp out reconciliation. But what's definitely happened because of the heated discussion and so on, and some people want to be really radical, but we did something radical to the Indigenous people. Let's not get radical on our reconciliation, please. Let's try to have dialogue where we can disagree with each other, but we have to be more respectful of each other as well. And so I'm just going to leave it at that. I think that the research that Mr. Smith has done, and he's done a very detailed research on this, I think is the one that we should be following. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Gilroy.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, there has to be an element of common sense here. First of all, my name is Russ Wyatt, City Councillor. My spirit name is Niba Waywin Makate Makua Songadewin. I'm standing Black Bear of Courage and I'm of the Buffalo Clan. I take the issue very seriously. I take the delegation's words here this morning, both sides, very seriously. But I can tell you right now, Madam Speaker, if we were debating this at Grant Park, out Grant's Old Mill, a Métis settlement, a Métis, very clearly understood in history. Should we name it Grant's Old Mill based on the fact it's one of the millstones? Overwhelmingly, we would say yes. The same goes with Louis Riel's millstone. Overwhelmingly, we would say yes. Just so happens that this is a millstone that is not necessarily of Métis heritage. How many people who are speaking against this, moving this, have actually been to this park? I'd like to know. Now, not to say that you have to be at the park to qualify to speak on it, but Madam Speaker, there has to be an element of common sense. Now, one of the things that I do want to point out, that though we want to throw our, and stand up and,
on political correctness on this issue, and everybody wants to do what's right. If we really truly want to do what's right, why was Welcoming Winnipeg? I wasn't here on council when it was created, but why was it limited to only look at parks? Why not streets as well? Now, if everybody really wants to get up on the high horse, so to speak, let's start putting streets on the list of things that Welcoming Winnipeg should consider. Right? If we are truly principled by our principles that we're going to do what is right when it comes to this issue. But no, we limited to parks, which is such a small, narrow aspect. Oh yes, we did make an exception for the former Bishop Granite. But beyond that,
That's just factually incorrect. It's everything but streets. It's bridges. It's everything.
buildings, it's
The
buildings.
exception is not.
Councillor Wyatt.
streets are, we got tons of streets, and council love naming streets. So, Madam Speaker, I don't, that's not, I'm very much accurate on this statement, and I think streets should be added. Bridges, fine. How many bridges? We got one sitting there up empty, not being used. So frankly, Madam Speaker, I think the request, though I believe Welcoming Winnipeg's approach is sincere, may be misdirected. And the reason I say that is because there was another request that came for EPC to name a park called Mother Earth Nature Park, and it was thrown aside, even though it was an attempt to build contact with the Indigenous community, even though the signage on the site would be in English and appropriate Indigenous languages, even though it was going to involve school children, and the planting of trees and doing what we should right for the environment, even though it was 25 acres, even though it was in northeast Winnipeg. And yet this was not, a year ago, this was tossed aside. And EPC said, oh, no, we'll rename it once, you got to have a plan in place to do all this. But what was interesting is, but there's currently no budget allocated to this project. So EPC put it in the requirements to do all that, but then didn't put it in the budget to actually require it to be funded. Yet we say that we want to build bonds with the Indigenous community. We want to do things for the environment. And here we had a project, 25 acres in northeast Winnipeg, thrown aside in the last year. So everybody can stand up and say what they want. I know how people have voted in the past. Now, part of me says, well, this is only being stood up. I wonder if this was actually in somebody's ward who was not on EPC, whether or not we'd be voted, the mayor would be standing up and defending Councillor Berwadi's initiative, or if it was another councillor in another area, whether or not we'd be taking the side of Welcoming Winnipeg. That would be interesting. But I'm going to look at the facts of the issue, and I think there's no doubt in my mind, based on what I've seen in terms of the resources these folks have at Welcoming Winnipeg and the resources they don't have at Welcoming Winnipeg, and what other levels of government have done in other jurisdictions to try to address these wrongs, then frankly, we should be doing a heck of a lot more for them if we're really serious about righting the wrongs of the past in terms of recognizing what the Indigenous community has done and has contributed, along with all the other community groups that have been spoken about in the past, including Councillor Chambers' points. But the Indigenous community, which has been ignored, including streets, and those resources that should go with it. Then we can say with a clear conscience that we are doing everything we can, which we're not, and let's not just throw this one project under the bus when most people on this council have not even been to this park. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really did appreciate hearing from the committee. That was my first time ever hearing from the committee. And I want us to remember, I am glad, I think we're all in agreement that we want to look at this further and see how we can improve the process. It really is in its infancy. This is really brand new. So there is work for us to do, and I think we should give that some grace. But I do want to talk about the importance of making sure that we hear the words that were spoken to us today. And for me, I'm coming at this as a point where we're at a point in our history where these are hard conversations to have, because it's actually making us think about our own personal biases, and those aren't easy. And the fact that that's great. We talked about, one is more research, but that's because that history was only written, right? It was one point of history written. So that's why they can find it and find those documents and have that historical knowledge. So I think it's really important that as leaders, that we understand that, because I think it's harder for the community that hasn't been necessarily part of this process to really understand that. So as leaders, we have to step back and say, okay, we have gotten here. We're trying to change things in a positive way. We have our own personal biases. Only one history was ever taught to us. And how are we going to change that, and who should we go to for that guidance? Well, we decided who to go to for the guidance, Madam Speaker. We've decided that. And the fact that, you know, we're going to have to let some of our community members down, because of course there's still a minority in this in the city that want to see other people being named. And that's not going to go away. And so it's going to be up to us to have the uncomfortable conversations and make the hard choices to say that we're going to try to bring up the people in our history from the Indigenous community and really showcase them. And that might not have been from 1880. That could be from, you know, a year ago. Somebody that might be a benefit to be named at that park. I don't know that. But what I am saying is that the onus is on us to really dig deep and understand that we have a lot of our city named from one point of history, and we got to change that. So I'm supporting the recommendation that the committee has put forward. I think that that's the right thing to do. I think we're having a really great conversation, and I also think that there's work to be done, but I also want to give us some grace, understanding that this is just beginning, just starting, and really at its infancy, and we got lots of work to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Schreier.
To say something positive about the mayor, and there he goes. You know, one tries to bring forward these concepts to, the intent was not to divide. I think I know the former mayor well enough to know that. But here we are, and it's become very divisive. I think the current mayor is quite good at dealing with different groups, trying to bring people together. Don't always agree with him on everything. Saw that earlier today, but I think he's strong at doing that. So I'm glad to hear he wants to spearhead some initiative to try to reform this process along with our CAO. It started off differently, I think. I mean, we had then Councillor Gillingham bring forward the motion to name the skate park for the tragic story of a young man who died, Matt Johnson. This was approved by Welcoming Winnipeg. So we did not start with a hard rule, the name has to be Indigenous or related to the Indigenous community. Where are we now? I don't know. I know I have 3 of these that are to come. So maybe I should vote for Jeff's thing, because then maybe he'll vote for my thing in case they get rejected. That doesn't seem a particularly productive way to go. For today, I'll support Councillor Santos's motion. Partly just, we have spent a great deal of time on this, and I appreciate there are issues of reconciliation, but it is, at the end of the day, one park. It has taken how many years? 4 years to get this to this stage. I think what has been said earlier does matter. We have a number of groups whose histories are underrepresented in the city. Women, I mean, somebody on this council, it was you, Madam Speaker, had to name the Susan Thompson building for Susan Thompson. I don't think we should unname that. Somebody on this council, me, named Sentier Gabrielle Dufault for Gabrielle Dufault, who was a hero of the Métis and the Francophone community. I think Councillor Eller was there when we opened with MP Vandal back in 2016, before the Welcoming Winnipeg process. I think some review of this has to happen because it's become very divisive. We can't change rules in midstream. You can't go to the people who you talked to in 2022 and say, oh, well, now we don't name stuff for individuals. I know we got your hopes up. I know we talked, like we've done this whole process. if in 2022 somebody had said we don't name stuff for individuals anymore, well, I wouldn't have embarked on a certain course of action to name 3 separate parks for women of some achievement in this city. But I don't apologize for doing that. I think I've got a pretty good record on naming parks for streets for women. Obviously, I think it is something of a balancing act that we voted very deliberately to keep street naming as something that the elected officials could still do, honorary street naming. I think that was very conscious. Councillor Weil wasn't here at the time. I do think elected officials should retain some power, some ability to do some of what they want. So I'm hopeful the mayor and the CAO can sit down and try and work out a process that's not just quicker, but clearer in terms of what is it we want to accomplish. I can't fault Councillor Lukes moving forward the Nigerian, the park name for the individual from, thank you, from the individual from the Nigerian community, but you know, to have these sort of allegations flying around of bias and prejudice, well, there are many different groups we're trying to recognize in the city, some of whom we haven't recognized before. I've got an honorary street naming around the Kosovar community. Very good contribution to the city that's coming, 25th anniversary of a lot of those people coming over as refugees. So complicated histories, complicated narratives to work through here. I do pleased to see the mayor undertaking to try and clarify we can't change the rules in the middle of the process. We need to be clear on, we need to have some better time frame. We need, frankly, to just be clear. You know, Mayor Bowman didn't bring this in to be divisive. I know that at the start. Unfortunately, it has become divisive. And I will say, having been I was the son of a PhD. I'm married to a woman with a PhD. The last thing I want to do is listen to people with battling PhDs come out here and argue about who has a better understanding of something. I get enough of that at home, and I've had that. So a process that is clearer and quicker, and if we are not to name things for individuals, then let us not start down a path and then change. That I find very problematic. So we're trying, I know Ray Sokolsky is an old Reach for the Top friend of mine. He's on this committee, so perhaps Rollins and I can call him up and meet at Kelvin sometime and talk to him and try and get some better sense from the committee members about how they feel. And I can appreciate that. You do a lot of volunteer work and then have your recommendation ignored. That would upset me, frankly. So it's a balancing act. We have to rebalance. So I'm pleased to see the mayor wants to take it on. I think he's the right person to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have seen today an expression of a disconnect between the Welcome Winnipeg Committee and City Council. As we pointed out today, we haven't had an official interaction with them as council. And not only have we had that disconnect that they don't deserve, we don't deserve that disconnect. Also, a notable amount, they're overwhelmed. And when you look at their website, it even says, first thing it says, due to a high volume of requests submitted to the Welcome Winnipeg, our response times are currently delayed as we work through a significant backlog of requests. They got a lot of work to do, and it's our job to help them and respect why they were created. The committee was created. This policy was developed to guide the city in making decisions regarding requests to create new, add to, or remove, rename historical markers and place names, and resolve the absence of Indigenous perspectives, experiences, contributions in the stories remembered and commemorated. And in all honesty, first of all, I mean, I don't know where to stay. I've been told here today, we've only been told one concept of history. I was not raised that way. I was raised with all sorts of biases like every other individual I've met in this world and in this province. But I've not been raised by one point of view, I can tell you that. But I do come from a background where we were willing to lose elections for issues such as Indigenous issues, such as issues of empowerment. That's where I come from, but I'm not the only one at all. Not the only one in this chamber either. If I want to respect the intent of what I just read here, I know for a fact that work effectively with Welcome Winnipeg, we'd find a much better place. I don't think this place would be in the top 1,000 venues. I don't think we would never have thought of it. The only reason this place is considered for Indigenous historical naming is because it was brought forth to City Hall in the first place. That's the only reason. This place would never have been chosen. It would never have been chosen as a place that's appropriate and true and truly respecting the intent of what Welcome Winnipeg's about. But we have such a disconnect with Welcome Winnipeg. They're so overwhelmed. We end up here by fluke having this conversation, which would never have happened because this is not a true reflection of all the places we could choose in the city. This would never have happened otherwise, by complete coincidence. If you ask anybody, where is a good place to talk about food sovereignty of Indigenous people or Métis, nobody would have ever chosen this place because it didn't happen that way. So I'm not contradicting the welcoming committee role. I want to help them. And this is not helpful. It's by fluke of lack of interaction, of having that disconnect, and they're being overwhelmed, that we happen to be here by coincidence, and it's by coincidence, because I promise you, if you gave people 1,000 other venues, they would be more appropriate to people and to the Welcome Winnipeg. But by limitation, by complete coincidence, this is an unusual circumstance. It happens all the time, but one of those unusual circumstances by human dynamic, political dynamic, that we're having this conversation, and it shouldn't have happened. And I'm not blaming Welcome Winnipeg. This is by virtue of their place within City Hall, and this is what happened. I swear that we can find much more appropriate places that are true. This place does not celebrate that. This is a millstone with very specific historical attributes that have been very well explained. And in so, I know I could find more. Every one of us, we worked with Welcome Winnipeg, can find many more venues that are much more indicative. We can do better. I think this is part of the growing pains of working with Welcome Winnipeg and its intent. And, it's part of what we have to go through. Also, I want to say it's really important to me, and not just me. We heard today that the reason we started Welcome Winnipeg was, it's one way of saying it, but it worries me to begin to acknowledge the errors of our society. Madam Speaker, reconciliation started a long time ago. It's going to happen for a long time. We're in an era where we use the word, and therefore we think we're in some special era of reconciliation. We're in a specific phase of reconciliation, but it sure didn't start recently. And I don't think we're in our best phase of reconciliation either. I think we're going through, perhaps in some ways, a necessary phase, but I think we've done better, and we should. And there's things to do. But Madam Speaker, if we're talking about, because it's been said this morning, is about to begin to acknowledge the errors. Madam Speaker, there are people around, and if you ask the elders of the Indigenous community, especially those that have passed away who are on record, they know a lot has been done over the generations of which they are part. And why would we not want to recognize the work of those elders that have come before us, that have been part of the reconciliation process when it was harder, when you didn't have as much acceptance for it? All that reconciliation that took place then. Just think about that. We're not in a special time of reconciliation. We didn't begin it. We're in a specific time. Perhaps we can make it special. But Madam Speaker, we'll be judged for where we are in the era of reconciliation. We'll be judged in another generation where we are. And it's not just about looking good. It's not about the photo ops. It's about what happens a generation and the effect you have over time. So anyway, Madam Speaker, I would talk more about that, but that gets pretty deep, because it is. Reconciliation is pretty deep. and to really deal with it's going to hurt. It's not going to be fun. Then renaming, we think this is hard stuff at City Council or in politics. No, this is the easy stuff. But we still have a conflict here that we have to deal with. Madam Speaker, we can do much better than renaming this to an Indigenous place. We can do much, much better than that. We can do a much better job working with Welcome Winnipeg, and I believe we can start now, because apparently we haven't started. This is the beginning right now. So we can do a better job. I appreciate the work done by Jim Smith and other members of the community in terms of giving accurate explanation of the historical significance of these millstones, these specific millstones on a specific property over a time which is very specifically allowed, very specifically researched and verified. In terms of giving credit to and recognizing the role of food and food culture in traditional Indigenous society, we can do a much better job, much better job than here with many places. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Councillor Lord?
Yes, thank you. I'm going through all of the layers, I guess, that has gotten us to this point. Some of this is new to me, but the chain is complete. So I apologize for those who already know this, but about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. This is from the federal government website. The Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, the largest class action settlement in Canadian history, began to be implemented in 2007. One of the elements of the agreement was the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation of Canada to facilitate reconciliation among former students, their families, their communities, and all Canadians. The official mandate, PDF of the TRC, is found in Schedule N of the settlement agreement, which includes the principles that guide the Commission in its important work. So, in terms of the calls to action, I was reviewing them in terms of how they affect us, and we've all voted on the Indigenous Accord. We've all signed it. I think many of us have participated in it. So calls to action. We call upon federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to repudiate concepts used to justify European sovereignty over Indigenous peoples and lands, such as the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius, and to reform those laws, government policies, and litigation strategies that continue to rely on such concepts. Terra nullius was literally the argument of the second presenter. He said that given that there was no identifiable claim to the Métis to that land, that for that reason that land should not have relevance to this process because there was no reference to the Métis. So that's right in the ruling. The federal government, the federal court ruling has that, and that is one of the calls to action. So terra nullius is a term that refers to a territory without a master. It is a term used in public international law to describe a space that can be inhabited but that does not belong to a state, meaning the land is not owned by anyone. That's from the Legal Information Institute. In terms of Winnipeg, right on the city website, we see all requests to create new or make changes to historical markers and place names now go through the Welcoming Winnipeg process, excluding street naming. More information about that process can be found here. This is crystal clear to me in terms of where the policy is, in terms of where the government, the Supreme Court's judge ruled in favor of the claimants, and it was related to what happened with Canadian residential schools. I think I've read a chain right from the Supreme Court to the Government of Canada, to the City of Winnipeg, to the Indigenous Accord, which we all signed, And had I had more time to prepare this speech, I could have gone into the principles of the frameworks of the United Nations, which I'm sure has more applications that we could make to this particular instance. But I heard the term expert. Councillor Rowlands mentioned the term expert. Who here is an expert on truth and reconciliation? I'm looking around the room, like, would anybody put their hand up to that? I wouldn't. In terms of how are we going to name anything in this city, have we thought about talking to the welcoming committee themselves? Hey, I've got this great idea, this great person. Truth and reconciliation is supposed to be about a discussion about recognizing the wrongs of the past and about righting them. So my assistant, Ben, if you're listening, Ben, he knew right away. Terra Nullius, he knew that he knew it in his bones. He's younger than I am, and he follows Twitter, so anyway, he knew right away what the issue was. The argument was there's no claim to this land, therefore there should be no claim to naming this land. Well, that is counter to the settlement, the Supreme Court of Canada, and the subsequent Truth and Reconciliation, and then the subsequent calls to action, which I believe we've all accepted here at this table. And so I don't see how I can overrule not only the process, but the people on the welcoming committee that went through the work to do this, the Indigenous people of the welcoming committee of Winnipeg. We asked them to do this work. They were here. I considered asking them, would you want us to change the executive policy recommendation? But then I realized that was absurd. Why would I put them in that situation to ask them? They had been clear about their recommendation. So the federal law is clear, and unless the Manitoba government is using the notwithstanding clause to say in Manitoba we don't recognize the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which is the court asking for changes to the law, we have the calls to action, we've accepted them, and here we are. So no, it shouldn't be divisive because we already have a process, we already have the law, we already have the legal concepts, which are being erroneously applied, and part of the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action is education. And every time I read a new book, my latest was Jean Taillet, on how the Métis people were treated in this province. Every time I read a new book, the first one was and this all flowed for me from the signing of the Indigenous Accord where you commit to personal journey of truth and reconciliation. I learned things in that book that are frankly terrible. Councillor Barwadi and I, we would not be allowed to be seen together. That was one of the Canadian laws of the time. That's just one example. Jean Taillet, we're talking about land, we're talking about terra nullius. How do we even know that Métis people would or would not have been on the land, since many of them had a lifestyle that involved moving around? And oftentimes you would see, just 1 minute, I'm almost done. I know my time. I know when my time's up.
1 minute extension. All in favor? Contrary, carried.
So my point is, I guess, we have the federal judgment, we have the Canadian government calls to action, which leads to changes in law. Appendix D, I think, of the court ruling outlines the calls to action. We've accepted that through the Indigenous Accord. We all voted on it. We all signed it, maybe with the exception of Councillor Wyatt. I don't know if he was there or not at the time. He was there? So let's do what we said that we would do. Unless somebody here is an expert, and I've heard the word expert thrown around today, I don't think anybody can be as much an expert as the people that are members of the committee. And I was at that renaming ceremony at Bishop Grandin, and I learned a lot there too, and I heard the elders speak about what life was when she was taken away from her parents and she never saw them again. Or when she saw her father, that his heart was broken and he shortly died after that time. So I don't think we're experts. Let's listen to the experts. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, Madam Deputy Mayor, if you could close. The Mayor had to step away for Councillor Santos. Yes, you can close first of all on your amending motion.
Well, I'll be quick, I'll be brief. Just want to extend my gratitude to my council colleagues for engaging in a thoughtful and thought-provoking conversation on this matter. It is a very hot topic amongst us in Manitoba and across Canada, but I'm glad we're having this discussion. It reflects our collective commitment in addressing an important issue and working towards meaningful solutions. I want to emphasize one of the comments through you, Madam Chair, one of the comments that was made by council colleague that it was a knee-jerk reaction. It's not a knee-jerk reaction because if you read the report, it's considered, the public service is recommending it. So it's written right here in the report, and I'm just bringing it forward again. So what I'm trying to say here with this amendment is we want our supporting the public service recommendation and demonstrating that our trust in the expertise of our public servants and reaffirm our commitment to working collaboratively with them towards honoring all the voices and perspectives. So I'm confident that with their work with the Indigenous Relations Division, they can find a name that strikes the balance between acknowledging the legacy of the Matson Mill and honoring the rich history of Indigenous peoples. So hopefully we all keep an open mind with our compassionate hearts and willingness to listen and learn from one another. So I hope you can support the amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Mayor, your opportunity to close on the item.
This is on the motion, correct? Closing on the
It's
motion?
on the item.
On the
On the
item.
item. The mayor had to step away.
Got
It was
it.
a pre-scheduled meeting at 4 o'clock.
So am I doing my thing or the mayor's thing?
Your-
Okay. Closing on the, well, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the mayor, so I'm really not going to make any comments on it. I would speak on behalf of myself, but I didn't put my hand up, so
Okay, I can call the vote.
call the vote.
Okay. All in favor of the amending motion, motion 2 put forward by Councillor Santos and Councillor Gilroy, all in favor, please rise.
Councillors Allard, Gilroy, Mays, Rollins, Santos.
Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Where's Chambers? Is Councillor Chambers here? Okay.
Councillor Chambers is absent.
Councillors Brawadi, Dobson, Duncan, Edie, Lukes, Schreier, and Councillor Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 6, nays 7.
Okay. Amending motion 2 is lost. Now on to the main item. All in favor? All in favor, please rise.
Councillors Brawadi, Dobson, Duncan, Edie, Lukes, Mays, Schreier, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Allard, Gilroy, Rollins, and Councillor Santos.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 9, nays 4.
The item passes. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item 12, waiver of tipping fees, Southern Chiefs Organization.
Madam Deputy Mayor, if you wish to introduce the item.
I'll let the council colleague who pulled this speak to it.
This was stood down by
Councillor Wyatt.
Councillor Wyatt.
Is that it?
Madam, this report is directing the public service to waive tipping fees, from what I can see here, for a project but there's no report. And maybe the administration, or in the case of, we have Michael Jack here, maybe I'm kind of confused over this because I don't see any report attached to this. It just seems to be a motion, and normally we have reports attached to these sorts of things. So I'd like to request that Mr. Jack could come forward just to explain, like, how did this, or where did this come from, and what's the history of this? And there's not much here in terms of information. If that could be done, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, the request was?
Was to have Mr. Jack step forward, just because there's no administrative report.
Is there a matter of clarification, or what
Yeah,
are you
like
requesting?
I don't know the history of this. I don't know what the origin. Where did this come from? Was this, you know? It just seems to be kind of out of the blue. There's no report attached to it requesting this, and I just don't know. I'd like to hear some more from our senior staff member to explain what decision is being requested. Are we requesting? Are we actually approving this here today? Or are we actually requesting a report?
Okay.
What is? Could you
Thank
clarify?
you. I'll
Thanks.
allow a question of
Normally a
clarification,
report.
Mr. Jack. Sure, if you could come to the podium, please. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Jack. So, just to clarify, public service be directed to waive all landfill tipping fees to the Southern Chiefs organization, and that public service work with them to clarify specific hours, locations of where their hazardous materials can be dropped to the Brady Road Resource Management Facility. So, there's no report tied to this. Could I ask why?
Yeah, thank you to the councillor through you, Madam Speaker. Just to give you an oversimplified summary, I guess. The initial request for this waiver of tipping fees did come from SCO as an organization themselves. Came, I believe, directly to the mayor's office. I know I saw it in writing when it was received, so I may have been copied. And in discussion with the mayor's office, this was something that the mayor was supportive of, and was considering bringing a motion to have council consider the request. That there's an estimate in the preamble, I believe it's $257,000, that was provided by the department informally when the mayor's office indicated that they were supportive. So provided that, of course, it's just an estimate at this point, but in any event, so it was done by way of motion. So again, through you, Madam Speaker, you're correct in noting, Councillor Wyatt, there is no admin report. This was essentially the mayor wanting to advance this by way of motion.
And just for clarification as well, then the way the motion is worded, this is a decision if voted on today and council votes in the affirmative, the tipping fees will be waived. This is not requesting a report at this point. We are estimating that the amount is $257,000. That's a high-level estimate you mentioned. There's going to be no follow-up report on this other than well, actually, I don't see any follow-up report on this the way it was worded right now.
Just in response to that, through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct. The way the motion is worded, it simply provides the waiver, and that waiver will be provided when SCO is accessing the landfill with those materials.
And what, is there any other, to your knowledge, and I realize I haven't given you much notice on it, is there any other, in terms of the Hudson's Bay project, was there any, at the time when it occurred, was there any other asks made of the city that we are already coming to the table on in terms of this project? Because this is a one-off in terms of that whole project. What is the entire scope of our involvement, if any, at this point? Or, do you know, or do you need to take it under advisement?
That's sort of out of scope with what's before us. It's the
Well,
tipping
no,
fees.
I want to know the big picture. So,
Certainly get back to council at a later date, but if you'd like to answer briefly, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I do believe it was before council to consider a TIF under the city's TIF policy. Now, I would want to go back and confirm that that was formally brought and approved. I could have that for you probably in a few moments when I'm back in my seat. Yeah, that's where we stand for now.
and my last question is, are there any other asks coming from them above and beyond this? Do we know of at this point?
Mr. Jack?
Yep, through you, Madam Speaker. Beyond that, I certainly can't confirm whether any other asks will be forthcoming. This is the only one that is pending at the moment, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jack. Last question, Councillor Eady.
CEO, yeah, it's regarding tipping fees. We waive tipping fees, well, we're coming to the season where lots of tipping fees get waived. Does the public service report on how much how much tipping fees we're waiving for all of the neighborhood cleanups and some of the bulk waste cleanups and so on?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Again, I'll confirm for you, Councillor Eady. I do think solid waste likely reports on that figure, and if not, that we can provide that to you. We would be tracking that. I will check whether or not there's an annual update that solid waste is providing. I can't tell you certainly at the moment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jack. Councillor Wyatt, do you wish to continue with your speaking time?
Yeah, I'll just say this.
We'll resume the clock.
Sure, thank you. I mean, I'm not going to oppose this, Madam Speaker. I guess my concern is that I always like to see an administrative report. I like to see what we've already brought to the table for this organization. No different than we treat any other organization here. And frankly, it's also for the city to be able to know what we're contributing, because these things get lost. And it's now, we don't have and I appreciate there might be an issue of timing here, but we've seen how reports can be moved quickly on other matters. But I understand the work that they are doing. I think it's fantastic. I'd like to also know if there's going to be other future asks coming forward in terms of the project happening here. I'm not going to stand in the way of this. I'm not going to oppose it, but I hope this doesn't become a practice of the mayor's office. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, because I know an individual councillor wouldn't be able to typically do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Well, it's proof nobody watches Water and Waste Committee unless they sit on it. We actually had a terrific debate about this on Water and Waste Committee. The project is important. The project is good. There is no report. I certainly wasn't involved in any of these negotiations. It was presented to us, and there you are. We raised it at Water and Waste. The motion wasn't there, but we raised it in the budget discussions because we went last after EPC. So what is the budget implication? The response from the admin was, in essence, we're already in the hole, we'll just have to find it. A rather dangerous precedent in some ways. My other point was, it seemed hard on Councillor Gilroy at EPC to say to her, what's your funding source for your UN Safe Cities thing? And then to have this come in with no funding source, it's just, we'll just have to find it. So it does, to me, set a precedent. I was told, no, it's only for transformative projects. How do you define transformative? Well, no, well, we don't. So there you go. That's the precedent we'll be setting, and I'll be in here arguing that the seniors project on Belleville Road is transformative, and therefore we should waive the tipping fees, and others will do the same, and away we will go. Also, this is particularly interesting in the context of what we passed at the budget just yesterday that says we're going to have a whole new grant system next year. Well, this isn't a grant. We're just waiving the fees for somebody. So some councilors start looking into how much Winnipeg is paying in frontage levies to see, well, if it's not a grant, if they're not on the grant list anymore, could we start waiving this, that, ooh, how much do you pay in water? How much could we waive that? So, I mean, it's a good project. Councillor Wyatt's right on that. However, it's out there, it's public, it does set a precedent. To me, it does. We'll see how it all works out. We'll see how we define transformative. We'll see in the next year's discussion, there's going to be some losers on the grants debate, right? We're going to have a whole process. We're going to have some people are going to win, some are going to lose, and then there's going to be the scramble. Well, I don't want a grant. No, we already had that with water and waste. That wasn't a grant. That was a subscription we were paying to U of M. So it's not really a grant. You can't cut it. So we'll see where this ends up in terms of waiver of water costs to frontage levies or anything else. But for today, I'm supportive. I wasn't part of these negotiations, but I think it's worth doing. But certainly they does amend yesterday's budget. I think you can certainly say that, and you can certainly say there's no identified funding source here other than it's less revenue. And if we're so fat in the landfill business that we don't even need to care about $257,000 in revenue, that's a whole different concern, frankly. So, good project. I'll support it, but I suspect this will be cited in some future debates.
Just a second. Thank you, Councillor Mays. Councillor Rollins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So today we have a transformative opportunity before us that not only revitalizes our downtown, but also embodies the spirit of collaboration, the government-to-government work, sustainability, and community empowerment. And I stand here wholeheartedly. No surprise, perhaps, this is in the Fort Rouge Fort Garry ward, to support the motion to waive all landfill tipping fees for Southern Chiefs organizations as they undertake that monumental task of redeveloping former Hudson's Bay Company building, now Wawawane Bagagakanagon project. And I want to acknowledge Grand Chief Jerry Daniels, Joy Kramer, and Jennifer Moore-Rattray and the whole team. This project is not just about bricks and mortar, Madam Speaker. It's about breathing new life into a historic landmark and understanding new histories within it. Now, the SCO's ambitious vision and dedication, we have the opportunity to transform this iconic space into a hub of innovation, culture, community engagement, and be a part of their actions towards that end. So whether it's the housing for all ages or the paddle wheel, I long to see a crane in the sky building all of that and more. I want to say something of SCO's commitment to repurposing materials and diverting waste from landfill. I think this speaks volumes about their environmental stewardship. So fitting it went to our environmental chair and standing policy committee, given the commitment to sustainability and green buildings. Every step of the way, including number 10's Architects Own that was here today as the chair of Welcoming Winnipeg, Architects Own, number 10 Architects Own, Ms. Morasti. This is an exciting milestone today. If I can speak personally, Madam Speaker, as the local councillor and the chair of Property and Development, waiving all landfill tipping fees for SCO is a gesture. It's not just a gesture of goodwill. It's a strategic investment for sure in our downtown and the well-being of our community. There's an estimated savings for them of over $250,000 in tipping fees. It's an estimate, but those resources, we know it won't be a secret. It's going to go to creating a more vibrant, inclusive space that benefits us all in the downtown. Furthermore, the collaborative efforts between SCO and community groups to repurpose those materials is exciting, and it's an excitement that we could all be a part of, Madam Speaker. So by working together, we can achieve really remarkable outcomes and pave the way for a more sustainable and resilient future. No doubt, Madam Speaker, you know the last vote disappointed me. I'm looking for unanimity amongst councillors here. Let us seize this opportunity to promote sustainability. Let's seize this opportunity to uplift our downtown, to work shoulder to shoulder with SCO. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, and Madam Speaker, with 4 minutes left, I'll just add, this is exactly the kind of motion I want from my mayor, a city building motion, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to support the Mayor Gillingham in this city building.
Thank you, Councillor Rollins. Any further speakers? Councillor Eadie.
Madam Speaker. I just quickly wanted to say, though, just in terms of reports, so the way I'm reading this is a government-to-government, we're voting on a government-to-government agreement as Southern Chiefs are a level of governance of the Indigenous people of this land. And it is appropriate that it comes through our mayor, who is the intergovernmental spokesperson for the city of Winnipeg. Although that doesn't mean there couldn't have been a report. What we have is an estimate that must have come from our expert in solid waste, public servant. I can't remember the gentleman's name at the moment, sorry. But I think this is a good thing to do. It would be interesting to know what influence it would have on the budget. But I can tell you specifically, the public service does not prepare a report to estimate what tipping fees will be waived on behalf of various organizations in this city. And they're done all the time. There's a form and an application that has to be done. The approval comes from the public service, although this is seems to be a substantial amount of money. However, we have different thresholds about what the CAO or whatever, and it sounds like the CAO wasn't really consulted that much. I find that troubling, actually. And so, but I'll leave it at that. We have to support this. I think this is good that we're contributing. You know, the Indigenous peoples, Southern Chiefs, are moving to make a building that, you know, ended up here. Just think about it. It was owned by the Hudson's Bay Company. Reconciliation. They get to improve it, take a building. They did receive it from the Hudson's Bay or whoever owned title to it at the time. And I think we should help facilitate, as Councillor Rollins has said, let's facilitate this and get it done. There's millions of dollars being spent on that building, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Madam Deputy Mayor, you can close.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just be very brief here. I can't think of a more transformative project than overhauling the former Hudson Bay building. It's a massive piece of infrastructure in our downtown, and the Southern Chiefs organization is diving right into it. And as a partner in this project, as a government partner in this project, I think this is one way, and I'm sure, I think to another question here, I think there'll be more ways that will be asked for a contribution, but I think that this is one way that the City of Winnipeg can make a contribution. So I know we don't have a definition of transformative, but I honestly think this is an incredible project and will really, really transform downtown. So with that, I guess, Madam Speaker, we call the vote.
Thank you. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Madam Clerk?
Item 13, Centre Venture mandate.
Madam Deputy Mayor, do you wish to introduce the item?
This is an item that the mayor pulled. I think he probably pulled it to really highlight the focus that the new mandate Centre Venture has.
I'm not really going to speak to it in detail. The report's in front of us. We've got a lot more to speak to. I don't know if anyone else wants to speak to it in light of the time. There's some big items still yet to talk to, so call the question, unless someone else wants to speak to it.
Okay, good. I'll call the vote on item 13. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. Okay. Okay, we'll now move into
Bylaws?
bylaws, yes.
Okay.
Bylaws, Madam Deputy Mayor, do you have those handy?
Okay, sorry. All right, I'll move that bylaw 39, 2024 be read a first time.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 39 of 2024.
Okay. I'll move that the following bylaws be read a second time. Bylaw 90, 2023, 5, 2024, 22, 2024.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 90 of 2023, bylaw number 5 of 2024, bylaw number 22 of 2024.
Okay, and I will move that bylaws number 90, 2023, 5, 2024, and 2022, 2024 be read a third time, and that same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Okay, next section. It's bylaw 40.
Okay, so I'll continue. There's a lot of bylaws here. Okay,
Yes.
sorry. I'd like to move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 4024, 41, 2024, 42, 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 40 of 2024, bylaw number 41 of 2024, bylaw number 42 of 2024.
Okay. I'd like to move that bylaws number 40, 2024 and 42, 2024, both inclusive, be read a second time.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Never had so
Bylaws number 40 of 2024 to 42 of 2024.
Okay, I've never had so many bylaws to read. Now, I'd like to move that the rule be suspended and bylaws number 40, 2024 and 42, 2024, both inclusive, be read a third time, and that the same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed. Aye.
All in favor? Contrary?
Okay.
Carried. Okay. We have question period for acting deputy.
Bring it on.
Okay, no questions. We'll move on to the next Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development.
Madam Speaker, I'll move items 1, pull 2, move 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So move, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we will stand down 2, of course. It has an amending motion, Portage and Main. Any others? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on item 1, 3 through 11. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Madam Clerk?
Item 2, Portage and Main intersection, implementation of a phased approach to below and at-grade improvements.
Okay. And noting there is amending motion 1 and amending motion 3 going with this item. We'll give the movers an opportunity to introduce their motions, amending motions, after the chair has introduced the item. Madam Chair?
Yes, there is. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I want to say I appreciate this moment in time, Madam Speaker, as I stand at Council with a motion that has taken some doing by members of Council, and I want to acknowledge the work of a councillor that might surprise many Winnipeggers when I utter my colleague's name. Why? Because we hold opposing viewpoints, but no one is more important than your competitor at understanding how you might, sharpen your arguments, Madam Speaker, and be a better councillor. And so I want to acknowledge, someone who got us here today, and that is Councillor Jeff Berwadi, Madam Speaker. It's important to note that Councillor Barati's ward and wards like his, voted a certain way in a plebiscite, and that voters in the Fort Rouge's Fort Garry ward, the core of the city that I represent, Madam Speaker, voted another way. And it's important to note the number of compromises and the changes that many councillors around this table have come to over the years, new information that they were provided, where hearts and minds were changed, and actually a whole bunch of work that is before us. And that is why, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to mention another councillor here, someone who I have a privilege of now working with, that I didn't when once upon a time he voted in favor of a plebiscite, Madam Speaker, and that's Councillor Sean Dobson. Councillor Sean Dobson of St. James, Madam Speaker, has taught me a thing or two about this file and what he needs to look and see a clear line of sight going forward, which was much the discussion we had at the Standing Policy Committee at Property and Development, Madam Speaker, when the first motion was unanimously passed. And I want to thank Councillor Duncan, Councillor Dobson, and Councillor Matt Allard, of course, for his enduring voice on Portage and Main and all things urbanist and AT. The original motion, Madam Speaker, that came from Property and Development, the Standing Policy Committee, that is to advise Council on these matters, contained a few elements. And I'll introduce them here. That an at-grade vision for Portage and Main intersection, and an opening of an at-grade pedestrian crossing of Portage and Main be approved. That's the first two, Madam Speaker, in a nutshell. And that the public service be directed to assess the condition of the below-grade concourse, Madam Speaker, to determine the steps required to decommissioning. And that the public service be authorized to negotiate with property owners at the Four Corners, Madam Speaker. And that the public service consult with the tenants of the concourse and other downtown stakeholders consistent with rounds of consultation about the intersection on the process and timing of an at-grade opening. And by the way, Madam Speaker, we had to pick a date, and so we picked July 1st, 2025, Madam Speaker, as a Standing Policy Committee. And that 13 million be approved to facilitate the initial opening design and construction requirements, and that corresponding debt and finance charges be included, and it names them, and that public service be authorized to enter into sole source agreement with an engineering consultant to expedite all the engineering services, the preliminary design, the detailed design, the contract administration, and post-construction services, all of which, Madam Speaker, I expect to see. That a request for preliminary design engineering engagement in 2025 in conjunction with the rapid transit downtown corridors preliminary design study be referred to the 2025 budget review, and that all officers do all things necessary. Madam Speaker, in the intervening time, I've said a few things. I've said that I'm going to work with the Chair of Public Works, Deputy Mayor Janice Luke, shoulder to shoulder on what comes next, and that we're going to do so at our respective Standing Policy Committees. At the time, at the Standing Policy Committee, we had a robust discussion with the public service. We had a robust discussion on the motion, and we continued that discussion, Madam Speaker, because each and every councillor around this table is invested in the downtown, as we learned through the SPAP, even as we agreed to disagree on some items, or as, Madam Speaker, the Mayor tied Councillor Barati and I together so that we did the work of collaboration in earnest, and we all remember that moment. Perhaps it's time to talk about that. And that continued, Madam Speaker, and so today, if you would like, I would like to share a bit of my time with Councillor Barati to introduce the amending motion. The amending motion that amends this one on item number 3, item number 5, and produces a new number 10 on public art, Madam Speaker. It is with some sensitivity and with some romance, given my start of my career, and I'll introduce a portion of it to Councillor Barati, and
he will have his additional speaking time.
yeah, but I did want in earnest to share the time because it is with some romance and my early start to my career at 303 Main Street that I spent a lot of time in the concourse, a lot of the time at the dollar store getting dollar bouquets in my young married life to bring home. And so while they are some of my residents, but certainly the business owners of Councillor Santos, Madam Speaker, we care about them. So with a line of sight to the concourse, a line of sight to speaker after speaker that came to say this is still important. We have time between Standing Policy Committee and Council sometimes to draft amendments, to listen to each other a little bit more and to get it right. And it is a full line of sight today that I'll introduce the original motion and spend some time with listening to Councillor Barwadi if he wouldn't mind taking the rest of the time. Councillor Barwadi, through the speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Rollins. I think Councillor Barwadi wanted to speak later during his
I'll
speaking
appreciate the
time.
offer. I'll see my
That's
time to
right,
later.
and that is the practice in this chamber as well. Councillor
I thought the practice was...
Councillor Rollins, just one moment here. Yes, your amending motion. Next speaker is Councillor Wyatt. Your opportunity to introduce amending motion 3.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You did get an email, Councillor Lawrence, so.
I'd just like to read the amendment. Whereas in 2018, 65% of electors voted to keep Portage and Main closed in a plebiscite held for the Winnipeg electorate, and whereas the City of Winnipeg now has the precedent to hold a plebiscite re Portage and Main, and whereas new information has come to light regarding the costs involved to maintain the underground concourse at Portage and Main and to address existing crumbling sewer infrastructure, and whereas the mayor as a candidate was quoted in the Winnipeg Free Press saying, "I don't support reopening Portage and Main at this time." The question was asked during the last election, and the result was very clear. It would be disrespectful to the public to ignore that and to go in a different direction right now. And therefore, be it resolved that item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee dated March 7, 2024 be amended as follows. Add the following new recommendation, renumbering the remaining recommendation accordingly. Number 10, the implementation of recommendations 1 to 9 be subject to the affirmative result of a plebiscite, and that a plebiscite be held containing for the following question. Do you support the opening of Portage and Main to pedestrian crossing? Exactly the same question that was asked in 2018. And as recognized that the Council apparently has adopted a policy, 2/3 vote will be required on the question. I think the argument has been made that there's new information. I think one of our presenters this morning was very clear that a lot of the information pertaining to the work being done is regular maintenance information, underground work of a nature that we would have to do no matter what with regards to the intersection, whether we open it or close it, whether we actually do anything with regards to the concourse. A lot of the sewer work, underground work, has to be done, and it's kind of being thrown in as part of an engineering study and saying, well, if we're going to be doing work on it, we should do the sewer work at the same time, which makes sense. However, if you're going to do the sewer work and you're not doing anything with the concourse, you could also make the reverse argument that that work really shouldn't be part of this. We're not comparing apples to apples. And in fact, we're inflating the cost of the work being done for the purpose of making the case that the concourse should now be closed and thus Portage and Main open. And I guess that's the concern that I have here, Madam Speaker, is that we're trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the citizens of Winnipeg. They're smarter than that. They'll read through this. And I guess I question also, Madam Speaker, the fact that not a lot of time has passed since the plebiscite. I don't think anything materially has changed significantly since the plebiscite. Our infrastructure has just gotten worse since that period of time. And nothing, the other part that really hasn't changed here, and the report doesn't do anything to address this, and that is what we know is going to happen at this intersection the minute it's open. As according to our engineers of the Standing Committee of Public Works, we are going to have pedestrian and vehicle collisions. And nothing in the report does anything to mitigate this, especially if we are closing the concourse. We're going to ensure probably greater numbers of pedestrian vehicle collisions. And nothing is being done to assure or mitigate that potential and to reduce injuries and potential fatalities that could occur. According to our own engineers,
they've informed us, members of the committee, and I as a member, that they're of the, I guess their opinion is not official because they weren't in the report, but they've informed myself and other members of the committee that there will be people who will be injured at this intersection the minute it's open, and there will be fatalities. And nothing in my mind could draw a clearer line to prevent injury or death than this decision in terms of that intersection. And I find it ironic as well because prior to me returning here on council, this council spent a lot of time about reducing speed limits and making it safer for pedestrians, the need for everybody to be safe on our roads and be able to ride your bike, and separate bike paths and separate bike corridors on existing roads. And a lot of it had to do around safety, get the speed limit down another 10 kilometers. And, you know, that will ensure if somebody's pedestrian is hit, the pedestrian may suffer injury but not death. And yet, Madam Speaker, we seem in a rush to do this, to open it up without any kind of concern for the pedestrians who are going to be crossing that intersection, any kind of mitigation strategies for that. It may come later, I'm sure it will, but I don't know, maybe it won't. There's no reassurance on that. And that really is a concern to me, considering that we could be doing something here that we might regret later. And frankly, I understand that there's a motion that's been brought forward to amend, and I welcome that motion. I think I'll support that motion. But I really believe that we set a precedent. Nobody could imagine if we ever wanted to amend the Constitution again of this country, would it be done without a national referendum? We set that precedent with the Charlottetown Accord. We set the precedent now in Portage and Maine. We're a system of government based on precedences. So, you know, the citizens of Winnipeg weighed in. If the mayor of the city had not been very clear in the last election, maybe I could see it where he changed his position, but he was very clear in his statements in the last election. And I'm not too sure about his opponent running, but his opponent didn't win. He did. And so that's all we have to go by. I think a lot of Winnipeggers may have changed their vote come the civic election, a very narrow campaign, if he had spoken very strongly that he was of the other opinion. Now, can elected officials change their mind based on new information? Absolutely, and they should be encouraged to do so. But frankly, I don't think the information here is that new. We knew these things. We knew the concourse was, you know, aged. We knew the work had to be done. We knew the underground sewers there, you know, like throughout our entire city, need work. There's not really new information here, Madam Speaker. It's being dressed up as that. And so I'm really struggling to understand the rationale of why this is being rushed, the way it's being rushed, with a lack of long-term planning going on. And, you know, I'm all in favor of making a decision, but let's just make this decision with all the information, especially since we spent so much time as a city going over in the past, in the previous term, how to mitigate and make our streets safer for pedestrians and the like. And this doesn't seem to do that. This seems to go in a different direction. So those are my introductions to this. I don't think this is the end of the world. Plebiscite would probably be attached to mostly to the next civic election. I want to thank Councillor Bawadi as well for the leadership he showed back in 2018 to make that happen. But I hope that same leadership is there today by Councillor Bawadi when it comes to that. And he represented his constituents well and the citizens of Winnipeg well, and they appreciated the fact that they had a chance to weigh in on the issue. You know, we don't always go to plebiscite under certain things, but this is a historic corner, a corner that's well used, and a corner, by the way, that's well used because we haven't finished the inner ring road system over city. Finish the inner ring road system, you may not hear from the Trucking Association that was here before us today, right? That they can actually go around instead of having to go through the middle of the city, which is what they do now when they load intermodal cargo containers in Transcona and they try to get out to the airport in the St. James Industrial Park. Go sit at the corner of Notre Dame and Portage at 12 noon and watch how many trucks in a 30-minute period start rolling through there with the cargo containers coming from the east side of the city going to the west, right through the heart of the city, right through Portage and Maine. Because we haven't completed the inner ring road system through the whole city. Portage and Maine will still be busy. Maybe if we finish that, it would take the pressure off here, make it a lot safer. Maybe that's the time we open Portage and Main. But until then, Madam Speaker, I think the request here for a plebiscite is legitimate in light of the fact that it was done before. And our system of law is based on precedent. We gave the citizens of Winnipeg a chance to weigh in. And let's give them a chance. Again, if the information, if the Free Press poll is correct, then they'll vote accordingly. And we'll see the result. If it's not, then we'll know that as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Gilroy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that Councillor Wyatt wasn't here for some of the discussions that we have taken place previously on this. So I'm going to try to share a little bit of what I know about this project, because it's something I firmly believe in and something I believed in from the beginning. And I will be supporting motion number 1. I will not be supporting motion number 3. And I want to talk a little bit about why and what I learned from this. This isn't even, we heard that this isn't even even when it was one of the busiest corners, I still believed in opening it up. We got a lot of work in determining what that's going to look like still. So, our administration, Madam Speaker, will have to do their due diligence. And this might not be a forced scramble. This might be just one way that people are actually walking across the way. So we'll minimize. They're going to, of course, minimize as much as they can any kind of confrontation between cars and trucks. I mean, that's the goal of our traffic engineering department, and I have full faith that they can do that. They have done this all over North American cities. They can sure do it in little old Winnipeg. So I have complete faith in them. And then just a short block away, not even a city block, not even one of my city blocks, the street is open. And there, and it doesn't even have the collisions that I have within my own ward, the numbers of collisions, and that is a busier intersection than some of my wards where I see collisions happening. So, Madam Speaker, there's still work to be done. We are going to be opening up this intersection, but our administration is going to come back with what that's going to look like. And at that time, we'll be able to ask a little bit more questions on safety and all that jazz that comes around from opening up that intersection. But at the end of the day, I don't want to hear fear-mongering either, that there's going to be a bunch of incidents there, because that's not the data that we've seen in the past. That's not the data we are seeing across North American cities where they are opening up these intersections and making these viable places for everybody. And I think that that's what we want to do here in Winnipeg, look at equity and making sure that people can cross the street. And we heard loud and clear from our community within that section that they want to see this a priority with the city. And I appreciate that all the city has a voice in this, and yes, our downtown is everybody's, but I think a higher voice needs to go from the people that are choosing to live in our downtown, choosing to be downtown, walking on our streets at night, and going into the stores and shops that are in our downtown, and trying to bring downtown alive again, Madam Speaker. And that's what I think we're trying to do with opening Portage and Main. And so there's still a lot more work to happen with Public Works and determining what that's going to look like. But it's really important that we don't create fear, because that's what we did in divisiveness when we debated this the last time. And clearly we know the history, if we look at what's going on across cities, across North America, across the globe, Madam Speaker, where they have way more traffic than we do, that people are crossing the streets. So we don't have far to look from many destinations across the globe. So I'm happy to support 1 and will not be supporting 3. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the original motion and motion number 1, the original report of motion number 1. I will not be supporting motion number 3. I want to thank Councillors Rollins and Barwadi for their work on motion number 1. That really adds just some specifics to what was already contained within the I think the content and the intention of the original recommendations that are before us in this report. 45 years ago and 1 month, in February of 1979, the intersection at Portage and Main was closed to pedestrian traffic, and the concourse below grade was opened. We have known for some time that repairs need to be made to the underground concourse, specifically to the membrane. We've known that water has been leaking in that space and that work needed to be done. What we didn't know in 2018, when the original plebiscite was called, was the information we have now. What we didn't know in 2022, when all of us had our names on a ballot, and I have my name on a ballot for mayor, was the information we now have today that is before us. That includes the fact that the related works to repair the membrane would be $73 million and up to 5 years of construction delays and traffic delays at the intersection, because the work would have to be done primarily from above ground to repair that membrane. It's been widely reported already that I did ask the staff, what would the cost be to decommission the concourse? And they gave a very broad range, a range that is in fact too broad, and we know we need specificity on it. They gave us a range of $20 to $50 million. And that's why the original motion that Councillor Rollins moved a couple weeks ago, I want to thank her for that, really called for the public service to do more work. Now the amending motion, motion number 1, asked really specifically for the costs associated and the traffic impacts and other related costs of the scope related to decommissioning the concourse. And I, again, want to express my appreciation to the Councillors Berwadi and Rollins for their work on that. It also includes, in motion 1, a call for the public service to consult with the Winnipeg Arts Council in an effort to address concerns related to the public art located in that concourse. I think we've heard the concerns related to us by some, and we do want to try to address that with the help of our friends at the Winnipeg Arts Council. This matter has been a point of discussion in this city for a long, long time. Yes, Portage and Main is a historic intersection. We're celebrating our 150th anniversary this year, and for every one of those 150 years, the intersection has been important to Winnipeg. The first store built outside of the fort was located at the northwest corner of Portage and Main, where Mr. McKenney built a hardware store there, and that forever really shaped our downtown and the way our city has spread. A lot of significant events in the history of our city have been located, taken place at Portage and Main. Everything from celebrations to protests have seen that intersection as the site of their event. But as I said before, in many times prior to this meeting, there are 10,000 intersections in this city that people cross at grade. At the end of the day, this is just an intersection. And I think when we take a look at the information that is provided to us now on the costs to repair the membrane and at the associated works, including traffic delays and construction delays at the intersection at street level of up to 5 years, I think it is time, and I call upon us to make what I believe is the practical alternative, to choose to open the intersection to pedestrian traffic at grade. To do so, ask our staff to get that work done and get the intersection open to coincide in the summer of 2025 with the change in the transit routes, and to get the information needed, having the public service direct them to assess the condition of the concourse, determine the steps required to decommission the concourse, and to refer the project forward to council consideration prior to 2025 budget review process. And that work, the scope of that work, include the budget and the traffic impacts and all the other information that would be required. Just recent information that we're getting from polling, and I know people have different views of polls, but it does seem that the public mood and view of the opening of Portage and Main is shifting. And I can't speak for anyone who was surveyed in the poll. I can't speak for any other colleague around this chamber. But with new information that came to me related to the costs of repairing the membrane, and up to 5 years traffic delays, it changed my mind. That's what that new information did, and I think it's changing a lot of other people's minds as well. And so I'm asking for all of us as councillors to vote in favor of this initial report and motion number 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Brawadi, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Unlike others around this table, my opinion has not really changed. I do not support 24/7 crossings of Portage-Main to pedestrians at grade. That said, what has changed since COVID is the underground concourse is no longer open 24/7. Therefore, if we're going to be rebuilding the intersection at grade anyway, we're going to have to replace the protective barriers. I think it's only fair and reasonable that we've come up with a new barrier design that gets the best of both worlds, that allows the opening and closing of a barrier for rush hours. That said, I'm realistic. I've read the tea leaves. I understand that the votes around this table are such that opening the intersection to pedestrian crossings is going to happen. We're going to be spending the $13 million to open up Portage and Main to pedestrian crossings for next summer. What concerns me, though, is the rushed plan to close the underground concourse without consulting, without knowing all the details. How much is that going to cost? How long is it going to take? What's going to happen to the assessment values in that vicinity in terms of lost rental rates because the different underground shopping malls aren't connected? What's going to happen to the value of the parking garage at the Artist Building because those 1,100 parking stalls are no longer attached to all the office towers under the underground concourse? We don't have those details. When Dylan did the traffic study, considering the opening prior to 2018, it was contemplated that the underground concourse was still going to be open. They were very clear, they optimized it for vehicular movements. Without the underground concourse, we're going to have a lot more light cycles and a lot more time to allow for pedestrians to cross that intersection. That's going to impact traffic even more. So I think, again, I've read the tea leaves. Portage and Main is going to open next summer. It's fairly historic, and I congratulate the mayor and the people around this table for moving that. I still think it's wrong. However, let's look at the alternatives, and let's look at perhaps protecting the underground concourse. I used to work in the vicinity of Portage and Main. I used to work in a building connected to the concourse. When I was a kid in junior high school, I would take the bus from North Kildonan to downtown to the Canada Post building. I was the president of the computer club. We had a mailbox there. The days before the internet, I'd go down there to get computer club newsletters from around the world. We were the Winnipeg Apple User Group. There was also the Wellington Apple User Group from New Zealand, another WAG, same acronym. But we had newsletters that came from across Canada, the States primarily. But I'd go after school, junior high school, downtown to the post office to get computer club newsletters. I would take the skywalks. I thought, how cool is this and how safe did it feel being indoors, weather-protected walkway system from the Canada Post building through the Cargill building. I think it was even before the 200 Graham building was there, through to Winnipeg Square. My dad was at the time a tenant in 220 Portage Avenue, the Royal Bank building, and he would give me a ride home at the end of his workday. That would still actually be technically feasible because it doesn't go through the circus, but regardless, the notion of being able to have a weather-protected system to me then, as it is now, is sort of romanticized. I think it's really cool that you have a winter city that continues to function. You have thousands of people that are connected through this concourse that can go meet up at a food court for lunch. To me, that's still a big deal, and I think that's still important. And again, as stated by our Director of Planning, Property and Development, our Director of Assets and Project Management at the last SBC Property Committee, the membrane is at the end of its life. We understand that. But they said also there's nothing catastrophically wrong with it, and the decision moving forward needs to be made within 3 to 5 years. This gives us a chance to do that with full information. My ideal scenario, I'll be honest, is that we'd find a cheaper and way to fix the concourse, a better way, and that the benefiting property owners connected to the concourse would share in the costs, at least the difference between closing it and keeping it open. Perhaps a third party would want to take over a consortium of the property owners would take over them all so it's off the city's books. That'd be wonderful. While I expect the opening will cause new vehicular traffic backups, I do believe traffic will rebalance. It's like water, it'll find the path of least resistance. So I'm committing here today, as I committed to the mayor, I'm saying it on the public record. You know, next July, there's gonna be some impacts to traffic, and probably next September, when everybody's back to school and back to work, traffic impacts are gonna be worse. I'm committed to not call for a closing of the above grade, at grade crossings for 12 to 18 months. 12 to 18 months. Maybe I will be ready at that point, Councillor Wyatt, to support a plebiscite towards looking at closing Portage and Main again. But at this point, I want to put on the public record that I will not be the one calling for another closure right away. I also believe that the circus is more needed now than ever before. Next summer, I don't know if we all appreciate, the new transit route map is transformative for our transit system. There's the transit system I grew up with, the same ones I used to take from my junior high school downtown to get my computer club newsletters, hasn't changed since those days. This is radically different, the new transit map. That bus that comes over the Disraeli will no longer be taking Main and going down Portage Avenue. The Henderson Highway frequent bus will be going up to Princess and taking Princess through to the Midtown Bridge and out to the University of Manitoba. But there's going to be a lot of pedestrians, a lot of people, when they're switching buses, they're going to do so at Portage and Main. I've been in a number of European cities. It's very common and frequent that you take little, not maybe as far down or as convoluted, but somewhere, where you take little tunnels to get between both the bus stop and the other side of the street, or even the bus stop and the buses that are in the middle of a major large avenues. You take a little tunnel and you pop up to get on the bus that goes one way or the other in the middle of a major roadway. That was Warsaw. Similar things in Belgrade, Serbia that I've seen. But I think because a lot of people are going to have to change buses, they're going to want to do that and take advantage of the underground route network that are there. So again, I thank the mayor and Councillor Rollins for allowing this amendment to come forward. I'm going to shut up for a little while about being against the above ground crossings being allowed. I still think it's a mistake. But again, I will be supporting if the amendment passes, I will be supporting the motion as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Barwadi. Councillor Eady, followed by Councillor Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, closing the underground. My biggest problem, I have a huge problem, and I talked about I might vote yes, but I have some conditions. And what I find very interesting here, Madam Speaker, is it's very clear that the main interest in moving this ahead is money. Just like the Arlington Bridge. Oh, that's too much money. I got this other project I want to get done, so that's going to get done. Forget about the people who've been using the Arlington Bridge for over 100 years. The underground, it's only been there since, usable, I guess, since '79. And I just want to speak to all the people. Disability, independence, according to one's ability, cross-disability. That's what the Independent Living Resource Center is all about. And I heard a representative come forward, cross-disability. That means it's an organization. It doesn't care what your disability is. They're going to work to help you. So people who are blind who don't like the CNIB, they can utilize service from the Independent Living Resource Center. Because if an organization is building dependency, it's not good. So let me just clarify why I'm going down this road. I heard the representative who, talks about money is willing to let it close down. It doesn't work for him. That's clear. I get that. But what's the destination after 6 o'clock at the Four Corners? If nothing's open at those corners, Madam Speaker. And if you're looking at a destination, you have to contemplate where you're coming from and how you're arriving. I jump on a bus outside of City Hall over here to get across Portage and Main. I jump on a bus that's accessible for wheelchairs. I get on that bus and I get off at the bus stop on the other side, Madam Speaker. It's accessible for me. And if you think about it and you're planning it, yeah, it took 45 minutes to get along a certain way. Now, if you're traveling around the whole circle, but why are you going all around? What's your destination? How are you getting there? What are you doing? The elevator at the Fairmont, I believe, will take you down into Lombard Place after 6 o'clock. And guess what? There's lots of activities happening at the Fairmont Hotel. There's a destination. Again, I'm old enough. As a teenager, I was 19 when they closed it, but prior years, for a long time, I crossed at that intersection. Not all the time, because the more traffic when I got a bit older, you know what? I'd even make a decision then. Do I want to deal with Portage and Main and all the traffic? I'll tell you right now, you can say, well, yeah, pedestrians could cross at Leela and McPhillips. You know, if I have a disability, and I do, I never, ever, if I'm going to the drugstore, or if I'm going to the shopping center, or if I'm going to the Salisbury House, whichever direction I'm coming from, I will not cross Leland McPhillips. There's so much traffic there, and it's crazy. There's all kinds of turning and funk. Like, it's difficult. What I do is I cross over further south. There's a safer intersection to use. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm getting at here is, if persons with disabilities want it open, yeah, you might have to roll your wheelchair a little bit further. But I envision rapid transit, the new frequent transit, still stopping, even when the rapid transit comes and it's coming down the middle of Main Street. I still envision where the bus stop is today, at Lombard. But guess what, Madam Speaker? There's no signals or anything to allow people to cross at Lombard. It's not a long way from Portage and Main. The water, or whatever they call water, whatever, that's not that far from that intersection. You can cross there. You can cross at Fort to Notre Dame to Fort. You can actually look at Memorial to the art gallery, because Memorial is so busy. But guess what they got? They got a pedestrian corridor right in the middle between St. Mary and Portage Avenue, so people can get across. Why not implement that on the East Portage side? Like, this is crazy. The only reason this is on the table is, oh, it's going to cost $73 million and delay traffic. Well, we do underground maintenance and work at all the really busy intersections and we should probably do it more often, but we don't have enough money in the budget. But here's the thing. You build a piece of infrastructure, you can expect that it's going to take major renovation, just like replacing a bridge. Eventually, a bridge has to be replaced, Madam Speaker. That's, or you just say, you know what? We put money in a study for the Louise Bridge. You know what? Nah, we don't need the Louise Bridge. We don't have the money. We don't need the Louise Bridge. We don't need the underground, where there are people who are what you call with disabilities. I'm ambulatory. There's lots of people who are not blind who are ambulatory. However, they have a disability. Those are the persons with disabilities using the underground. Yeah, it's not fair to wheelchair users, I agree. And making it perfect, it's not there. But there's so Anyway, but, you know, and then somebody using, well, I can't get around on the sidewalks in the winter, so how could I get on the bus to get over, jump on an accessible bus for wheelchairs and just take a ride across the street? So I'm voting against all of it. Actually, I just want to make one final point about, and I voted no, and I promoted no in 2018. And, Madam Speaker, it was a plebiscite. I was very leery about it, because if you put the Arlington Bridge up and say, oh, Winnipeggers,
Mayor Gillingham moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
they'll say, you say to all Winnipeggers, you say, oh, should we replace the Arlington Bridge? Like, most of them will say no. The people who want Keniston widened, they're going to say no. This plebiscite stuff, nothing would ever really get done. Really. I seen some building school motions in Minnesota. This is a long time ago, but got defeated at election time. A school, because nobody wanted to spend their tax dollars. They didn't want to. I'm going to save money. I don't care. You know, whatever. Anyway, so the whole thing about plebiscites, I mean, I participated in that one for Portage and Main, but I still would have, even if we didn't, and they were moving to open up Portage and Main, I still would have voted against it, because we can make Ed Grade more accessible at Lombard, between whatever, you know, on Portage Avenue East. We can make improvements to the intersection to cross at Water, whatever, what is it, Sir William Stevenson Way. So, like, there are things we could do that aren't far from the intersection. Like, and remember, it's destination. So when you hear about a study, it took 45 minutes, and they wanted to demonstrate the worst of it, but what was their destination, Madam Speaker? Because there's ways to plan it out. That's what I was taught. My mobility instructor taught me how to figure things out. Not only did she teach me to use the white cane and get around, she also taught me that I don't have to call the CNIB every time I got to go to a new different place. She gave me the independence. She left the CNIB because they were building dependency. We want to be independent as people who are blind. That's the organization that Mr. Stewart says he represents. He should represent all people with disabilities. Closing the underground is not a solution.
Thank you, Councillor Reedy. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Santos.
Well, occasionally here we do get to vote on big ticket items, and I think it's important that we give everybody a chance to speak to them. I continue to believe this process has been somewhat rushed, but I certainly will be supporting Amendment 1, which I think deals with a lot of that, and I won't be supporting Amendment 3, which I'll speak to in a moment. I had 2 town hall meetings because we didn't have much time from when this was announced to this vote today. I actually had one of them last night, and oddly enough, everybody who showed up, I think we're addressing their concerns. Ms. Wadiuk, who spoke with great passion about the public art piece, where at least we have something in here about the Arts Council, having some consultation. We had Tom Thiessen from BOMA showed up at the town hall and talked about the need to consult with the building owners and not to rush to close the concourse. We had Patrick Stewart was going to show up. He also had the same view, don't, you know, reopen at grade, don't rush to close down the concourse. And had a couple of people show up last night. And Rick Watts, who's a friend of mine who's done a lot for St. Vital, said, we did an honorary street naming for him. So Rick Watts said, look, I was there. I helped do the tile work on this in 79, 78, 77, whenever it was done. He said it was leaking within 4 years. I'm not sure the membrane problem is anything really new. But he said, look, it's the iconic intersection. Don't rush it. Take a look at the concourse. So I think, remarkably enough, in an exercise of democracy, everybody who showed up at these town hall meetings, we've done not a bad job of addressing those concerns. So that's why I'm pleased to see the Amendment 1. So we aren't going to rush it through on the concourse. A couple of other things. I do think there will be traffic implications. There will inevitably be traffic implications. You cannot say, no, we won't allow pedestrians to be crossing when the 3 lanes are turning from eastbound to go north, which is the one left turn that is allowed. If just mathematically, that means it's going to be a new cycle in the light. It'll be delayed. That said, there's less traffic than some years ago, so we'll get a traffic study to take a look at what the implications are. I'll come back to that in a moment. 3 more things, perhaps. The next notes are Rollins good, Rollins bad. So I think I'll reverse those. Rollins said a few years ago, I think referenda are the lowest form of democracy, or something to those effects. I don't agree with that. I think referenda are often used in very important matters. Canadian Constitution, issue of draft in the war, Quebec separation. These tend to be reserved for big-ticket items. So I think it is a high form of democracy, to which you might well say, then why did we use it on a street intersection? And that would be a fair point. So there was a vote. One of my concerns at the time was every bus that came from downtown to my ward came through that intersection and they'd all be delayed. Frankly, with the new transit master plan, a lot of that is addressed or alleviated. So that's good. That's a concern that's been addressed. So this is sort of a way of talking about what Councillor Wyatt is moving. That I do think consulting with the public is important. I do think referenda are important. Every ward but one voted no. I don't think the vote was some deliberate misinformation campaign that some in the media have suggested. To be fair to the former mayor, it wasn't his motion to go to a referendum. It was Councillor Lukes and Councillor Parwati, or perhaps the other way around, Councillor Parwati and Councillor Lukes. So it wasn't Mayor Bowman's strategy or plan to create a referendum as some sort of dodge. So we had the referendum. It is important to note a very good piece actually at the time by Brian Palmquist, who was then the aide to Councillor Ellard, who said, look, the votes are not as simple as people are making out. Everybody close in favor, everybody suburbanites bad, against. No, it was much at the point Douglas ward voted to keep it closed. Only one ward voted to open it. In my ward, one poll voted to open, but it wasn't the most northerly poll. Not at all. It wasn't Glenwood. It was Kingston Crescent. So Palmquist said a lot of this is class and education, and it was more complicated than that. So Rollins good, what she said yesterday, which is let's try to have some spirit of seeing, yes, the suburbs have certain interests that are legitimate, downtown has certain interests that are legitimate. Why don't we just talk about that instead of demonizing, instead of criticizing, instead of creating false narratives, false information? So Rollins good on that. So that was then, this is now. We have different information now. The Free Press poll, as their own pollster admits, Curtis Brown, one of the great Reach for the Top players, by the way, terrific, smart dude, said, look, we didn't ask about the concourse staying open because we didn't have that information. So the vote in the poll is basically based on, well, in order to avoid $73 million in costs, how would you vote? So it's gotten complicated again. But certainly what the poll suggests in the Free Press is a shift in opinion. And the mayor has said that for some time. And I think I doubted that, but I think I have to concede that there does seem to have been a shift in opinion, pretty, not 100% by any means, but a fairly sizable shift in opinion. I did not see that March 1st, but based on the town hall meetings I've had, I see it now. So where does that leave us? We should discuss the concourse. We should discuss what it would really cost. There's a net cost. It was never going to be $73 million saved that we could put toward the Arlington Bridge or anything else. It was always going to be a net cost. But 20 to 50 million is a pretty huge back of the envelope, for what he was right on that, back of the envelope number to say, you know, decommissioning the concourse and then this huge variable. Let's let the public service take a better look at that, come back with it. What can we do about the public art? What can we do about disability access? Can we get the property owners to kick in? All valid points, all addressed in the motion. So I think that's positive. So I'm pleased that we aren't rushing to a conclusion here. We're saying, look, there's still some issues to be addressed. That said, the pedestrian crossing will coordinate with the transit master plan, which is a big ticket item. So hopefully I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing Councillor Rollins here, because I did very much appreciate what she said yesterday about having some better appreciation of both the suburbs and the downtown and the legitimate interests of both. And boy, we could get a lot done as a city if we could ever get into that headspace. I don't know that we can, but we can at least try. Final point. It's the long-needed dynamite to get a traffic study done on St. Mary's Road. So in this, it's an opportunity. So very pleased to get $490,000 into the budget, because this will impact traffic on Main, which becomes St. Mary's Road. God bless them, the transit staff get it. They're saying, like, yeah, we're doing the study all the way down to Taché. If only you could get the funding to study to come up to Taché. So we approved that yesterday. So with Councillor Chambers, with Councillor Arlard, we'll be taking a look at, it's not going to be an additional lane. It's going to be hopefully some bike improvements, some transit improvements, some improvements with the medians, and we can coordinate this a little better. So perhaps there may be a little bit of delay from Portage and Main, but we'll counteract it with some new work on St. Mary's. Wouldn't that be grand? So I will be supporting Amendment 1, but not Amendment 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos, followed by Councillor Duncan.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, so as the area representative of Portage and Main since elected in 2018, this is actually the first time I get an opportunity to debate this iconic location, and it fills me actually with quite a bit of pride to share this moment with all of you. I know the large discussion has been around cost, traffic flow, and the concourse, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about my personal experiences that I've had with the concourse, because I used to work at Portage and Main, at 201 Portage and 360 Main Street for about 14 years when I was a legal assistant, and actually walked the concourse throughout my whole time to and from City Place. One of my fondest memories was walking to a Jets game, 7 months pregnant, and getting engaged. So I have very good fond memories of walking it, but I actually don't have a lot of good memories as well of the concourse. The stores would be closed at 5 o'clock every day, was never opened on weekends, and so we as co-workers used to call it a ghost town. I remember there was an incident where a co-worker of mine actually was attacked at the elevators at 360 Main Street when she tried to access the parkade. So when that occurred, I created actually a lunch hour self-defense class for my coworkers where I taught them my female coworkers how to defend themselves. And during that time, it was never safe to actually walk through the concourse after 5 p.m. The only time it actually was safe is if you were going to and from Jets games. There's also the accessibility challenges. The stairs, the elevators never worked. I remember I would have to help women, mothers in strollers, carrying the strollers and helping them carry the strollers because the elevators never worked. Everyday visitors to the concourse would get lost because the wayfinding signs were horrible. You couldn't figure out where you were going, and people would be asking, where do I go? How do I get there? So no wonder it's called a circus. So therefore, in the mind, I'm of the opinion to actually change the way things operate and decommission the concourse in the near distant future. However, things could change when there are more discussions between businesses and the public administration about better access to the concourse and business hours. With this in mind, I would be open-minded to viable options when a report comes back to this council as stated in the amended motion, which I am supporting. So I hope my councillor colleagues will bear with me for the rest of my comments, because I'd like to take this debate from a different angle. One that is about optimism and the potential value uplifting of Portage and Main. Today we gather to celebrate a place that is more than just an intersection. It's a symbol of our city's spirit, resilience, and progress. At one point we had 3,600 people gather together to create a living Canadian flag. We celebrated the Winnipeg Jets when they got into the playoffs. We celebrated the Winnipeg Blue Bombers winning the Grey Cup. But we had also drummed in a circle for those children buried at residential schools. Portage and Main is not merely a crossing of roads. It's the beating heart of Winnipeg, Manitoba. From its humble beginnings as a bustling fur trading post to its current status as an urban center of tall buildings, Portage and Main has been a witness to our shared history. Portage and Main is more than a concrete and asphalt intersection. It's a symbol of our resilience in the face of adversity. Despite harsh winters and economic challenges that we're facing, this intersection continues to stand tall and a testament to the determined spirit of Winnipeggers. I'd like to remind Council that back in November of 2023, we accepted an Exchange District community investment strategy which has identified Portage and Main as a pivotal nexus for the revitalization of downtown Winnipeg. This strategy was accepted by the Property and Development Committee with the assistance of my downtown colleague, Councillor Rollins, for the incorporation of it into the Downtown Centre Plan 2050. And it underscores the urgent need to transform this surrounding area. And I want to quote it because I have it here. If you haven't seen it, it's a beautiful document. Portage and Main finds themselves encircled by surface parking lots, single-purpose parking structures, underutilized land, creating an environment hostile to pedestrians. The lack of essential amenities such as trees, public transit, bike lanes, and pedestrian-friendly infrastructure has actually stifled the potential development and suppressed residential growth. However, by strategically investing in the revitalization of this area, the city has the opportunity to unlock its full potential, leading to a significant return of investment through increased property taxes and a thriving, vibrant downtown core. And now, as we look into the future, we have an opportunity, unprecedented opportunity before us, an opportunity to open Portage and Main to pedestrians at grade level. A transformation isn't just about improving the flow of foot traffic. I believe it's about unlocking the new economic opportunities for our city. By making Portage and Main more accessible to pedestrians, we're not only creating a safer and more welcoming environment, we're also laying the groundwork for economic growth and development. Studies have shown that a vibrant pedestrian-friendly spaces attract more visitors, spur increased spending, and stimulate local businesses. Imagine a bustling sidewalk lined with cafes, boutiques, and galleries offering unique experiences that reflect the rich tapestry of our city. Imagine vibrant public spaces where residents and visitors alike can gather, connect, and celebrate our shared community. Opening Portage and Main to pedestrians isn't just about changing the physical landscape. It's about revitalizing our economy, creating jobs, building a destination that is inclusive, dynamic, and resilient. In reflecting upon the progress we've made at Portage and Main, it's impossible not to acknowledge the stark contrast between the proactive measures taken by our current mayor. I want to express my sincere appreciation to Mayor Gillingham for his steadfast commitment, and I hope he realizes the potential of this iconic intersection like I do. Unlike previous mayors, which may have hesitated or faltered at the face of challenges, Mayor Gillingham has shown true leadership by championing initiatives that prioritize the well-being of our city. Through collaborative efforts and forward-thinking policies, we are witnessing tangible improvements at Portage and Main that will benefit Winnipeggers. So I applaud this mayor for doing what others could not, and let us continue to support his vision for a brighter future. Let us seize this historic opportunity with courage and conviction, and let us continue to write the next 40-year chapter in the amazing story of Portage and Main.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Next is Councillor Duncan, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wasn't planning on rising to speak to this, but maybe to my point, a lot of residents in my ward are not impacted by the opening or closing or whatnot of Portage and Main underground or at grade level to pedestrians. However, there does seem to be quite a bit of emotion when the topic of opening Portage and Main to pedestrians is brought up. So I thought I would take a stroll down memory lane to find out, first off, I'll get out of the way. Motion number 1, I will be supporting here today. I think that as the elected officials, we need to make the decisions that the residents of Winnipeg elected us to make. I think that it's shame on council at the time to push this off to residents in a plebiscite to make the choice. We're going to make a lot of tough choices here over the next 2 and a bit years that a lot of people aren't going to like and a lot of people are going to love. So we got to live with that, and we shouldn't be handing this off to somebody else to make a decision for us. Otherwise, maybe we need to reconsider what role we're in at this juncture in time. But our stroll down memory lane to motion number 3, which I will not be supporting today, I asked the question, what else has a plebiscite happened for in the city of Winnipeg's history? In 1940, there was a plebiscite to determine whether or not the right to vote be given to British subjects that have lived in Winnipeg for 1 year or more. In 1983, again, Winnipeggers were asked, do you support nuclear disarmament by all nations? Again, on that same ballot, there was the question around whether English and French should be used on documents issued by the provincial government. And then, again, to my point, voters elect us to make decisions. I remember being a private citizen at the time and thinking, my gosh, can these people not just make a decision on this? And then we come to the final plebiscite. On July, the decision was made to put the question for the October 24th election, do you support the opening of Portage and Main to pedestrian crossing? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And again, it does not make a lot of sense to me to ever see that on a budget or a ballot again. Again, it comes back to we are elected to make decisions. This is one of them. I think that to the precedent argument, are we going to find ourselves putting it out there at every occasion that a decision that impacts any Winnipeggers, whether it be at a corner or not, that we're going to have a vote over it and just let Winnipeggers come to the table with their vote over and over and over again? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. My final point to this, which is very telling at the time when this was put forward as a motion, one of the whereases, and for the folks at home that don't look at this type of thing, the whereases lead into therefore be it resolves, which is the motion itself. It said as a whereas that the opening of Portage and Main to pedestrians will have significant impacts on the future of their downtown. Wasn't that telling? We now have a downtown that is in distress, and I don't think that having Portage and Main closed is helping that situation. We need to open up our streets. We need to make sure that we have a vibrant downtown, and that includes the opening of Portage and Main. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Next, Councillor Wyatt, your opportunity to close.
Councillor Schreier want to speak?
Councillor Allard?
If I can. It's my last chance, right?
That's right.
Okay. Sounds good. I had some notes. I'll just go off the cuff. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the council. I felt I should speak. I think everyone's spoken. No, not quite. Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor Duncan, you weren't there at the time. But anyway, I'll get back to the topic. I agree. Referendums are dangerous. We're elected so that we can make informed decisions on behalf of constituents, and then for 4 years or whatever the election cycle is later, you get to see if you did a good job or not, if you're running for office again. So I want to commend Madam Speaker, through you, to the mayor, his recognizing or that taking a tough position, I think, based on new information. I I know that I ended up doing the same when I ran the first time in 2014. I had committed to grade separation, Marion and Archibald. I then had a monster report at $460 million, class 5 estimate, could have been $800 million. I waited for the functional design. The community wanted me to say no right away, kill it right away, but I held until the report came, and then the public service said, we can afford it. And the community said they didn't want it. And so, though I'd campaigned on it, I made that informed decision on behalf of the people who had elected me, and I'm still here. So I guess they thought that may have been the right call. I did get a lot of kudos too for having changed position based on new information. So I think that is part of our role and one of the advantages of representative democracy. In terms of what Madam Speaker, through you, what Councillor Eadie was talking about, and this past budget was certainly hit home in terms of the infrastructure deficit. The last number we had was $2.8 billion, I believe. Is that about right? Yeah, and so much of our city is crumbling. Portage and Main is no different. Pools are reaching deferred maintenance numbers that are, well, we're not maintaining a lot of our infrastructure, whether it's roads or recreation facilities, and this is another example. So I think it's another place where our hand is maybe not, well, it's a bit forced. If we're to spend the money here on, I heard a speaker earlier today talking about deferred maintenance and our responsibility to maintain the assets that we have. Well, we haven't done it in the case of 2 pools in St. Boniface. We haven't done it in the case of Portage and Main. We've frozen taxes for about 30 years. And Madam Speaker, through you to the Mayor, congratulations for raising taxes for the first time in a long time. That goes towards the operating budget. But I think we probably need to go even farther than that, like other cities are doing. But the mayor was elected with that promise of his tax pledge. And in terms of a user, I guess I don't need to go down memory lane to think about walking around Portage and Main as somebody who uses the bus. It does add 5 to 10 minutes to my commute to get to the bus from here, because even as an able-bodied person, you do have to take quite a detour, and you know, this is a really odd thing, this intersection in Winnipeg. I think the Free Press poll is an indicator that public opinion has shifted. I also think polls can be even more accurate than referenda, given that the pollsters look for like a random sample, representative sample of the population, and so I think people know a lot more since the referendum, and I think people know a lot. I think people didn't realize the cost. And you know, from whether you look at the cost or whether you look at the amount of impact it would have on traffic anyway, I think this is really the opportune time to you know, make that leap and become, well, I think the city that we want to become. I think it's hard to have a vibrant downtown where the vibrant downtown has a wall right in the middle of it. If we want to encourage people to take other modes of transportation, I think this is the kind of policy that we need to be supporting. I also want to contest the idea that it's the windiest intersection in Winnipeg, because in St. Boniface Ward, there's this one place. There's this wind tunnel, and I swear the wind can push you so hard that that can almost knock you over. So in terms of the traffic and managing that, Councillor Boati said traffic flows like water. I think it does. I think if we go forward with this, and I haven't read the tea leaves, but I think I've read the room, and I think this is likely to go forward, and I think everything will be fine. I think everything will actually be better. And in terms of the arguments about property values being impacted, I think property values will only rise around the Portage and Main intersection if these barriers go down. And what? No? Okay. Yeah, so I'm surprised to be in this situation today. And I'm pleased that we've gotten to this point, and kudos on Mayor Gillingham for taking a tough stand, and for the right reasons, I think. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Oh, well, I'm supporting 1. I will not be supporting 3.
Thank you, Councillor Lord. Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Schreier, you've decided to speak. Go ahead.
I'll say a few words. I am in support of one of the amendments. It wasn't my idea 5.5 years ago to have a referendum. I didn't think it was a bad idea. I don't regret it. The vote was 14-1 in council. I hope my fellow councillors don't regret their vote. I mean, I'm not in favor of plebiscites for everything, but I thought it was a reasonable approach in which council had consensus. I respect that decision to this day. I also respect that happens to be that our current mayor during the election had said he was not in favor at that time of opening up Portage and Main. And I understand that things change, and sometimes that happens. And it is our prerogative to change your mind, especially when you can explain why. Having said that, it is an important issue. It's a contentious issue. There's other issues that we brought up 5 years ago that we didn't even bring up today in terms of the for and the against. We brought up a lot of other information, new information, and on that basis, it's kind of taken the time away from dealing with issues that were concerns 5 years ago. These issues, to me, shouldn't be taken as a trend, so concerns are concerns. What were concerns 5-6 years ago are concerns today. However, having said that, there's new reasons for considering opening up Portage and Main, and I'm open-minded on this. It's as Councillor Evans, I think Councillor Duncan had said that there's other more important issues. Having said that, sometimes we create a precedent that I respect, and in 2018 we created a precedent that I don't think I should regret. I don't think Winnipeggers should regret. We can rethink it, but I certainly don't regret it. I respect it. I respect that, and including the words of our current mayor while running for election for mayor. I respect those as well. And on that basis, given the seriousness of this, including that the mayor giving explanation for changing consideration on this midway through the term, that once again, I guess, go back to that convention that we've established. That I don't think the councillors here in this chamber that were there or regret making. And on that basis, I am in favor of a plebiscite on this issue, and let all these issues be there for the consideration, as we did 2 elections ago. And given the fact that on the last election we made a decision based on the idea that our current mayor was not in favor of opening Portage and Main. And on that basis, I think it's fair, and I think it's reasonable, and it's convention in this case as established by this council, 14-1. Thank you, miigwech.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Councillor Wyatt to close
Thanks.
on the amending
I know it's
motion.
been a long day, and I'm cognizant of that. I would just like to say, Madam Speaker, I thank all the speakers. I'd like to thank Councillor Schreier for being seconder to the motion. I don't have any kind of false perception that it will pass. However, I would like to say that it's interesting to note that in the last council, effective October 28, 2021, council instituted a policy that it now takes a 2/3 vote of members present to add or remove a plebiscite question to the ballot. It actually now takes a greater percentage to add a plebiscite question to the ballot than it does even with the Clarity Act for Quebec to separate from Canada, which I find quite interesting that we are so scared of the people of Winnipeg that we're not prepared to let them have a weigh in on a subject they've already weighed in already and not that long ago. And I want to thank Councillor Duncan for pointing out how few times we have actually used the plebiscite question, which is why we don't always run to it. And indeed, the nuclear arms race at that time, I remember 1983. It was a scary time. We all thought the world was going to end. Can I tell you something, Madam Speaker? Frankly, I think the question of putting it on the ballot is the very least of our worries today. The report before us, I'm definitely going to support the amendment. We know the parkade at Winnipeg Square. The revenue driven from that is largely driven for people who use not only in the tower above, but all the towers at Portage and Main. They use that concourse, they walk through, they need that parking lot. There's no doubt the impact on the assessed value of that parking lot will be negative in the event the concourse is closed. So I welcome that motion. There's no doubt in my mind that the shops of Winnipeg Square will be dramatically impacted and negatively. Go take a picture today of all the shops that are open there right now, and go a year after the concourse is closed and see how many are remaining. It will be a negative impact on the assessed value, which will directly impact our tax base. The same goes with the towers themselves. These firms, by the way, hire firms like Altus and others that file their assessments or reassessments of Board of Revision based on spec, based on performance, and typically they are very successful in obtaining some form of a revised assessed value. And they share, and the client shares with them a percentage of that settlement, which can be quite significant at times to the firm that is applying on their behalf. They will be successful in applying these firms, and I think in the long run, therefore, the underground concourse is crucial. Like Councillor Schreier, I want to say that I appreciate the fact that the mayor has changed his position since the last general election. And I too have changed my position on many issues over the years. You know, at one time I used to support budget freezes here until I realized that we were running the city into the ground and we didn't have enough money to fix roads and we had to do something about it. And I couldn't even believe that not only did I change my position on the issue in terms of taxes, but so did Councillor Fielding, who was probably one of the strongest, most adamant people against tax increases, who, as Chair of Finance, brought a tax increase that I never thought I would see Councillor Fielding support. But in light of what was the challenges that we were facing as a city, and we are still facing, and that's why I appeal to members of council, including the mayor, that we have these great challenges. We have Kenniston, we have Chief Peguis, we have road congestion. There's actually a real simple solution to road congestion that we can implement. It's not hundreds of millions, by the way. It's tens of millions, but not hundreds, right across the city. But it will take money if we have the courage to say that, you know, we got to do something a little different here when it comes to our taxes. We have created tax room on the tax, thanks to the education taxes. But that's an example of where you're changing based on new information. New information. Province is now giving part of their education tax back. We never thought that would ever occur. New information, the mayor argues that we need to reconsider this today. The same argument can be made. I would argue, Madam Speaker, that
There's nothing to be fearful of when it comes to going to the citizens of Winnipeg and asking them their opinion on this matter. Matter of fact, I think it encourages buy-in by the citizens of Winnipeg to buy into the future of the downtown, where the downtown is going. It might even get some more interest going in our downtown and involvement in terms of improving it, making it safer, making it better overall. And that's a good thing, I would think, and engaging them in this. Yeah, we don't do it for everything, and let's be honest, as Councillor, Duncan rightly pointed out, rarely has this been used as a way of referendum, but this is an example of where we have done it, and I think the precedent has been set. It's a very reasonable request. I think to make that, to go back to the people, it doesn't hold up the work. We're already delaying the work on the underpass, under the concourse underground is being referred to the 2025 budget, so therefore we should have time to have the plebiscite. And by the way, it's not a referendum, Councillor Allard, it's a plebiscite. It's non-binding, and it was always non-binding. Nothing binds us to what the people, and it's more than just a poll. You're actually engaging the citizens who care. They actually go out and they vote, and that to me shows a little bit more interest in the future of our city than those who just pick up the telephone and answer some questions. So I'll take their advice over a public opinion poll any day. So those are my thoughts. I agree with Councillor Allard, though. It will be okay. It's always okay. It's suppression and recovery, actually. It'll be okay. Things will be okay no matter what. It will be all right no matter what happens as we go forward on this. But the reality is we can engage the citizens of Winnipeg. We can improve the downtown. We need to keep that concourse open for the sake of those businesses and the towers. I'm glad to see that motion. I'll be definitely supporting that amendment as well. And I hope that is reconsidered because I think that was done rather hastily with this whole thing coming forward at this point in time. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Appreciate your chairing this meeting and for your patience after 2 long days.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to close on this item.
I don't think so.
Nope.
I,
Oh, Councillor Rollins, pardon me. Councillor Rollins.
Thank you. Well, I do want to talk about words of generosity to Mr. Mayor. It is an honor to serve at the pleasure of Mr. Mayor as chair. It's also an honor to have done this motion. There are complexities and nuances of major urban projects. Folks have come together to this chamber asking us not to rush or oversimplify many issues, including this one. Issues can be influenced by various factors, and I'm proud equally of a mayor who, in the face of new evidence, communicates not only iconically perhaps, folks, this is just an intersection, but also outlines a really careful plan, works with the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development to consider the immediate costs, future costs, traffic disruptions, and more. He worked, and as did his staff, and I want to thank them in the gallery today, with the SPC on Property and Development, with councillors to reflect the needs and considerations and cost impacts and work that is going to be done here at Standing Policy Committee at Council over time. And I do want to emphasize today, Madam Speaker, that this isn't about stifling democratic participation, but rather about ensuring informed decision-making based on really comprehensive information and expertise. If we're rushing anything, Madam Speaker, after this, it's rushing to get to that expertise and hear from experts, bringing it forward as we do at Standing Policy Committee and at Council like today. And it is true. I am skeptical of referenda, of plebiscites. It's absolutely due to the trauma that results from divisiveness in my own family living across the Ontario-Quebec border in the 80s and 90s. En français, plus précisément, en 1987, le premier ministre Brian Mulroney, Dieu le garde et le tient, a tenté d'obtenir le Conseil de Québec à la Constitution canadienne révisée. Le résultat fut l'accord de Lac-Meech, Madame Speaker. Il s'agissait d'un accord entre le gouvernement fédéral et provincial pour amender et changer la Constitution. L'accord propose de renforcer les pouvoirs provinciaux et de déclarer le Québec société distincte. L'accord n'a jamais été mis en œuvre, so also non-binding. Le soutien politique en faveur du séparatisme s'est effondré et le soutien au séparatisme a grimpé, enfléché, engrandir. Ici au Manitoba, Elijah Harper, it makes sense that we talked about Phil Fontaine today, s'est levé à l'Assemblée législative et a dit non. Donc, on some respects, maybe more democracy, on others, non pas le plus sain pour la démocratie. Nous pouvons faire de la démocratie ici, en Conseil. So I believe in our standing policy committees and council as the forum of debate and discussion and conflict resolution. It's here that I work, not somewhere else. But I really do want to speak to this sense that it's being rushed. What I said at committee, the time, the assessments needed, the impacts, the communications, the public art, the traffic, and more, it now, thanks to Councillor Brawadi, thanks to the Mayor's office, has a voice in the amendment. And I do support the First Amendment, the amendment that I co-authored along with many authors, and one of those authors was informed by Councillor Eadie, who wanted to see something change, is seeing something change today, and I appreciate the conversation we had, and moreover, appreciate the patience from what was a fatigued councillor that said, please, not another amendment the day after budget, but look what happened, Councillor Eadie, through you, Madam Speaker. He is an enduring advocate, and the concerns on the underground, like Patrick Stewart, who has spoke a couple of times at council, who will continue to speak, I have no doubt, expressed support for opening, but concerns with respect to the underground. And if anything today, like I said, Madam Speaker, I'd characterize the rush to get the expertise, bring it forward from the underground to the light of day. What we can do this term is to consider what Winnipeggers truly want, get them the information, and Madam Speaker, in this chamber, we can take the big swings and get to work on that, roll up our sleeves. And time has moved on, and the concerns about safety and accessibility have moved on, but our commitment to work shoulder to shoulder, including with Councillor Lukes, on some of the things we heard brought forward again today with respect to mobility and traffic and more, pedestrian-friendly environment, the enhanced urban connectivity. I'm hearing it all, Madam Speaker, and there will be time for it all here. So in conclusion, I want to just heed those calls. I think we do in the original and the amending motion, and it is rare to have a Rollins-Brawadi motion, but it is time to roll up our sleeves, get to work on our city's aspirations and values for a more vibrant community, Madam Speaker. Perhaps a recorded vote will get us moving.
Thank you, Councillor Rollins. With that, I'll call the question on amending motion 1. All in favor? That's the amending motion moved by Councillor Rollins, seconded by Councillor Brawadi. That's right, sorry, we're going to vote on 3 first. Councillor Wyatt's motion. All in favor? Please rise. Those opposed, please rise. Amending motion 3 is lost. Amending motion 1, all in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Dobson, Duncan, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Any opposed? Please rise.
Councillor Eadie.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 13, nays 1.
Amending motion 1 passes. And now the main item as amended. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Barwadi, Dobson, Duncan, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Edie, Schreier, and Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 11, nays 3.
Item 2 passes as amended. Thank you. Councillor Rollins, will you move that we work past 6 p.m., seeing the hour?
So moved, Madam Speaker, and I'll be really quick about the bylaws.
All in favor? Contrary, carried. We're now going to recess for half an hour, and we'll reconvene with the bylaws. There's been a request from many for a half-hour recess. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of March 21st, 2024. We're on the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. Our chair, Councillor Rollins, the bylaws, please.
I move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 17, 2024, bylaw number 27, 2024.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 17 of 2024, bylaw number 27 of 2024.
I move that the following bylaws be read a second time. Bylaw number 98, 2022, bylaw number 21, 2024.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 98 of 2022, bylaw number 21 of 2024.
Councillor Rollins?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that bylaw number 98, 2022, and 21, 2024 be read a third time, and that same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary, carried. Question period for our chair. Any questions for Councillor Rollins? Any questions? Okay, seeing none, next committee is the Standing Policy Committee on Water and Waste and the Environment. Councillor Mays, on the report, noting that item 1 was submitted to council without a recommendation, so that will be stood down.
Right, so I'll call the question then. Move item number, introduce the report and move adoption of item number 2.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Item 1, climate impacts of infrastructure improvements.
Okay, just a moment. Do we have
We may not
one?
have 4 now.
Okay.
10.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you read into the record item 1. Yes. Councillor Mays, your opportunity to introduce the item.
Well, if you're with me, I'll just call the question then, Madam Speaker. But no, we'll embark on the hour, perhaps. Not knowing the Speaker's position, on we go then. Number 1 is an odd item. EPC defeated the committee recommendations. So it comes forward with no recommendation. Thus, I will move the standing committee recommendation. I don't know if now is the time I speak to that or not.
Yes, your opportunity to speak to that.
Okay. The very new Climate Action and Resilience Committee has just been formed. I'm the chair. Much credit to Councillors Allard, Rollins, Gilroy for pushing the concept forward. It has been approved. Members have been named. There's a budget. There's a clerk assigned. There's staff assigned. My impression from comments made at the first meeting was that councillors could simply make motions that directly referred matters to that committee. That was what I told Councillor Allard. Councillor Allard therefore brought forward a motion at the last council meeting to simply refer a matter to the Climate Action Committee. Unfortunately, there seemed to have been some confusion in the ranks, and I was told, no, actually, this is like any other referral. It has to go to a standing committee and then come back around. Standing committee, heard from Councillor Allard at the committee, voted to amend, but still voted to refer the matter to the Climate Action Committee. The amendment was the original motion had a fair bit of discussion of the committee should give recommendations on what other initiatives could be done with the funding if the road widening was not done. that seemed to introduce an almost infinite number of variables. You could do 12 running tracks and 6 pools. You could do 3 roads, 4 running tracks, et cetera, et cetera. So we took that out and said, let's have the Climate Action Committee, which has some purpose, give us their thoughts on the climate impacts of this very large infrastructure project. This was not approved at EPC, unfortunately. There were some comments about, well, there's a reconciliation aspect to this project, which is true, but it doesn't diminish the climate aspect. There were comments about, well, there's a CSO aspect to it. Why are you saying that doesn't matter for the environment? We're not saying that. We are saying, and Councillor Allard spotted this, not all of the sewer work is CSO work that would be done anyway. That was stated, that was not accurate. 27% of the 27%, that is sewer is 27% of this project, and 27% of that is sewer work just because the road is being widened. It is there is more impermeable surface. That is not work that would have been done anyway. So the bridge is important. Reconciliation is important, but climate is also important. That's why we have a new committee called the Climate Action Resilience Committee. We should get their thoughts on this. It's hundreds of millions of dollars, this project. If we can't refer matters to the committee, are we simply saying, well, just do whatever you want, figure out whatever you want to randomly comment on and do so? Perhaps they'll talk about this on Chief Begwis. I don't know. I'd probably encourage that as the chair, frankly. I think this is an important initiative. Certainly in this term, we have given more weight to the opinion of the planning department. Certainly the senior planners who've talked to me have grave misgivings about 2 major road projects. Does that govern us? Not in the slightest. But it does suggest there is a difference of opinion here, and we would be well advised to get the impact of our newly appointed, newly created Climate Action Committee on a matter that's important to the environment, to climate change. So I'm continuing to move and will continue to support referring the matter to the Climate Action Committee, be it here, be it from our committee. It is a bit unfortunate procedurally that we've ended up back here at Council, but for today at least, we have to have this debate and vote on it. So if it fails here today, I don't see any prohibition against raising it again at the committee, since it seems to be the Environment Committee, the Standing Committee on Water, Waste and Environment, that has jurisdiction over the Climate Action Review Committee, or Resilience Committee. So none of this decides the later debate on Kenaston. None of it's an attack on anybody. The mayor ran on it. I like people who try and fulfill their election commitments because I have this quaint belief that elections should matter and that we don't just sit here as the complaints department and let the public service run this place. So if I were the mayor, I'd say, hey, I ran on it, I want to do it, and that is fair. I think it is also fair for Councillor Ellard to say, well, considerable debate in the public about the environmental impact of this. So I don't think we need the Climate Committee to offer us 400 other possible configurations of the funding. I do think we need the Climate Action Committee to weigh in and say, what are the possible costs here? What are the benefits? But what are the implications of doing this road widening for climate change? I get to close too, I assume? All right.
Yes, you do. Thank you. Councillor Gilroy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do agree with Councillor Mays, and I do think this should move to the Climate Change Working Group. One of the things that we found out in the discovery on asking questions about the Climate Change Initiative is that every time we see something, and this is something I want our CAO to hear, every time we see something that comes through that says this meets our climate change target or this meets our poverty reduction target, that is not vetted by the people who write that those programs belong to. That is only done by the director. So that is something that really heavily concerns me, that we're having all these papers that go through. We're thinking that it kind of has a stamp of approval from the lead people that manage these projects, and they don't. So that's huge concerning. Now, I mean, I've been out there saying, you know, that I haven't supported the widening of Kenaston, and I also am somebody that knows that I'm probably, you know, losing that vote. So what I would like to see is that if those things are going to happen, how do we make them better for our climate change? If that project is going to happen anyways, what can we be doing, whether it's making sure that there's bike lanes, but also making sure there's one transit lane just for transit, and all those other things that we could be doing. There might be things around trees and what we can be doing around our sewer works and stuff to really highlight the environment. So I think that this is an opportunity for us to have it looked at a different lens than what we're usually used to, which is just our Public Works Department building roads. And so I do think that we should have, I mean, we do have a plan, a climate change action plan. We need to meet those targets, and you know, we are the decision makers. If those decisions are to build these roads, I want to make sure that they're done to minimize at least our carbon footprint as much as we can, and can ensure other modes of transportation, and maybe look at other options that are opportunities that we might have in terms of climate change adaptation in and around the road work that is being done, Madam Speaker. So I really encourage us to use these committees. Usually the people that sit on these committees are well versed on climate change. They have seen what other cities have done in terms of road work and in terms of encouraging people for other modes of transportation, and also knowing what kind of other adaptations that people have done in terms of climate change. So, you know, I want to encourage us to use those people, because that's not what the role, I think, of when we send something to Public Works, that they're not always looking at that through that lens. Right? So we have this committee, they do a lot of good work, they're gung-ho, let's give them some work to do. If this road is going to be widened anyways, let's do it in the right way, and let's look at climate change adaptation and what we can do to improve the situation if this is something that is going to be built anyways. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. Next is Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Allard.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be referred. There will be environmental impacts with any kind of construction of that nature, and as our chairperson has pointed out, Madam Speaker, so I just want people to know I'll be voting in opposition to EPC's recommendation, and which I believe means that the Standing Committee's decision would move forward, Madam Speaker. And so, and I would also mention, Madam Speaker, it's kind of interesting. There's a lot of studying that is happening regarding the.
I just want to interject for a moment, if I could, because some councillors did arrive later. The chair, Councillor Mays, moved the recommendation of the Standing Policy Committee.
He did?
So that's what's in front of us now.
Huh?
The recommendation before us for debate, Councillor Mays, the chair, moved the recommendation coming out of the Standing Committee.
Oh, okay. Well, why? Oh, how come it was stood? Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to follow the guidance of Councillor Mays. Okay. Chairperson Mays. But anyway, well then, anyway, I can't see any reason why you wouldn't refer it. But anyway, I would point out that, you know, I wonder how much traffic disruption will happen on Kenaston when they widen it. Right? Same kind of traffic disruption as Portage and Main.
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. Next is Councillor Wyatt.
You know, first question, it made sense, but I guess I'm looking at it, and I don't know, this is something I know the mayor has made a top priority for in terms of getting Kenaston done. Why aren't we doing this with all of our projects? Why aren't we doing it with all of our projects? Why didn't we do it with Portage and Main, frankly? Because you're now going to have more cars idling. Because they'll be stopping for longer periods of time. No, but seriously, like why aren't we doing this? You know, and maybe we should. Maybe this, frankly, if it is about climate change, it should have a higher level in terms of we put our
our poverty reduction strategy up there with regards to oversight of our entire organization. This should have the same kind of lens, maybe, in terms of all projects. What is the cost of this? I don't see a budget tied to this in terms of what this is going to cost, in terms of this, the analysis that's being asked, the impacts of the work. No doubt that to do it properly, you want a cost-benefit analysis, but a cost-benefit analysis based on environmental lens. Typically, a cost-benefit analysis is something that you're looking at minimum tens of thousands of dollars. There's no money for this unless there's money that we approve somewhere that I'm not aware of, but I don't see it here. I would prefer that this be referred, that the matter go to the appropriate committee, that we, I don't know. I mean, the mayor made a strong case in the election that Kenaston should be built. The citizens of Winnipeg voted for it, and I support that effort. I mean, I see what's happening out there now on Kenaston, and I avoid Kenaston at all costs. And actually, the people in the neighborhood actually avoid Kenaston at all costs. They drive, I know I have friends who live down in Waverly West. They actually go through Councillor Maze's ward to go home. It's insane what's going on. I agree that we should be looking at alternatives that are green. There's no doubt in my mind. I think Councillor Gilroy has some good ideas. You know, maybe we should be saying that by 2045, all vehicles should be hybrid or electric or something, whatever the case may be. But this is kind of a one-off on a major capital project. We don't have the project technically in place yet with regards to the budget, from what I can see. If we can maybe build this in at that time, have that at the front end, and build in some amazing things that we could potentially do on the environmental front, I would not be against that, of course. And I sure as heck know what it's going to come back with. You've got construction vehicles, you've got loaders, you've got cement trucks, you've got graders. Until Mr. Musk develops electrified loaders and graders as cement trucks, which are not quite yet there, they all produce carbon. And unless we're prepared to maybe do carbon offsets, planting a massive forest somewhere on the outside of the city, or buying those offsets, and maybe that's built into the budget, but I just have a concern that we're kind of picking on something here, it appears, and then looking at this from a reasonable policy lens. So those are my thoughts, Madam Speaker. I did tell Councillor Maze I was going to vote the opposite, but new information has come to the fore, and now I've decided to move in a different direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Good points made all around here, certainly, including, you know, you can't deny the reasonability of a reasonable policy lens. And speaking of which, it was in fact about 9 months ago, Councillor Allard and I, during question period to the mayor, it took both of us, I guess, to come to the conclusion or to get the answer that the mayor was supportive of, or that he did not say that we would have a cost-benefit analysis on Kenaston. And so that is also something for consideration. I just thought I should mention that because it did happen in this chamber and it's on record. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be voting against Councillor Maze's recommendation here and the committee's recommendation on this matter. I appreciate what colleagues have said. I think Councillor Wyatt made some good points. Too often this set of projects on Kenaston is referred to as the Kenaston widening, which is only one aspect. 70% or 69% of the projects of Kenaston have nothing to do with the widening. There is combined sewer overflow work that needs to be done. There is accommodating Noway Odanas project, which will be absolutely transformative, the largest economic reconciliation project, the largest urban indigenous economic zone in Western Canada, if not all of Canada. The bridges, we've talked a lot about bridges in the last little bit. The bridge that is the St. James Bridge that spans the Assiniboine River is in need of not only repair and replacement, but in need of redesign as well. if we don't address this project, and we're waiting on a response, we're waiting on the report back from our public service as to the full cost analysis and the scope of the project, and we haven't got that yet. These projects do need to proceed. This is a very narrow lens by which to cherry pick one of our projects and try to examine it. Would we also like to look at the economic impact, the economic reconciliation impact of not proceeding with accommodating a significant historic Indigenous economic development zone? So I think that also, as Councillor Wyatt said, I think we also have to look at the fact that this is a reference to who would do the work. There's no budget attached to this. There's no scope attached to this. Are we going to send every project to this committee? So I think that, you know, Councillor Mays has said, you know, and I'm paraphrasing, that if it doesn't pass today, that he may, you know, the committee may look at, you know, coming back to it another time. I think that'd give us more time to discuss matters, perhaps. But I'm not supportive of this call and this examination at this time, and I encourage councillors to vote against the Councillor Mays and voted everyone to vote yes. I'm encouraging everyone to vote no.
Councillor Santos.
I'm actually speaking a lot today. This one I'm going to do a little bit off the cuff because Councillor Mays had asked me if I would be supporting the original motion, and I want to make the reason why I also actually helped craft the motion when we were on that Waterways Committee, but the reason why I crafted the motion was I had a very important discussion with the Climate Action Policy Group. They had mentioned to me that they do not actually review all documents that come through DEMIS. When we have on the back of every report, we have consultations, we have the Our Winnipeg Policy Alignment, we have the Winnipeg Climate Action Plan Alignment, we have the Winnipeg Poverty Reduction Strategy Alignment. So I asked them, do they actually look at every single document? And they said, no, they don't. So I was actually quite shocked about that. So to Councillor Gilroy's point, you know, when we were debating about all these different documents, it came to me like, how come when we have all these policies, most of the documents are not really being reviewed by the certain departments that we have literally assigned most of this work to. So that's kind of where the crafting of helping the motion at that committee came from, but hearing from the mayor, and you know, I don't actually always agree with my contiguous colleague over in Transcona, Councillor White, but he brings up a really good point. You know, upon that reflection, you know, it's concerning that we're going to set a potential precedent, you know, set by focusing solely on one specific project, which is Kenaston. So, I mean, while that's a crucial project and we should be looking at that, I think we should more have a consistent approach to everything and addressing our environmental concerns across all major infrastructures. So at this time, I will be not supporting the committee's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Lard.
At my peril, perhaps, Speaker Sharma, council colleagues. So where did this begin? For me, for Councillor Gilroy, for Councillor Gerbasi at the time. The mayor asked for an advisory committee to the mayor on what to do on climate action. At the time, the Climate Office was in the Planning Department, more or less sidelined from the corporate organization. I'm paraphrasing, but that was more or less the feeling, Councillor Gilroy, we got from the planner at the time, was that, you know, public works is huge, planning is little, and the CAO mostly runs the show. So the recommendation we had was, we had a few, I don't even remember what the others were, but the one substantive recommendation was that the Climate Office report to the CAO. And if we'd done that, then we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Had we not moved this motion, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleagues, including Councillor Mays, we wouldn't have known that the climate action section of the reports is actually written by the authors and vetted by the directors of the reports. So we already have more information. And Madam Speaker, through you to respectfully to my colleague Councillor Wyatt, ideas like idling cars being, reducing idling cars being good for climate is false. From the big picture perspective, if that car wasn't on the road, it would not be a 2,000-pound machine running at 80 kilometers an hour. That is a lot of energy, and it's being burned with fossil fuels. Madam Speaker, through you to my esteemed colleague, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Wyatt proved the point of the induced demand argument. Councillor Wyatt said that he avoids the intersection. That's exactly what happens with traffic planning on single passenger automobile trips, is if there isn't the room, drivers know not to go and they don't, and so they change their plans. Some of their plans might include not taking the passenger trip. Some of their plans might include going at another time. Anyway, that's all specific to Kenaston. But I think I feel a bit betrayed by this whole process. Not this council, but previously from the genesis of the idea of a climate office reporting to the CAO with a central function overlooking the entire organization, looking at transit, looking at, apologies to Councillor Mays, planning, looking at all of the functions of the city and how all of those functions could be evaluated in terms of how best to address climate action. Clearly, we don't have that because we again have a sideline climate office, and we have, in some cases, authors that, in almost all cases, authors of reports who do not have an education in climate action. And so I agree with the mayor that we shouldn't be cherry picking. I agree that we shouldn't do one-offs. But I was the one to move that we have climate action as part of every report. And I don't feel that I got what I voted for, what council voted for. If it's not the Climate Action Office writing these reports, and I understand they may not have the resources to write the reports, then I don't think we're not getting a real take from a climate expert. And in terms of the central function, I was talking to Councillor colleague earlier. I don't want us to engage in tokenism. I don't want us to engage in greenwashing. I don't want to do a nominal thing here and say, oh, look at what we've done. But in the big picture, we've increased our emissions as a corporation or as a community by, I don't know what percentage. We don't know what percentage. We don't know what percentage because there were two breaks now with the Climate Office. It was in planning, then it was in the CAO's office. Now it's in the Environment Committee. The reports don't connect. I've asked the Public Service if the Public Service can connect the reports to see if we're actually making progress or not. We actually did have an answer to that question. Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor Gilroy. We found out that the way that we met our climate change objectives as a city, when former Mayor Sam Cates was there, is when Hydro, Winnipeg Hydro, was uploaded to Manitoba Hydro. So, Glen Murray. Thank you for the clarification. And so it wasn't even technically our climate emissions went down as a corporation, but come on. It's still there with Manitoba Hydro. That wasn't a real win. And so we don't actually know how we're doing on climate change, climate action. And I agree we shouldn't cherry pick. I think we should have a climate lens on the budget. We should have a climate lens on every major capital project, including Keniston. Otherwise, I worry that the Climate Action Office is there to give us a pass on climate, and we're not making the substantive material changes that need to be done if we're actually going to see real results on climate action. And so that we're even having this debate is frustrating because, Madam Speaker, through you to everyone here, and some of you weren't here when we had these discussions, but we've gone we went one step forward and then one step back. No, we've done 3 steps. We've done one step forward, one step back, but we still have very limited information on how we're doing as a corporation or as a community on climate action. And the big wins aren't in the Climate Action Office. The big wins are within the organization, in the departments themselves, like boosting transit rates. That's the biggest thing we could do, is reduce that 30% greenhouse gas emissions from private auto vehicle travel that's residential. And then it's the buildings. And what are the business cases for buildings, for insulation, for replacing lights with LEDs? LEDs are amazing. They're like 10 times more efficient than incandescent. I don't know how many times more than these halogen lights. Anyhow, I guess it's 7 o'clock and this discussion isn't really over, but if we're going to spend a big amount of money, we should probably know what the climate impact is. And idling cars is not, stopping cars idling is not a win for the climate. I hope to never hear that again. I'm sure I will, but it's patently false.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lord. Councillor Mays to close.
Never turn my car off again. I'll idle as long as I can.
Well, if you don't want to listen to me on this, maybe you should listen to Gilroy and to Allard, because that was a pretty good summary of why we had a climate action plan. If we don't care about it, then let's just rescind it. But if we want to actually do something with it, that's why presumably we set up a Climate Action and Resilience Committee. Thanks to none of you who have come forward with ideas for what this committee could do. I guess you're concerned they're too busy with none of you giving me any ideas other than this one that Allard has brought forward. So you can now come in after this and claim something. But to date, no one's actually suggested anything the committee could do except Councillor Allard. Secondly, where will the money come from? What will they do? How quickly they forget. Maybe the full-time person we authorized in the 2023 budget to be paid out of the sewage reserve, full-time WAPSO 4 position, funded to deal with climate action issues, maybe that person could take it on, because you voted to have that full-time person doing climate action initiatives, so maybe that person could actually do it since that's their job, which we fund. Or maybe they could use the $50,000 of walking around money that was funded as well, to use Tim Shanks' term. Maybe they could use that, because I don't know what else, nice lunches, I don't know what else that money was going to go to, or what we're going to do. I suppose as chair I can bring up other items that we could look into. But not a good day for the Climate Action Plan, not a good day for the committee if you say, well, this is a very big project, but we don't want to just cherry pick stuff, so we'll send nothing at all to you. Well, clearly it's a project that attracts a fair bit of criticism from commentators in the media. It's certainly got some benefit. The mayor has talked about reconciliation lens. Councillor Rowlands talked about the CSO aspects of EPC. But if we don't need the committee and if we don't need the climate action plan, let's just be done with it. Otherwise, it is what Allard's saying. It is just tokenism. It is just the appearance of doing something. So I guess we'll just not do anything and sit around at the committee with our full-time staff person and debate the terms of reference or how often we're to have meetings or what the order and the agenda should be. But got to at least appreciate Councillor Allard's trying to give the committee something from the elected people to do. Where do we go from here? I suppose we can just debate it at the Water, Waste and Environment Committee, but I appreciate what Councillor Gilroy is saying, which is, there are undoubtedly some benefits from this in some senses, but I guess we just don't want to admit what the potential environmental costs might be. We are going to get a cost-benefit study done. I'm not sure why we have a Climate Action Review Committee at all, quite frankly, if we're not going to do anything with it, and I'm not really sure why we have a climate change plan if we're not going to do anything about it. I mean, why did we authorize $123,000 for a full-time staff person? Perhaps some of you can come to the committee and talk about that. So, in any event, I continue to stand by what the committee unanimously said, which was to refer the matter to the Climate Action Committee. If it's voted down, I get procedurally, it's a bit unfortunate that it started here because that was the direction we originally got, but the clerks have now said no, the carriage rests at the Environment Committee, so be it. We'll have somebody at Community Committee move a motion. It'll probably come to the Environment Committee, and away we'll go, I suppose. But for today, I have to say, I'm not going to win this vote. Councillor Allard, Councillor Gilroy, we're not going to win this vote, but what do you want done by this committee? Why do we have this climate change? Why are we funding a full-time position earning as much as we do? Why? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. With that, I'll call the question on item 1. All in favor, please rise.
Councillors Allard, Eady, Gilroy, Mays, Schreier.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Browati, Dobson, Duncan, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillor Lukes, Rollins, Santos, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 5, nays 9.
Okay. Item 1 is lost. Next, we'll move on to, yes, Councillor Eady. We're going to do bylaws first. There are no bylaws, actually. Question period, that's correct. Councillor Eady, followed by Councillor Lukes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, given that water, waste and environment is dealing with issues that the Indigenous people of Winnipeg, Manitoba, and Canada are concerned with: water pollution, care of our water, care of our air, care of our planet, proper stewardship. And I'm wondering if when Councillor Mays, like I, signed on to the Indigenous Accord, whether he was thinking about reconciliation in terms of what we've been doing to the water, to the land, to the air.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Rather ironic question in the wake of that vote, but yeah, it's a good question in a broad philosophical sense. I think in recent weeks, I think the mayor's made a commitment, well, staff have made the commitment now to do a much better notice of sewage spills to those downstream, including, and I know the mayor met with First Nations representatives on that issue, as well as, I believe, some of the rural mayors. In that sense, at least, we're doing more. I think the treatment of, well, if we can get going more quickly on these sewage plants, that'll certainly help with what we're doing on the water front. I think that's. I mean, I don't think we're indifferent to it, but I think, I mean, these things affect everyone. So, but yeah, certainly the impact on First Nations downstream, frankly, we've got to invest more in our CSOs and our North End plant.
Thank you. Second question, Councillor Eady.
Just wondering if, again, do you think that this would undermine or cancel a reconciliation building project that's transformative? Do you think the results of this study wouldn't, do you think that the Indigenous people on that project might be, I think they would be interested in what environmental effects it will have?
Fair enough. Also, I mean, I was not involved in the negotiations around the tipping fees. I don't know what the mayor's office might be doing on these files, so to some extent, I really can't answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Thank you. Councillor Mays, can you tell us anything about the methane capture project that's going on at Brady? Since I started, there's been many startups and stops of potential projects. What's the latest?
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Thank you for the question, and that is something we want to keep after the staff to get this thing to the finish line. Yes, Councillor Lukes is right in saying a number of starts and stops on this. A year lost going around the mulberry bush on initiatives when the whole while it was IGRS, the firm that's doing the flaring, has some sort of sole right or first right of refusal to convert that to renewed natural gas. Our staff keeps saying we're close, we need the province to sign off. The province keeps saying it's literally not on our desk. So we got to get this thing nailed down, hopefully within the next month or so, because we want to get this operational by 2026. So good question from Councillor Lukes. There's a whole CBC discussion of this today, St. Francis Xavier University measuring methane, and we're right there. We can actually do this. We can do this. It's not costly. It's an initiative with the private sector, a company we've been dealing with for a decade. So is it us? Is it the province? Let's get it to the finish line. It's got the wonderful acronym IGRS RNG, easy to remember. So we just need to get this thing signed off and get this going, and we can do the terrific article in the Uniter on this, of all things. So not one of the big papers, but yeah, this is a great opportunity to do something about methane. We got to seize this opportunity.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Rollins.
Madam Speaker, implicit in Councillor Mays' last remarks was a question. And so I would like to, provide my top 5 to him at his, either now or at the committee. Which would he prefer is my question.
Thank you, Councillor Mays.
Wouldn't those be one-offs, though, that we just said we wouldn't be doing? I'm a little confused.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Rollins.
As I said, implicit in Councillor Mays' last statements in the last item was a challenge. Give me agenda items. I have those right now, Madam Speaker. Would he like them right now?
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Tellingly, as I predicted, no one got to me before I said it, but right afterwards, no, we do care. So give it to me sometime. It's a late night. Send it to me as you see fit, or come to the next committee and we'll let you talk about it.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins, final question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do care, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. On to the next speaker, Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Lard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't stand the item down on the agenda, which was the fine. And yes, but I did want to, recently in the recent edition or publication of the Selkirk record, Winnipeg has got a bit of work to do with regards to our public relations, I guess you would call it, with the municipalities to the north of us. However, having said that, Mayor Pam Jackson, Mayor of Winnipeg Beach, Mayor Kevin Chudd of the McGimley, critical, but at the same time not wanting to demonize the city over the recent break. They want to have a dialogue. You're referred to in the article, Councillor Mays, that they had reached out to yourself as well. They speak about specifically the RM of Gimli talks about plans to hold a summit on the issue with First Nations communities, the Manitoba Métis Federation, other towns on the lake, the province and the city, and the quote is, if the city wishes to show up for something like this. And actually this was, I stand corrected, this was Andy Dam, who's a councillor in Gimli, so this is Gimli again. So the council's working on this. Has there been any communication to the city that you're aware of in terms of a conference, a summit with regards to the
the health of Lake Winnipeg and steps being taken to mitigate future issues like the sewage spill.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Because I think the mayor has met with a number of those elected officials from the RM. I wasn't there, I'm not sure who. I know the mayor met with First Nations reps. Folks from Gimli certainly reached out to me a couple of times. Yeah, that's all I know. I don't know. I think we would go to any sort of summit. This is going to come down to getting some provincial and federal help and trying to thread the needle on, as I've said here before, my Winston Churchill impression, maybe we have to go it alone if necessary on the CSO, and in return we get money for the biosolids from the province. Or vice versa. It might be a risk that they want to impose on us. I don't know, but we do need to get some answers. Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with that. I'm not aware of any summit.
Councillor is about CSOs, and he's been very consistent speaking about it, is that maybe there's an opportunity here with these individuals to the north of us becoming allies to the city when it comes to dealing with the province and the federal government for funds for CSO, or more dollars for CSO, considering that they have a stake in it as well. And maybe it's something that might be able to be referred from yourself, Councillor, to the Mayor's office in light of the intergovernmental affairs nature of the file.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
The mayor, to his credit, has been pretty dogged, to use one of his terms, pretty dogged on trying to get additional funding from the federal and provincial governments on the biosolids building. To the best of my knowledge, we've never asked for CSO funding, which was deliberate because the North End plant was a higher priority. I think we have to sort of try and tie those two files together and get a plan in place to get biosolids and sustainable funding on the CSO. Maybe it's us on the CSO, we'll see. But in praise of the former, Mayor Bowman, whatever he did in his second term, he was a great sewage mayor, as I've said before, which is somewhat facetious, but he was. Like, we got hundreds of millions of dollars, we got the North End Phase 1 going, and we got a good chunk of the money we need on Phase 2. So hopefully we can nail that down and have a plan on Phase 2 and CSO.
Final question.
Does the councillor see the potential of building these allies in these communities that, in effect, we may not have to be the ones to be asking for money from the province for CSOs if we have those municipalities saying, you got to make this a priority for Winnipeg?
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Maybe I'm just tired of it all after all these years. I just want to get this, I don't, in some extent, yeah, great, we'd have allies. I don't know if that'll make the difference now. We need, the mayor's tired too, I'm sure, and wants to get this nailed down with the feds and the province. Leaving aside the third phase, it's $1 billion, the nutrient removal. Let's at least just get nailed down the biosolids, and how do we do 60 million a year inflation adjusted on CSO? You can get those things done, we can leave here pretty proud.
Thank you. Councillor Laurent?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To, I guess, reverse, I guess, the line of questioning or debate from the last item, is it possible to get an update, Madam Speaker, through you to the chair, on what's the latest with the green bin recycling, possibly the greatest climate action that this council may have voted for?
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Yeah, some money in the budget that we voted for yesterday, not a great deal. That the moment comes in June or July. What's the biblical, that cometh the moment, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Cometh the hour, cometh the man. The hours cometh in June or July to decide on what do we want to pick up, how often do we want to do it. The timing, in a way, is perfect because we're going to have to be figuring out how do we go to market on garbage and recycle and what to bring in-house. It fits, so it will cost. How we're going to pay for it, how much it's going to be, stand by. I think that needs to come to a head in June or July. Shanks is out there. We're doing the market soundings. We're getting some input. So I think we come to a vote in June or July.
Thank you. Councillor Laurent?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to the chair. just had this thought. Since the climate action responsibilities are within water and waste, would there be a way to have an island inside water and waste where there is that central function where we are looking at buildings emissions, where we are looking at climate change and those substantive actions that you can only have with the central authority? Would it be possible to do it inside the utility?
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
I'm not sure I got that. We've staffed up. We've got somebody doing the SEER work, which is good, the building stuff. We've got people now on the Climate Action Committee, as indicated. Yeah, yeah, if you could.
Councillor Lawrence,
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
restate.
Yeah, the question is, since the chairperson is both chair of the Water, Waste and Environment Committee, given that we don't have reporting through the CAO's office, would it be possible to get those climate reports within the responsibilities of the Environment Committee itself? Like, surely it has buildings, surely there's climate action that's possible within that standalone utility, I guess. I can take it offline too, it's getting late.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
I mean, certainly not, committee's not going to review every report. I mean, reviewing the Welcoming Winnipeg reports and everything else. I mean, there could be hundreds of reports. I think we've staffed up. That's the good news in the climate office. It isn't with the CAO. I think that was a mistake, probably, or at least a loss of some influence. But it is what it is. It's with the water and waste utility, and we'll, you know, with some work's happening, and certainly on the compost, things are moving forward. It's about all I can say.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, that concludes question period under this committee. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services. Councillor Duncan, the chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to advise Council that item 3 has been laid over by the Executive Policy Committee for 30 days. I'd also like to introduce the report and move adoption of consent agenda items 1, 2, and 4.
Okay. I'll call the question on 1, 2, and 4. Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Question period for the chair. Any questions for Councillor Duncan? Any questions? Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. Councillor Lukes, the chair. The report dated March 5th.
Thank you. I'd like to move that items 1 and 2 be approved.
Okay. Number 1 has been stood down. I'll call the question on item 2. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Madam Clerk.
Item 1, Arlington Bridge.
Councillor Lukes to introduce the item.
I'll let my colleagues speak to it first.
Thank you. Councillor Reedy?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I rise, I'll probably vote for this, but I want, and I believe the CAO's in the room, and we're all here around the council chamber here, Madam Speaker. I'm okay if they go. I didn't get a chance to listen to the standing committee meeting in terms of the first report here. It's my understanding the consultant was RFP'd out, and we did all these steps, and there was kind of 3 steps to do in terms of looking at the Arlington Bridge from the perspective of can you even rehabilitate it, Madam Speaker? That was the first step, first phase. Now, the consultant was out there. After, actually, the bridge was shut down for its usual quite expensive maintenance period. And then it opened up, and the consultant was working on looking at that bridge. And all of a sudden, oh, we got to close the bridge down, because it's got serious problems. So I mean, someone walking on there, it probably isn't causing a problem, but any kind of weight on it sounded like it was quite dangerous. Now, step one, we had a dialogue with the public service, and it was my understanding that we would be informed about the consultant's first step. They were to provide that information to our public service. Now, before deciding to look if we can rehab it or not, Madam Speaker. Now, I think this is a very important situation we have with the Arlington Bridge. I don't know why, and the consultant can't need another 180 days as it's calling for here. It says to look at rehabilitation options. And it's my understanding that the public service did not report any detail about the consultant first step. And here we have this thing. We want 180 more days to study. Like, I want to know what the first step that the consultants did. What's their report that they gave to the public service? Madam Speaker. Let us know. Like, we don't even know if there are any rehab options because we don't know what the consultant said in step one. But I'm sure it was the consultant that said, oh, you got to close this bridge down. So they've been doing some work on it, Madam Speaker. Anyway, I have a lot I'd like to say about the Arlington Bridge, but I'll save that for another time when we actually have a serious report here, Madam Speaker, and I was supposed to be informed, and I believe Councillor Santos had an agreement that we would be informed what happened after step one. I'm just going to leave it there, but I think it's pretty serious that they're just calling for rehab options. The consultant, I'm sure it was recommended they close it. Where's their step one? I want to know the information, Madam Speaker. We're sitting here voting on this stuff. What are we voting on? Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. I'll vote for the extension, but you know what? I'm not happy. I want to know step one, what happened? Because here they want 180 days about options of rehabilitation. And there's no detail about, can you even rehab it?
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Lukes to close.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Reedy. I'll see if I can line up the department to sit down and go through it with you and I and Councillor Santos if you're amenable to that. They came to committee, they wanted more time, they said the consultants needed more time, and we wanted a robust report, so we gave them more time. But I will commit to trying to line up something where we can sit down with Mr. Narenick and his team just to see where we're at here. A little more information if they can give it to us.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes, I'll call the question on item 1. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Move into bylaws, Councillor Lukes. In a moment, yes. Bylaws, Councillor Lukes.
All right, more bylaws. I'd like to move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw 43, 2024, 44, 2024.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 43 of 2024, bylaw number 44 of 2024.
I'd like to move that bylaws numbered 43 of 2024 and 44 of 2024 be read a second time.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws numbered 43 of 2024 and 44 of 2024.
Okay, I'd like to move that the rule be suspended and bylaws numbered 43, 2024 and 44, 2024 be read a third time, and that same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Question period for the chair for Councillor Lukes. Councillor Dobson.
Yes, thank you very much. My question would be, we have potholes everywhere. Can we have an update, please, on the pothole situation?
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. All right. Well, I was listening to the media again, and I guess this has been the 77th warmest winter, or the warmest winter on record in 77 years. So, and a lot of mid-winter thaws happening. So, yeah, I think the pothole situation is just, it's horrendous. I think, sadly, it's reflective of the amount of funding we have available to us to put into our roads. I think we were all here yesterday. We heard how we get 10 cents on the dollar, on the tax dollar, to put towards our infrastructure, to maintaining it. Our roads are critical. They move transit buses, they move trade, goods, and the like. So I'm happy to announce that 2 days ago, the Public Works Department brought back earlier 44 staff members that usually are involved in the spring cleanup and are putting them out on the pothole crews. So there's probably, well, there was 8 to 10 pothole crews going before these 44 people came on board. So I think we're going to see a rapid fix of the pothole scenario for the time being. It's a real challenging situation. Like I mentioned yesterday, cities have up to 60% of the infrastructure that we have to continue to maintain. You know, we need our roads. We need to get around. We're thinking about, you know, if we don't have gas, what's going to happen? We're going to take the bus. How do we get around, right? But we still need our roads to get around. And we need our roads for transit, their transportation. It's the essence of the economy and business. So the potholes are getting fixed. We're not counting them. There's too many to count. But they are getting fixed. Right now it's the coal pack. It's like a temporary filling. Sometimes they pop out, which is not good, but they are being filled and will continue to be filled throughout eternity, I guess.
Any further questions of the chair? Councillor Lord.
Yes, Madam Speaker, through you to the chair. I recall I think it was the year before the election, we had a similar winter, and I got the moniker pothole alert from an anonymous source. I still have a sign at home. But anyway, I'm reading this article here about how climate change is challenging jurisdictions that have freeze-thaw cycles, and I really don't have the answer, but what if this just keeps going on and on and on, and every year our roads just get damaged at a rate where we can't catch up?
The question.
That's the honest
Thank you.
question. I don't know the answer.
Yeah. Madam Chair, pothole Lukes, you shall answer.
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, I use this example. A lot of people say, you know, look at North Dakota, similar climate, look at their roads, right? Well, North Dakota has a completely different funding model. They have federal funding that helps address their roads. I'll use another example. I'm not pushing P3s, I'm just saying. Of the P3s that we have in the city that we can look at, Chief Peguis and the William Clement Parkway, we see, like the William Clement Parkway, I think was built 30 years ago. I remember when it was being built. 30 years ago. It's beautiful. Why? It's being constantly maintained. So I know the department, the Public Works Department, they are beavering away on all these new specs and all these new, you know, regulations and requirements to build longer lasting roads, which I make the comparison, great. It's wonderful if we're, you know, buying a Beamer or a Jaguar, but if we're not maintaining it, what's the point? So what do we do with our potholes? What do we do with climate change? I guess the answer is to continually look at different types of road construction. Our soils here move. We're dealing with a sewer pipe that broke. It's not an old sewer pipe in my ward, but when they get to the bottom of it, I bet you anything, it's because the soils have moved. So Winnipeg is in a really challenging situation with the soils, the extreme temperatures of 40 below, 40 above, and then, of course, the challenges of our funding model. So I know the department is actually working on a different type of asphalt pothole mix that's more rubbery and sticky. It's not really a good scientific discussion on how it's composed, but I guess we're always going to be constantly looking at innovative new methods to deal with this issue, because it certainly won't be going away. And maybe some of our roads do convert back to gravel at some point. I don't know what the answer is, but we definitely don't want to put all our money into roads, but we have to put some in to keep our economy going. So it's a challenge. It'll be a constant challenge unless we figure out another funding model for our roads.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Lord.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to the Chair. The Chair, I guess, suggested something that I'd thought of, and that's the maintenance budget of roads. So if the P3 providers are able to maintain pristine roads, is the issue that, or would we be able to better address the issue by having more maintenance dollars on our roads? And do we have the right balance for maintenance versus renewals? Because clearly renewals are more expensive. Certain people benefit from renewals relative to maintenance. Certain people benefit from maintenance. Would part of the answer perhaps be more road maintenance if we did have the money to do that?
Thank you. Councillor Lukes.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. If you look at William Clement and Chief Peguis that are continually maintained because of the funding model of the P3. Now, I'm not promoting it. I'm just saying that's the. Well, I'd like to promote it, but I don't want to get that. I don't want to get going on that topic. But it's maintenance. It's maintenance, and maintenance is money. So that is a greater portion of the answer.
Thank you. We'll close off question period under that committee. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development. Councillor Berwadi.
Good evening. Best for last. It's my pleasure to move the report of March 8th, 2024, and move report number 1 as consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. We'll now have question period for Councillor Berwadi. Any questions? Councillor Wyatt.
Madam Speaker, we still have a funding grant formula with the province where they claw back pertaining to the historic transfer of social services. Has there been any contemplation, I know it's intergovernmental, but in terms of any policy work done so that we could assist those who are still sick and suffering out in our city to fund initiatives, especially things that we're doing already in somewhat of a provincial scope and nature, to get a credit and then to potentially do other things in light of the unfair clawback that still exists with that program.
Thank you. Councillor Berwadi.
Well, I do know under the previous government, the Department of Family Services and Housing had a budget, I mean, province-wide of over $4 billion. So like looking, at their budget, compared to Winnipeg's budget, it's a massive amount of money. I know with the new government, they've changed their departments around a little bit, so I don't know what the more social services budget is post, department realignment. But certainly discussion to have. I know we do have that. I do believe that clawback is still there. I don't remember off the top of my head what that number is. Again, the mayor is in charge of intergovernmental relations. Obviously, is my AMM and FCM roles. I do play a piece there as well. But certainly something to bring up. And thank you for the question. Take it under advisement.
I think the chair indicated that it's just shy of 22 million. Are you aware? You indicated in a previous council session here.
Thank you. Councillor Berwadi.
I am now.
Any further questions? Councillor Lard.
Get a second wind. Not that big a wind. Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to the chair. Mentioning FCM, AMM, particularly FCM. Is the chair aware of any funding that we may or may not be taking advantage of as a municipality available through the FCM? I understand they're a bit of a gateway from the federal government to the city of Winnipeg, and there may be those types of like one-off grants through the FCM. And the administration, from experience, is not always aware of them. So is there anything going on there?
Thank you. Councillor Parwani?
The primary grant that the FCM actually administers is the Green Municipal Fund. I believe there are some announcements regarding that that have happened and are coming up. I don't have the specifics available right away. And again, FCM does lobby the federal government in terms of federal government programming. You know, there has been delays. I mean, the province is sort of a gatekeeper in many respects, and the former government arguably did delay some of the timing on some of the things like our ISIP grants for the North End plant and some of the transit projects. That said, now that those are funded, we are dealing with things like inflation and construction inflation and bus inflation. Everything has gone up in costs, and in some cases, like we're going to get less buses than we had originally planned for when we, you know, applied for the zero emission bus program. So there's some talk that there may be one other transit pod of a federal program that we maybe are not yet fully subscribed to, and we're certainly going after that aggressively right now.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Councillor Duncan, will you move adjournment? All in favor? Challenge the chair. Contrary? That's carried. Okay. Roll call. Madam Clerk, please.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Burwadi, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, and Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.